Ian was the most powerful mage in the Empire, so powerful that even the Emperor feared his growing power and strength. The Emperor himself poisoned Ian, hoping to be rid of him forever, but our hero had an ace up his sleeve. A dagger imbued with forbidden time magic. Ian used this last chance to go back in time, gathering his last ounce of strength. He completed the spell, and everything plunged into darkness. A moment ago he was a dying mage, now he is just a boy on the street. Although he still possesses the power and knowledge of an 8th Circle Mage, he quickly gets up and touches his chest. But there is no sign of the dagger, and he feels no pain. Suddenly, a familiar and gentle voice calls out to him, asking if he's alright. It's Ian's mother, Vanessa Page. Looking at her, Ian's eyes widen in shock, not knowing how to respond. For his mother has been dead for years. Quickly, he grabs her hand, the hand he hasn't held in years. To make sure if this is the afterlife, or if the spell truly worked, he looks around. He tries to understand what is happening. All the children are lined up for an exam, and castle soldiers are everywhere. Managing the crowds, he scans his surroundings, and the realization hits him hard. He spots the flag of the ivory tower waving in the distance, and he looks down at his small hands. Finally certain that he has returned 30 years into the past, a memory flashes through Ian's mind. It's a memory of himself standing with a man holding a staff during the mana reaction exam. It's a test that all children of the Green River Empire take when they turn 12 years old, a mandatory procedure to identify and nurture exceptional mages. First, they are evaluated for a mana brain, the factor responsible for manifesting magic. Then, they are tested for a mana heart, which governs the production, circulation, and storage of mana. Any child who possesses both traits is immediately accepted into the Magic Academy and granted noble-level authority. Ian never expected to find himself traveling through time. 30 years into the past, he thinks of his dagger engraved with the dragon tongue. He spent his life researching it along with time magic and activated the spell just before his death. Ragnar was Ian's closest friend. Ian did much to help Ragnar over the years, but in his loyalty, Ian also killed thousands for Ragnar, and in the end, Ragnar repaid the favor. By taking his life, Ian cannot let this happen again. To prevent this, he needs to regain all the power and authority he once had as an 8th-class mage. With this in mind, Ian promises his mother he'll be back soon, then approaches a knight. He introduces himself and is instantly recognized as Vanessa's son. The knight allows him to pass, and as Ian enters the tent, he finds Marco, a mage, is sitting in his chair exhausted. He sighs to Captain Aaron, asking how many more children he has to evaluate. Captain Aaron replies that there is still at least half a day of children left. The moment Ian enters the tent, Marcus's tired expression transforms into a warm smile. He sends a wave of mana to Ian's head, warning that he might feel a little dizzy when Ian hesitates. Marcus informs him that he has detected a mana brain inside him, and that he will also need to check if there is a mana heart. Ian, however, surprises the mage by saying he has something to show him. A confused Marcus allows him to proceed. Ian takes a deep breath, and, in an instant, a sphere of fire appears in one of his hands. With a focused look, Ian combines a fire spell with a water spell. Marcus's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches Ian effortlessly cast two opposing spells at the same time. After displaying his skills, Ian casually mentions that he has been able to do this for a while. The captain and the knights present are stunned. Marcus, still in disbelief, asks if someone taught this to him. Ian denies it, saying that no one did. Suspicious. Marcus insists again, using his interrogation magic that checks a person's biological reactions, like heart rate, to determine if they are lying. Marcus warns that if Ian is lying, he could be accused of treason. Despite the threat, Ian remains calm and assures Marcus that he would never lie to a noble mage like him. Marcus laughs, smiles, and uses his magic, revealing that Ian is telling the truth. This only increases Marcus's curiosity, leaving him wondering what kind of child Ian really is. Suddenly, a woman's scream cuts through the air. Ian's heart pounds as he looks outside the tent, only to be shocked by the scene before him. His mother is being brutally dragged by the same knight who let Ian in. Vanessa pleads, clearly terrified, while the knight, in a cruel attempt to justify his actions, claims she was wandering where she shouldn't be, calling her a despicable peasant woman. The knights, including Captain Aaron and Marcus, rush outside to investigate. The knight continues to lie, but Ian's fury ignites upon hearing his words. The moment he is about to act, Marcus gives a light touch on his shoulder, calming him. Marcus steps forward and addresses the group. He explains that this child has just demonstrated that he possesses both a mana brain and a mana heart, which means that he and his parents have the same status as the nobles in their empire. To insult a noble or a mage is equivalent to challenging the authority of the imperial family and the ivory tower. The knight's actions, therefore, amount to treason, punishable by execution. The knight immediately falls to his knees, begging for mercy, and Ian, turning to his mother, says the apology is for her, not for him. The man then kneels before the knight, warning him that he will always keep an eye on him. Later, Ian expresses his gratitude to Marco for intervening. Marco, with a wise gaze, instructs Captain Aaron to ensure that Ian and his mother are protected. For now, Aaron takes them to an inn where the knights are staying. As they leave, Marco watches Ian, his thoughts heavy. He realizes that Ian is far more talented and intelligent than any child he has ever encountered. He is certain that the Magic Tower and the Imperial family will be impressed by the news of such a mage. That very same night, the same knight who had misbehaved with Vanessa was walking down the street. He was still exuding arrogance. He felt no shame, especially as he openly called Ian's mother a common woman. But little did he know, a cloaked figure was following him from behind, listening to every word he muttered. It was none other than Ian. With a focused mind, Ian cast his paralysis magic, freezing the knight in place. Ian then calmly faced him, reminding him that he would be watching him. The knight's breath quickened, as fear began to overwhelm him. Ian added in a cold tone how the knight had been disgraced by the son of a humble peasant woman. He then fabricated a story, claiming the knight had gotten drunk and drowned. The moment the words left Ian's lips, he pushed the knight off the bridge, sending him plunging into the rushing waters below. Ian stood there, watching him drown, reflecting on how the knight's fate had been sealed. He couldn't help but wonder about his own past, how he spent years researching draconic magic to go back in time to fix his mistakes. But now, he realized such a thing was impossible. To protect what mattered to him, he swore he would do whatever it took. He watched the knight struggle in the water, and murmured to himself that he would resent him if he had to, but forgiveness was not necessary. This was the same sentiment Ragnar had shared with him after poisoning Ian. In that moment, Ian finally began to understand why Ragnar had spoken those words. Back at the inn, Ian sat with a hand against his aching head. He had not realized that using so much mana would exhaust him. His focus then shifted to his mother, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. He knew what the future held from his past life. When he became a first-class mage, his mother passed away from an illness that very same year. All Ian wanted now was a long and healthy life with her. In his previous life, he had lost everything, but this time, he promised not to let that happen again. The next morning, inside the royal palace, Emperor Terry sought the counsel of Master Herbert Leon. Herbert explained that mana was a natural energy, and that once someone learned to control it, they were considered a mage. The methods for stimulating the mana brain and the techniques for manifesting magic were generally taught by academy professors. That is how most mages learned their craft. However, news reached him that a boy named Ian had learned to control mana on his own, without a teacher. Robert elaborated further, stating that Ian had even cast first-class magic, just like a primordial mage, an ancient mage who mastered magic in an era when no other mages existed. Harry listened intently, curious yet skeptical, thinking that Ian might be bluffing, but Hubert reassured him, stating that the tales of the primordial mage were not just myths. If this boy truly possessed such abilities, he could be dangerously talented. Robert felt he needed to see Ian in person to confirm if the rumors were true. When their conversation came to an end, Terry summoned Hayden Green River, the crown prince. Hayden approached and politely asked the reason he had been summoned. Terry reminded him that it had been 5 years since Hayden had last left the imperial palace. He had left to inspect the severity of a famine, but now it was time for him to embark on another journey. Terry explained that he was granting Hayden command of the 2nd Imperial Order of Knights, 300 soldiers, and 3 third-class mages. His mission was to travel to Mogran and bring back the boy named Ian Page. Hayden hesitated, but after Terry suggested he would be helping someone else, Hayden nervously agreed to the task. Later, Herbert, eager to begin, asked for permission to leave as well. He needed to start scouting now, for if he didn't convince the right people soon, he feared he wouldn't even be able to select 3 mages to accompany the crown prince. Terry laughed and gave him permission to go. The moment Herbert left the hall, a young slave approached him and asked if he was returning to the tower. Herbert's expression grew dark, and he revealed that he had somewhere else to go first. The next day, Ian waited, fully aware that both the imperial family and the ivory tower must already be on the move. A flashback of Marco crossed his mind. Considering that Marco had declared Ian a mage right after the exam, it seemed highly likely that he had immediately reported Ian's abilities to his superiors. But it didn't matter who was involved, whether it was the Emperor, the Tower Master, or even some third party. He knew one thing for sure. This time, he would not be a disposable pawn. A few moments later, an announcement echoed from outside Ian's house, calling for Ian Page to come forward and receive an order directly from His Majesty, the Emperor. Ian shuddered at the sudden proclamation as he looked out the window. He saw Marco standing there with his subordinates. Marco, upon noticing Ian, smiled and got straight to the point. He explained that His Majesty had sent an imperial decree for Ian. Marco instructed Ian to kneel on his right knee and place his left hand over his chest. Ian followed the instructions without hesitation. Although he couldn't help but feel something familiar in the gesture, Marco ignored his own strange sensation of recognition and extended his hand, holding a crystal sphere. A command appeared within it. Sent directly by the Emperor himself, it stated that the Emperor approved of Ian's talent and had appointed him a mage of the Empire. The decree also granted Ian permission to have his name engraved in the Hall of Mages of the Ivory Tower. The Emperor also informed Ian that his firstborn son would accompany him to the palace. The Emperor wished that Ian would have a safe and pleasant journey in his son's company. When the decree concluded, Ian rose slowly, understanding that the Emperor's intentions were more than clear. One of the knights, Arnold, approached Marco with a request to escort Ian to Lord Mogrian's castle. Marco politely granted permission, and soon after, Arnold stepped forward. He knelt slightly, announcing that he had been given the honor of serving Ian while he was in Mogrian. The journey continued, and they eventually arrived at the Mogrian estate, finally reaching Marcus Mogrian, the Lord of Mogrian Castle. When the carriage stopped, Marcus immediately warned Levi and Margaret to treat the noble mage with the utmost respect. The castle's inhabitants gathered outside, watching eagerly. Ian stepped down from the carriage, helping his mother alight beside him. As they approached, Marcus greeted them warmly. 15 days passed, and rumors began to spread among the servants. They claimed to have seen the young man in the training hall, where he supposedly shot fire from his hands. He hadn't left the hall for 15 straight days. Inside the training hall, Ian remained focused on his training. He cast another spell, watching as the floor froze over, but it still wasn't enough. He was aware that his body was still too young and that he needed to compensate for his limited mana. Just as his mind began to drift, the butler rushed in, breathless and panicked. He urgently pleaded for Ian's help, revealing that Lord Mogrian had gone to hunt goblins the day before and had not returned since. They had searched for hours, but there was still no sign of him. Ian found the situation strange. In his past life, it wasn't time for Marcus to die yet. Lord Mogrian had been assassinated by one of the Green River's enemies, shortly before the First Unification War, a war that wouldn't occur for several more years. His son, Levi Mogrian, had fled when the war broke out and was executed after its conclusion. Given the current circumstances, Ian reminded the butler about Marco, who was far more experienced than he was. However, the butler informed Ian that Marco had other obligations and was not currently in Mogrian. Ian was now certain his return had truly changed something, for mages assigned to specific domains rarely left their posts, and Ian knew the advantage he possessed. He knew what would happen in the future, but if Lord Mogrian's premature death changed the course of events, he could lose that advantage. These thoughts swirled in his mind as he considered the situation, but the butler's desperate plea for help brought him back to reality. He knew he could not let such an event happen. He agreed to help, determined not to let this change the future he was fighting to protect. Vanessa is worried after hearing that Ian is heading to the mountains with the search party, and Ian reassures her, promising that he will return soon. Meanwhile, Margaret runs towards him, her eyes filled with tears. She begs Ian to find her brother and father, offering him anything in return. As Ian listens, his gaze fixes on the ring she is wearing, and he can feel mana emanating from it. Curious, Ian asks Margaret if she could lend him the ring, explaining that it will be crucial for his search. Without hesitation, she hands it over, and Ian quickly places it on his finger. The moment he does, it feels familiar. Just like in his past life, the ring is the Mogrian ring, a low-level artifact, known for increasing the user's mana. It seems Lord Mogrian gave this to his daughter instead of his chosen successor. With the ring now in his possession, the group continues its search. They venture deeper into the forest, and one of the knights points out where they lost the trail of the missing people. Blood is scattered across the ground, and Ian asks if they have already disposed of the bodies. The knights say there were no bodies and fear the monsters might have taken them. Ian carefully examines the scene. Dozens of goblins have been slain, indicating that there were probably hundreds more that attacked the group. He realizes there is no time to lose. Without hesitation, Ian raises his hand and summons a wolf spirit. A magic circle forms in the air, and a stream of energy emanates from it. The knights stare in awe as a loud howl echoes in the distance. Suddenly, a wolf pup appears in front of them. He had not expected the wolf to be so small, but with the mana he had at the moment, it was the best he could do. He orders the wolf to follow the scent of blood, instructing the knights to follow it. Despite their reluctance, they obey as they advance into the deepening forest. Marcus continues to fend off the goblins with his staff. His head is injured, and blood is trickling down his face. Overwhelmed by goblins, he knows they are all about to be overpowered. With little choice, Marcus orders Lavi to return to the castle and warn everyone. He tells Lavi to inform them that goblin hordes have taken the Mount Mogrian, and that everyone is in great danger. Just as Lavi is about to leave, his body trembles with fear. His eyes widen as he sees a goblin leaping through the air, preparing to attack Marcus from behind. In a panicked voice, Lavi tries to warn his father, but before he can react, a loud crash echoes through the air as Ian and his subordinates arrive just in time with a swift move. Ian casts his Frost Nova spell, freezing the goblin in place and stopping the attack as footsteps approach Marcos, and the last thing he sees is Ian's face before everything fades to black. 2 days later, Marcos slowly opened his eyes, still dazed as he lay in bed. The fog in his mind made it hard to concentrate, but he could hear the faint sound of his daughter crying nearby. As his senses began to return, he sat up, still trying to process what had happened. His memories were hazy, and he couldn't remember everything from before. Seeing him awake, Margaret quickly rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face. As she explained that Ian had rescued him and Lavi, she sobbed with relief, yet was still worried. She told him that both he and Lavi had been bedridden for 2 days now. At that moment, Rogar entered the room, his face filled with relief as he thanked God that Lord Magrian had finally woken up. Still weak, Marcos asked about the other knights and their children. His voice tinged with concern. Rogar explained with a grim expression that they had lost 12 men, including Sir Rattan. Hearing this, Marcos's heart sank, and he immediately asked to speak with Ian in person. Later, in the training hall, Ian could hear a familiar voice calling his name. It was Rogar. He came to inform him that Lord Magrian had awakened, believing Marcos had something important to discuss with Ian. Out of curiosity, Ian decided to leave his training session and walked toward his office. He unexpectedly encountered both Marcos and Lavi. Ian greeted them with a warm smile, asking how they were. Lavi, filled with gratitude, thanked him deeply for saving them both. Marcos also offered his sincere thanks. On behalf of everyone, he then gestured to a box on a nearby table, explaining that after some reflection, he believed this might be a way to repay Ian for everything. Without hesitation, Ian opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside was the same mana ring he had once lent to Margaret. Marcos, looking a little embarrassed, admitted that Margaret told him all about it. He thought it was just an old family heirloom, but now asked Ian if it had any special power, and if it could be useful to him. Ian nodded thoughtfully, revealing that the ring amplified the user's mana, a crucial tool for leveling mountains. Marcos, satisfied with this answer, handed the ring to Ian, saying it should serve as a token of his gratitude. Ian, intrigued by the word token, asked Marcos to explain further. Marcos, with a solemn tone, he explained that the ring symbolized an oath to Ian, and from that moment forward, Ian Page would be an honored guest of the Mogrian house, and should Ian ever need their help, they would be at his service. He swore an oath by the northernmost stream of the Emerald River. He vowed that he and his descendants would uphold this vow for as long as Ian's bloodline continued. With that, both Lavi and Marcos bowed slightly in respect. Later, as Ian and the knights made their way through the forest, heading towards Lloyd Village, Ian's thoughts drifted back to a conversation he had earlier with Marcos. He had asked about alchemists who could create elixirs, to which Marcos mentioned an alchemist named Rateu. Ian had never heard of Rateu before in his past life, but he hoped this alchemist could help him create an elixir to compensate for his lack of mana. Just as Ian was lost in thought, his attention was suddenly captured by the sight of Lloyd Village in the distance. The entire village was in flames, a horrifying sight that sent shivers down his spine. As the knights drew closer, they realized bandits had attacked the village. Not only were the houses set ablaze, but the villagers were being brutally slaughtered. A bandit wielding an axe, clearly the leader, was shouting orders to his men, urging them to hurry and grab the children, taking everything they could carry. The bandits captured a boy named Douglas, and when his father tried to intervene, he was knocked to the ground. The bandit leader, seeing that the boy wasn't compliant, decided to teach his father a lesson. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and approached the man lying on the ground. Prepared to kill him, he promised the boy's father that Douglas would be sold for a good price. Elsewhere, as the leader prepared to strike the final blow, Douglas screamed in terror, desperate to reach his father. But just as he did, something happened that left him stunned into silence. His screams of horror died in his throat. Suddenly, an ice spike pierced through the bandit leader's body, killing him instantly. The remaining bandits screamed in terror, completely baffled by the origin of the ice magic, but when they realized where it came from, panic set in, and they ran for their lives. However, Ian was not about to let them escape so easily. With a flick of his wrist, he launched sharp ice shards down towards the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape the cold, and one by one, they all met their end. Ian's eyes turned to the ring on his finger, his thoughts briefly interrupted by the sight. The ring was fulfilling its function well. With it, his mana now rivaled that of a mage, of the 3rd class. The fire had been extinguished, and the people were visibly relieved. Still, Ian's mind lingered on a darker thought. He felt deeply saddened by the tragedy that had unfolded here. Captain Arnold spotted him and approached. Ian asked if any of the soldiers were hurt, to which Arnold let out a sigh of relief. They were all unharmed. Ian allowed himself a small measure of satisfaction at the news, but his relief was fleeting, as his thoughts immediately turned to the man he had come all this way for. He wondered if he had survived. Before he could dwell on it any further, a voice echoed out, calling for Raider. It was the name of the man Ian was searching for, Douglas's father. Raider had been knocked unconscious by the bandits, and now he was in critical condition. Douglas was by his side, crying and calling his father's name. Ian rushed over, gently reassuring Douglas that he would take a look at Raider. Upon examining him, Ian immediately realized something was wrong. Raider's skin had turned abnormally pale. His hair was as white as snow. The signs all pointed to one thing: mana poisoning. It was clear that Raider couldn't have injected mana into his own body, which meant the mage with malicious intent had done this to him. His condition was grave, and Ian knew time was running out. Without wasting another moment, Ian placed 2 fingers on Raider's forehead, focusing his mana into him. The process was delicate, but it worked instantly. The man's breathing stabilized, and color returned to his skin as Ian pulled back. Douglas grabbed Ian's cloak, stopping him from leaving. He demanded to know how his father was doing. Ian didn't sugarcoat his words. He told Douglas that Raider would be fine for now, but the mana Ian had given him wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the mana residue would build up again, and Raider would have to make a choice: either continue receiving mana injections for the rest of his life, or die. The truth hit Douglas hard. Tears filled his eyes, and he cried uncontrollably. He vowed to find the Landa Enor flower to cure his father. At that, Ian's mind cleared, as he recalled the name of one of the most brilliant alchemists. From Green River, Douglas Raymond, the imperial alchemist. In his past life, Douglas had despised and doubted mages, which now made perfect sense. Ian pieced together the situation: one alchemist poisoned by one mage, a rare herb sought in the north, and a poison designed to neutralize mana. His memories clicked into place like pieces of a puzzle. Before he could process it any further, Ian turned to Douglas. It was clear the boy would do something reckless if left to his own devices. Ian used his magic to put Douglas to sleep, gently sending him into unconsciousness. Once Douglas was out, Ian carried him to a nearby tree and carefully laid him on the ground. As Ian watched the boy, a strange feeling came over him. Douglas looked exactly as he had in his past life, although this time he lacked the hostile aura. Even though Ian knew Douglas was the one responsible for the poison he had drunk, Ian couldn't bring himself to simply end his life right now. This boy was destined to become the greatest alchemist in history. Perhaps making him an ally was the right choice, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't betray Ian somewhere down the line. Before Ian could fully consider his next move, Arnold appeared, catching up to him. He had seen Ian run off and wanted to make sure he was all right. Arnold's gaze then shifted to the unconscious boy, lying against the tree. Ian sighed and explained that the boy was from the village, and he had put him to sleep for his own safety. Ian then suggested that Arnold take Douglas back while he handled some business elsewhere. Arnold gave a reluctant nod. He clearly wanted to ask more questions, but trusting Ian's judgment, he moved to lift Douglas, preparing to carry him back. Meanwhile, Ian slipped away, his mind racing with the events that had just unfolded, and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Night fell, and Wrath, upon waking up, immediately sat by Douglas's bedside, asking if he was asleep. Without moving, Douglas informed him that he wasn't. When Wrath noticed Douglas's cold demeanor, he tried to reason with him, telling him that Barton said the mage had come to their village to save them. Furthermore, he added that Douglas had nearly gotten himself into serious trouble. Unable to face his father, Douglas wearily explained that he was just trying to find the flower. Upon hearing this, his father scolded him, demanding to know what he was thinking, since he could have been kidnapped by bandits. Douglas could no longer contain his anger, so he shot up, questioning Wrath about what he was supposed to do. That mage said Wrath would be sick for the rest of his life. Wrath's eyes narrowed, reassuring his son that he was perfectly fine, and that they just needed to find the Landier flower. The tears Douglas had been trying to hold back now streamed down his face. He cried for his dying father. They had been searching for over a year, and still hadn't found it. Douglas was now even beginning to doubt its existence. Suddenly, from outside Wrath's house, a voice cut in, assuring them that it does exist. Both Wrath and Douglas were stunned by the sudden voice. Startled, Wrath called out towards the door, asking who was there. It was none other than Ian. He had returned, admitting that he'd overheard them searching for lander flowers. Hearing Ian's words, Wrath opened the door. He was surprised to see such a young man at their door. Ian greeted them and asked if he could come inside. As he stepped in, lowering his mantle, Douglas was shocked to see the mage from before. Though Wrath was oblivious, Ian introduced himself. While placing a crystal on a nearby table, Wrath examines the crystal, realizing it's the Landier flower. Ian promises to give him this flower only if he answers Ian's question without hesitation. He begins to question him without waiting for Wrath's response, asking how he knows what this herb can do. There are only a few people who know about the medicinal uses of this flower. Wrath hesitates a little, but he reveals that he read about it in a guide. Wrath shows Ian that guide, explaining that his father passed it down. This guide of medicinal herbs was passed to him. Flipping through some pages, Wrath points to an entry on a page. The book contained notes about the Landor flower, describing that it restores the balance of mana and is found only in the northern part of the continent. It has 12 petals, all of a dark violet color, and the blue leaves and stem are poisonous. The plant withers the moment it leaves the place where it is rooted. Out of curiosity after reading it, Ian asks Wrath if his father also studied alchemy. He then learns that it was a family business, which means that this guide is a family heirloom. Ian reminds him that if he knows this flower can neutralize mana, then he must also be aware of what it does to mages who possess 1 mana heart and 1 mana brain. It can be used as a deadly poison. Wrath flinches upon hearing this. He understands where Ian is going with this, but he assures Ian that alchemists from his family would never make an elixir to harm a person. He can swear to it in Raymond's name. As these words sink into his mind, Ian looks at Douglas and thanks Wrath for answering and apologizes at the same time. While picking up the crystal flower, he begins to remove the ice magic, allowing the flower to return to its original form. But he couldn't save it either. The best he could do was prevent it from withering, by freezing it. Seeing this, Wrath suspects that he is deceiving them, but Cyan just clarifies that he is trying to show that he can help him find the Landor flower at any time. In that case, he needs to make a deal. And I will regularly inject mana into your body so that you don't lose your life to poisoning by mana. He also offers to help him with his research on Landor, so that Wrath can use it for medicine. In exchange, he would like Wrath to go to the capital with Ian. Ian is smart enough to offer him this, as he will be able to find the records of the poison that Ragnar and Douglas used in his past life. Upon hearing the favor, Wrath doesn't understand the purpose of returning to the capital, so to explain better, he said he would like Wrath to craft mana elixirs that can replenish a mage's mana and create remedies for his frail mother. Before being interrupted, Wrath apologizes but suggests that Ian get help from a more well-known alchemist. After all, he is the mage of the Empire. However, Ian confesses that what he is looking for is someone to stay with him and craft custom-made gear for him. He remembers Ratch, that his son entered the dangerous forest without a moment's hesitation to find the herb that cures his illness. Therefore, for the sake of his safety and well-being, Ian hopes that Ratch makes the right choice. Ratch now knows that this child is no ordinary mage and asks for some time. Ian gives him some time and watches Ratch, talking with his son, promising himself that in this life, Douglas will not lose his father. He also will not become a slave. And more importantly, Ian will never let him fall into Ragnar's hands. Waiting outside Ratch's house, Captain Arnold approaches Ian, informing him of the completion of preparations for the return journey to the castle. Upon receiving this information, Ian looks at Ratch's house. He sighs sadly, assuming that Ratch still has not decided, and resolves to return. Unexpectedly, the door to Ratch's house creaks open. Ratch and his son come out of the house carrying their luggage. Meanwhile, Douglas is surprised to see a mage waiting for them outside the house. Immediately, Ian approaches to confirm if he has made a decision. Ratch scratches his head, admitting that he has no choice, as he has an illness to overcome. He then hopes Ian will fulfill his part of the agreement. Ian grabs his arm, but they are both interrupted. When Douglas asks Ian if he can really make his father's illness disappear, Ian's promise fills Douglas with excitement, and he eagerly asks for permission to call him captain. This confuses Ian, but he allows it, although an image of the older Douglas comes to his mind, which makes him a bit uneasy, wondering if this was what Douglas was like as a child. Suddenly, a horse galloped towards where they were standing. A knight quickly informed Ian of the need for his immediate presence at Lord Mogren's castle. Unaware of the problem, Ian demands to know the reason. The knight urgently explains the crown prince has crossed the Gamus River. This is confusing. They only received the message this morning, so why were they not informed sooner? And he then asks the knight to lend him the horse. Using his taming ability, he instructs the horse to go to Mogren's castle with him. The horse immediately obeys and kneels. Seated on the horse, Ian instructs Arnold to escort Ratch to the castle, although both Ratch and Arnold watch the horse's behavior with astonishment. Going back 2 days, when Prince Hayden's escort had just crossed the Gamos River. Inside the carriage, Prince Hayden looks out the window. His mind wanders with thoughts. He remembers the conversation he had with his father, Terry, before this journey. Terry had called Hayden into his office. He wanted to tell Hayden something before he left. He had heard that the master, Herbert, has been seeing the 5th Prince quite often lately. Many nobles tend to follow the Ivory Tower's lead. So, whoever the Tower Master sides with will gain the support of those nobles. And now, Herbert has made it clear that he is supporting the 5th Prince. Ragnar, the 5th Prince, is a very intelligent child, Terry. He's sure that Ragnar will use the Tower Master to make many people his allies. That's why Hayden must do everything he can to make Ian Page swear loyalty to him. Harry insists that his son make Ian his ally and build a foundation for himself before the Ivory Tower intervenes. Hayden felt pressured. He was worried about the task ahead, mage or not. He's still just a child. He wondered what good Ian would be when there are dozens of mages in the Ivory Tower. And yet, none of them are on Hayden's side. Years later, Ian calls his daughter, Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles brightly, running to them and calling Ian, Daddy. Rage fills his eyes, thinking how dare they support the 5th Prince instead of him. He is the Crown Prince. He silently promised himself that the day he becomes Emperor, he will get rid of all those treacherous fools. While Hayden was lost in thought, the captain of the 2nd Imperial Knight Order, Oliver Raywood, called out to him from outside, acknowledging that it was already a bit late, but suggesting they inform Lord Mogren of their whereabouts. Hayden seems uninterested, reminding him that they've already discussed this. Oliver politely advises that they will need time to prepare for Hayden's arrival and begs him to be more understanding. Out of curiosity, he asks Oliver if his family is one of Mogren's vassals, and how long until they arrive at Mogren. Oliver confirms that his family serves as a vassal and informs him they are 2 days away. That said, Hayden is sure that 2 days will be enough, and allows him to inform them that he is coming. He smiles, looking down, and wants to see how those who call themselves the Guardians of the North and the Shield of the Empire prepare to receive a member of the Imperial family. In this short amount of time, although Oliver obviously doesn't much like Hayden's attitude, he couldn't do much about it and obeys his order. As soon as the news of His Highness's arrival reached Mogren Castle, Marcus was thrown into a frantic flurry of activity. He was worried and exhausted, having not received a single word, which led him to believe the prince would arrive later than expected. Seeing Roga, he urgently asked if the other families had arrived yet. Roga quickly reported that all the families were present except for House McFadden and House Raywood. He then asked about Ian's whereabouts, but the man he questioned simply lowered his head, shaking it in denial. Marcus let out a tired sigh, fully aware that the situation was descending into chaos. A few moments later, a knight announced the arrival of the Crown Prince. As Prince Hayden was about to enter the castle, a nobleman asked Marcus about Ian's whereabouts. Just then, the sound of horse hooves grew louder in the distance. Ian appeared, panting and exhausted, nearly slumping over his horse's saddle. He immediately apologized for being late. Marcus rushed to help Ian off the horse, assuring him that it was all right and that he had made it in time. The nobleman looked on in shock, staring at the young mage, who could barely keep himself on his feet. Marcus put an arm around Ian's shoulder and explained that it was customary for those who had received an imperial order to take the place of honor and stand at the front. As he finished speaking, Ian and Marcus looked toward Hayden. It had been a long time since Ian had last seen the prince, and the 3 mages accompanying him stood nearby. One of them, Cecilia, smiled at Ian, and he smiled back, even though he knew very well that she was a spy from the Coldwood Empire. Later that night, a grand banquet was held in the castle, in honor of Prince Hayden's arrival. Oliver advised Hayden to avoid drinking too much, but Hayden replied coldly that the wine was the only thing here that tasted any good. He hated the banquet as much as he disliked Ian. He asked Marcus to go back soon and get some rest. Meanwhile, Cecilia, holding a wine glass, wasn't focused on drinking. She couldn't understand why the Coldwood Empire would be interested in someone like Ian. Recently, she had received 2 orders from the Empire. First, to determine if the rumors about Ian Page were true, and second, if they were, she was to take Ian and his mother alive and return to Coldwood immediately. So, Cecilia went looking for Ian and eventually found him alone outside the training grounds, in Marcus's castle. To test his skills, she approached him silently and launched countless sharp magical arrows. The spells struck the ground, but Ian remained unharmed. Cecilia stood frozen in place, astonished. Ian turned to face her, demanding to know who she was. Cecilia raised an eyebrow, asking if he couldn't tell, and introduced herself as a senior mage from the Ivory Tower. She added that her attack was merely a greeting and mocked him for having such a short temper. Before she could say another word, Ian's expression darkened, and he called her by her full name, Cecilia Coldwalker. Cecilia flinched, surprised at the mention of her full name. Confused as to how he knew, Ian smirked, revealing that he knew exactly who she was. In his past life, it was his duty to seek out and eliminate all the Codewalkers hidden in the Empire. He challenged her to name her other companions. She begged him to stop, but Ian stepped forward, naming several spies. Yoa, the horsekeeper on Molha Avenue, Robin, the Imperial Secretary of the 9th Infantry Frontier Defense Squad, and Isabel, the governess of the Imperial Villa. He then challenged her to guess what these people had in common, although he already knew the answer. Cecilia narrowed her eyes. She conjured a fireball in her hand and launched it at Ian. The fireball exploded on impact, but to Cecilia's surprise, the flames were extinguished by some unknown force. Ian's suspicions were confirmed. Cecilia was indeed a cold walker. Before she could react, Ian calmly explained that he had come because he predicted she would seek him out. As the words left his mouth, dozens of ice shards shot towards Cecilia. Her eyes widened in horror as they closed in. Ian Page moved his hand, casting an ice spear spell, causing Cecilia to brace herself. Quickly, she summoned a mana barrier in front of her for protection. She felt the pressure mounting, sweat beginning to form on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. Ian closed his fingers, forming a fireball, and launched it directly at her. Cecilia realized she couldn't move, with her mana barrier activated, and the overwhelming force of the blast meant that she would probably die. The barrier began to crack, under the intensity of the fireball, icy fragments from the attack cutting her skin. Panic seized her as she tried to run, but was knocked down by the massive explosion. Lying on the ground, she reassured herself, thinking that she was still alive. She thought that since Ian had used all his energy with the fire blast, he must be exhausted. She also realized that help would arrive soon, but there was no concrete evidence linking her to being a spy. The others wouldn't suspect her, especially because of a child like Ian. As long as she healed first, she could deal with him later, and the mages of the tower would also trust her. Ian approached with a malicious smile, revealing his plan. He intended to make a name for himself by selling her out. Cecilia smiled, asking if he really thought that would work. Ian's smile widened, confirming her suspicion. He then added that he had proof that neither she nor the Cold Walkers knew about. Angered, Cecilia demanded to know what he was talking about. At that moment, Captain Oliver Raywood arrived, accompanied by others, and asked what had happened. Two men ran towards Cecilia, one of them kneeling to check her injuries. Ian replied, casually stated he was the one responsible. Captain Oliver Raywood, now wanting to understand the situation, asked Ian to explain himself. Ian stated that he saw Cecilia talking with someone wearing a mask, and then out of nowhere, she tried to kill him. Cecilia, her voice filled with rage, shouted at Ian, demanding to know what he was saying. Ian, remaining impassive, informed them that it was because of that encounter that he attacked in self-defense. Captain Oliver Raywood, not easily convinced, asked Ian if that was truly the reason for his actions. Ian nodded, reaffirming it was a matter of survival. Raywood then asked Ian to prove his allegation. Ian explained that he had seen Cecilia and the masked figure examining their bodies and marking them. Raywood immediately ordered his guards to search Cecilia. Panic seized Cecilia as the men accompanying her stepped forward to intervene. One of them protested, reminding Captain Raywood that Cecilia was a mage from the Ivory Tower and questioning the need to search her body. Raywood unsheathed his sword, holding it before the men. As a warning, he declared that the Crown Prince, Hayden Greenriver, was present, and everything that happened was witnessed in his presence. Whether the mages of the Ivory Tower were involved or not, everyone had a duty to uncover the truth. The protesting man raised his hands in surrender, pleading with Captain Raywood to allow them to heal Cecilia first before proceeding with the investigation. Raywood, without hesitation, turned away, saying that healing could come after the examination. His female guards took over and examined Cecilia's body. After the examination concluded, Captain Raywood asked the guards if they had found anything suspicious on Cecilia. The guards reported that there was nothing out of the ordinary. The two men, accompanying Cecilia, still agitated, yelled at Captain Raywood, demanding to know how he could suspect her. They insisted that she needed to be healed immediately. Raywood, however, turned his attention back to Ian and asked if he had lied. Ian shook his head, denying the accusation. Then, with a smile, he approached Cecilia and apologized, and placed his glowing fingers on the nape of her neck. The group watched in shock as a monoceal mark appeared on the back of Cecilia's neck. Furious, Cecilia glared at Ian, demanding to know what he had done. Ian smiled again, revealing he was curious about what she was doing with the masked. It now seemed they were checking for that very mark. Ian's mind briefly wandered to the past, remembering how cold walkers were sent to training schools with these marks that they had no knowledge of. Only their managers knew about them. Ian himself only discovered the truth after a year of interrogating a manager. Returning to the present, Captain Raywood turned to the group and asked if anyone knew what the mark meant. A man replied that it was the first time he had seen it. Captain Raywood then asked Ian the same question, and Ian responded, admitting that it was also his first time seeing such a mark. Captain Raywood, however, did not let the uncertainty about its meaning discourage him. He recognized that the mark itself was still a form of proof. He ordered Cecilia to be healed first, and promised they would interrogate her later. He instructed his men to prepare a mana prison, and they acknowledged his order. Turning to Ian, Captain Raywood added that if everything was true, the Emperor would reward him. Sitting on the sofa, Crown Prince Hayden Green River asked Captain Oliver Raywood if it was true that a child like Ian had really defeated a third-class mage from the Ivory Tower. Oliver Raywood confirmed the question. Hayden was surprised by the news, saying he never expected that a child could possess such skill. He then asked Oliver what he thought of Ian. Captain Oliver Raywood replied that, according to the mages who were dispatched, it seemed to be true Ian's demeanor and speech were far beyond those of a typical child. Hayden Green River, intrigued, told Oliver he believed he should meet Ian and speak with him personally before forming any conclusions. He then ordered Oliver to bring Ian to him. After some time, Ian stood before the Crown Prince Hayden Green River. He bowed his head respectfully and asked why he had been summoned. Hayden stood up from the sofa looking at Ian. He explained that from what he had heard, one of the mages sent by the Ivory Tower was actually a spy from Coldwood, and that she was a very skilled mage. Hayden praised Ian, saying that he believed his achievement in capturing Cecilia was significant. Ian, flattered, responded humbly. Hayden continued, saying that he would like to reward Ian for his efforts, and asked what Ian wanted. Ian realized that Hayden was trying to gauge his true desires. With this question, he hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should share his wishes. In the end, he decided to be truthful. Ian looked at Crown Prince Hayden Green River and said that if it were possible, he would like to visit the site of the old Ivory Tower. On the way to the Imperial Castle, Hayden raised an eyebrow, asking why Ian would want to go there, since there was not much to see. Ian replied that he had only heard stories about the place, and had always wanted to see it for himself. Hayden assumed that Ian simply wanted to visit a historical site. Dismissing it as a childish wish, he thought to himself that Ian was still just a child. After a moment, he agreed, telling Ian that he would take him there. Ian smiled inwardly, realizing he could get what he wanted much sooner than he expected. He remembered the old location of the Ivory Tower and the item hidden deep beneath it from his past life. It was the Book of the Dragon Tongue, which had been crucial for time magic research. He remembered finding it just a few years before his death, managing to comprehend only a small part of it. Ian wondered how much more he could understand in this life. Later, on the way to the site of the old Ivory Tower, Lady Page looked out the carriage window with excitement before turning to Ian and saying it was her first time traveling so far. Ian smiled and agreed. Wrath, sitting nearby, told Lady Page that when they reached the capital, he would serve as their guide, revealing that despite his appearance, he had lived in the capital for a long time, making a living with alchemy. Lady Page smiled and thanked him, then looked at Wrath with confusion, not quite understanding his intentions at that moment. Vice Captain Paul, the second Imperial Knight, knocked on the carriage window to inform Ian that they had arrived. He said they would be staying for 2 days, according to the Crown Prince's orders, Hayden Green River, and that they were free to explore the area during that time. Paul then invited everyone to follow him, as he would guide them to their lodging. As they walked through the village, the locals warmly greeted Crown Prince Hayden Green River. A man stepped forward, saying it was an honor to have Hayden visiting such a humble village, and that it would be remembered for tens of thousands of generations. Hayden laughed lightly, downplaying the honor, saying it was no big deal. Ian observed Hayden carefully, and noticed that the prince treated the common citizens with genuine kindness. He remembered that, in his past life, Hayden always had a dark and hostile expression, especially when Ragnar was by his side. Now, Ian saw Hayden smiling, and understood that Hayden put on those cold expressions only for those outside the nobility. He began to understand why the Emperor favored the first prince. As they were walking, Douglas called out to Ian, asking when they were going to the old Ivory Tower. Ian asked why he was so curious. Douglas explained that he wanted to visit too. After a brief pause, Ian decided he would visit the underground areas at dawn. He told Douglas they would go together tomorrow when they had time. Visibly excited, Douglas thanked Ian deeply. Seeing the two of them talking, Wrath noticed how much Douglas seemed to have taken a liking to Ian. He turned to Lady Page and asked if Ian had always been so mature, as he found it hard to believe that Ian was only 12 years old. Lady Page replied that Ian had matured much earlier than most children, because he was naturally thoughtful and kind, just like his father. She added that, although Ian had never said it, she knew he was trying to fill the void left by his father's absence, and she felt sorry for him. Attila understood, realizing that Ian was very much like his father. He then asked Lady Page if her husband had also been a mage. She shook her head and explained that Fran, her husband, was not a mage, but an ordinary man. She continued telling Attila that Fran had disappeared before Ian was born after leaving for work one day. His belongings were returned home 5 years later, but Fran never came back. Lady Page began to say something about Ian, but then stopped abruptly, dismissing it as nothing. Ian walked through the yellow grass, his mind drifting back to his past. A journey carried by the wind and the road of stars. It seemed an endless path after the Unification War, far from the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. At first, he wondered if his entry into the Ivory Tower at that time had been nothing more than a coincidence, but he soon realized it was not just chance. Something had guided him to that destiny. As he gazed at the familiar castle before him, the same one he had seen in his past life, he realized it still looked the same, unchanged by the years. He remembered the Great War that occurred 300 years ago, between the mages of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. The army of gargoyles, along with the dark magic of the Dragonians, was powerful enough to obliterate the Empire. But it was the Imperial Prince, Mitchell Green River, a high-class mage, who led the other mages to victory, defeating the Dragonians and eliminating the gargoyles, thus preserving the peace of the Empire after the war. Mitchell Green River, who had guided them to victory, refused the position of Emperor, and instead became the master of the tower, building a new tower in the capital, Green River DM. Ian now understood how this place had become a ruin, abandoned by the people over time. Approaching a certain spot, Ian wondered if this was the place. He placed his fingers on the stone, and when their tips touched, they began to glow. Suddenly, a staircase appeared before him. Slowly, he descended. Summoning a light spell in his palm, the light illuminated the head of a gargoyle statue. Ian's gaze fixed on the statue, as he remembered the surprise he felt when he first saw it. Then, without warning, the gargoyle broke free from its stone form with a deafening roar. Groaning as it fixed its eyes on Ian, Ian gritted his teeth, astonished by the gargoyle. A creature thought extinct for 300 years was hiding there. The gargoyle roared again and pounced on him. Instinctively, Ian formed a ball of ice and hurled it at the creature. The ice struck the gargoyle with great force, sending it crashing against the wall. Ian realized that in his past life, he could have easily killed the gargoyle. But now, in his current state, he needed to put in more effort. The gargoyle groaned as it leaped towards Ian once more without hesitation. Ian cast an ice spear spell, sending sharp shards of ice hurtling towards the gargoyle's body. He then raised his fingers, summoning a powerful lightning magic. The blast of electricity finally defeated the gargoyle. Ian stood over the lifeless body, muttering to himself that he had taken care of the gargoyle, and now he hoped the passage would appear. As if on cue, the ground in front of him shifted, revealing a hidden path. Ian looked down and smiled, recognizing it as the same passage from his past life. He picked up his fallen cloak, wrapped it around his shoulders, and carefully stepped forward. Soon, he found a table where a book of the draconic language rested. Smiling, he remarked to himself that he had found it much earlier than he expected. As he approached the book, he wondered if it had been hidden here by a dragon, or if it was the work of the first mage. He reached out to pick it up, remembering how the language of dragons had been mysterious even in his past life. He had never been able to fully comprehend it. If only I could understand it now, he thought. But when he opened the book, he was shocked to find it empty. Confused, he wondered what had happened. But then he realized it might be because he had already used the book in his past life. Ian closed the book, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had longed to reread the dragon language, to decipher the secrets it held. He tried to speak, but no sound came from his lips. Realizing this, Ian looked at the book and understood. The dragon language was not just spoken with the voice, it was a magical language that drew its power from mana. In that moment, Ian realized that without the dragon tongue, which had now vanished, he could no longer use time magic. Without it, he could not return to the past. A heavy sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes in disappointment. He had hoped he could go back in time, infinitely, but now he understood how dangerous that could have been. If he had not discovered this limitation, his second life had just become much more difficult to navigate. The carriage rolls through the bustling city streets. Approaching the skyline, Ian is informed that they will soon arrive in the capital. of Green River. He looks out the window, realizing they are finally entering the capital, and that he needs to stay alert. He cannot shake the thought that if Cecilia were to escape and meet with another, Cold Walker, the Coldwood Empire would begin to watch him more closely. He knows that Cecilia will undoubtedly talk about him, causing complications in various ways. His thoughts shift when a group of mages blocks their path. Captain Oliver Raywood dismounts his horse and demands to know by whose authority they have been stopped. The lead mage replies that it is by order of the Emperor, Terry Green River. He explains that a command document has been issued, transferring all authority over Cecilia and related matters to the Ivory Tower. Oliver retorts that the mage must have been in a hurry to receive the order, even before the spy had arrived. The mage smiles, closes his eyes, and says that urgent matters must be dealt with, swiftly. He then informs Oliver that the Ivory Tower will take over, full responsibility from here on out. Oliver clenches his jaw and insists that the mage hand over the sinner to the tower's leader. The mage looks back, saying that Cecilia is not yet a sinner, as the truth is still unknown. He reminds Oliver that Cecilia is still a mage of the Ivory Tower, and warns him to choose his words carefully. Oliver grinds his teeth and steps back as the other guards murmur angrily, complaining about how the mages are just swooping in to take Cecilia, even though they were the ones who risked everything to capture her. One guard complains that it is unfair, and that he will not accept it, even if it is an order from the Emperor. Ian understands their frustration. He knows the mages are not trying to protect Cecilia. They simply do not want the knights questioning one of their own. He realizes they plan to lock her away in the deepest, most secure part of the Ivory Tower's prison and handle things behind closed doors. Even if Cecilia were a spy for Greenwood, there is no way she could escape that prison. Lady Page looks out of the carriage, curious about what is happening. Ian reassures her, telling her not to worry. But as his thoughts wander, a messenger interrupts him, informing him that the Crown Prince, Hayden Green River, wishes to make a brief stop before heading to the Imperial Palace. When the carriage arrives at a mansion, Ian steps out and gazes at the building. A wave of recognition hits him. It is the same mansion he received from Ragnar after reaching the 5th-class rank in his past life. Hayden Green River asks Ian if he likes it, and explains that this mansion was granted to him personally by Emperor Terry Green River. Ian bows his head in gratitude, replying that he is immensely indebted. Hayden laughs and tells Ian not to be so formal. Ian recalls that in his past life, he was 26 years old when he received this mansion, but this time, he received it 14 years earlier. He responds by praising the mansion. Hayden then mentions that, for now, his family will stay here, but Ian must accompany him to the Imperial Palace to greet the Emperor himself, Terry Green River. Now that they are in the capital, Ian politely asks Hayden if he might first look around the mansion with his mother. Hayden grants him permission with a smile, and Ian thanks him warmly. Ian walks through the mansion with his mother. He asks Lady Page if she likes it, telling her that this will be their new home. Lady Page, surprised, asks again, to confirm if this is really their home. Ian smiles and reassures her. He remembers that in his past life, his mother had already passed away when he received this mansion. Lady Page looks around, amazed, commenting that the place is even more impressive than the Lord's castle. Ian thinks back, realizing that no matter how powerful he had become in his past life, he could never bring his mother back from the dead. He replies that the mansion was meant for royalty. As he looks around, Ian feels a sense of satisfaction. Everything he ever wanted to do for his mother and with her is now within his reach. He turns to Lady Page, asking what she thinks of the mansion, hoping that this time he can see her happy, something he never witnessed in his past life. Lady Page, amazed, comments on the grandeur of the place, but then her expression changes to concern as she asks how they would manage to clean a space so large. Ian sighs, and with a resolute smile, promises himself that from now on, his mother will not have to lift a finger for housework. Later, at the Imperial Palace of Green River, Ian prepares to greet Emperor Terry Green River. He nervously adjusts his sleeve, thinking that in his past life, he never had the chance to meet the Emperor, personally. When he graduated from the academy, the Emperor was already on his deathbed. Ian remembers that Emperor Terry was celebrated for his wisdom and determination. He hopes he can learn something from him, if possible. As he walks through the palace, Ian looks out the window towards the prince's palace, and notices the 5th prince, Ragnar, son of a concubine. He wonders what Ragnar is doing at this moment. Ian knows that, although Ragnar resembles the Emperor more than any of the other princes, he inherited his father's coldness instead of his benevolence. Ian clenches his fist, thinking of Ragnar as his former friend and his worst enemy. He wonders what approach he should take when he meets Ragnar in this life. When Ian arrives at the Golden Doors, An attendant informs him that Emperor Terry Green River is waiting inside. Ian enters the room and kneels before the Emperor, touching the floor with deep respect. The Emperor orders him to raise his head, referring to him as the hero of the North. With a warm tone, Terry Green River praises Ian for his remarkable achievements in such a short time. Ian bows in gratitude, offering his thanks. The Emperor gestures for him to stand, telling him not to be so formal, commenting that probably Ian was not taught proper manners. Ian stands up, remembering the Emperor's words, echoing something Ragnar had told him in the past, that he shouldn't try so hard because he hadn't learned proper manners. Terry Green River observes that Ian has come a long way and asks if he likes the mansion he received, referring to it as one of his royal residences. Ian glances at Crown Prince Hayden Green River, who nods with a smile. Ian silently wonders why Hayden is present with the Emperor. He smiles at the Emperor with his eyes closed and replies, saying that the mansion is so grand he could have never imagined it. The Emperor, not satisfied with just that, asks him again whether he likes it or not. Ian responds affirmatively, adding that his mother is also happy with it. The Emperor, leaning back with his arms crossed, asks if Ian knows why he had Hayden bring him to the palace, and gave him a mansion as soon as he arrived. Ian ponders whether he should be direct in his answer. After all, Ragnar, who resembled the Emperor in many ways, preferred to speak plainly. Ian considers speaking honestly but decides against it, remembering that he is still only 12 years old, and must act like a child. Ian responds politely, telling the Emperor that it's because he is a little more talented than the others and that, according to rumors, his magic is superior to most. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, asking if Ian truly believes he is the only one who thinks he is more talented. Hearing this, Hayden Green River looks at the Emperor, urging him not to question a child so harshly. Terry Green River shifts his gaze to Hayden, noting that it's the first time he has seen his son protect someone. Understanding that supporting Hayden is wise, the Emperor turns his focus back to Ian and confirms that, indeed, he summoned him here because of his talent. The Emperor continues, mentioning that even knights and mages have been praising Ian's abilities. He also acknowledges Ian's role in uncovering the spy, and states that since a citizen of the Empire made such an achievement, it is only fair that he be rewarded. He then asks Ian if there is anything he wants. Ian realizes this is an excellent opportunity to secure the Emperor's support, something he has been contemplating for some time. However, he reminds himself to ask for something suitable. For a child, not an adult, he looks at the Emperor and shyly says he would like to explore the palace. The Emperor is intrigued and asks him what he means by explore. Ian explains that he wants to wander freely through the palace, showing his mother all the beautiful things inside it. Hayden, noticing Ian's curiosity, intervenes and informs the Emperor that Ian's true desire is to see the old ivory tower. He explains that Ian, like any child, is full of curiosity, so it would be best to allow him to explore. Ian smiles at Hayden's words, and the amused Emperor agrees to grant Ian's request. He orders an attendant to give a seal to Ian. The attendant hands Ian the seal, and the Emperor explains that, as long as Ian is in the palace, he can use it to access almost any area if Ian needs help. He can show the seal to anyone for guidance. The Emperor then asks if there is anything more that Ian desires. Ian holds the seal carefully, thanking the Emperor, and humbly replies that he does not know what else he could desire. The Emperor smiles, clearly satisfied, and announces that he himself will reward Ian personally. He gestures to his servants who bring a large box of gold coins, along with several maids. The Emperor explains that the gold is a form of reward, and that the maids will be sent to Ian's mansion. To ensure his comfort, Ian looks at the maids and realizes that his mother no longer has to worry about cleaning a burden he is happy to see. Lifted from her shoulders, he thanks the Emperor once more, and leaves the throne room. As Ian leaves, he wonders if the Emperor is truly different from the others. Instead of warmth, Ian feels a deep suspicion directed at him, a feeling that reminds him of Ragnar. Looking at the seal in his hand, Ian understands that the Emperor probably acts this way with everyone. Just like Ragnar, he remembers Ragnar's favorite saying that suspicion is fundamental to ruling and managing. Determined to focus on what truly matters, Ian decides not to dwell on this feeling. After all, there isn't much time. He approaches a nearby guard and asks where the garden is. The guard looks at him suspiciously, but Ian shows the seal, explaining that the Emperor had told him to show it to anyone. Upon seeing the seal, the guard nods and tells him to follow. Offering to guide him, Ian decides he will pretend to explore the famous sights of the palace before heading to his real destination. After a while, he arrives at the Empire's sanctuary. As he looks around, Ian remembers moments from his past life with Ragnar. Ragnar had once confessed that he loved this place but was never allowed to enter. because it was reserved for the Emperor and the Empress Ragnar. Only a prince at the time was forbidden from entering, but he swore that one day he would. Shaking off the memories, Ian enters the sanctuary carefully. There he finds a guard dozing in a chair, taking a moment to ensure he isn't disturbed. Ian casts a sleep spell on the guard as a precaution, using a light spell. He surveys the room, his gaze fixed on the first Emperor's coffin. As he approaches the coffin, Ian's eyes widen. He's found it, and he's harvesting stoneheart mushrooms. When he senses someone nearby, he quickly hides behind a wall, thinking that there are only 3 descendants nearby, and that it can't be Ragnar. He peeks around the corner and sees a girl talking to a man. She mentions that few people visit this place, so the sound doesn't escape the room. As the princess, she is responsible for managing the sanctuary. Ian realizes the girl is the first prince's younger sister. Kevin asks Harry why she doesn't inform the ivory tower about this. Harry growls at him, clearly frustrated, and reminds him that he already knows how dangerous the ivory tower can be. She clasps her hands together with a smile, assuring him that the ancestors will understand her decision, since it is for the good of the Emperor and her older brother. Kevin smiles, closing his eyes, and says he will support her to the very end. He then asks if she has memorized the basic spells he taught her last time. Harry says she has. Kevin asks her to demonstrate the light spell first, but she suggests showing him monoflow instead, and a small ball of light appears. Ian raises an eyebrow, surprised to see Princess Harry using magic. Harry complains, asking Kevin why her ball of light is so small. Kevin smiles and reassures her, saying it's only because she recently started practicing magic. Watching them, Ian remembers Harry Greenriver from his past life. He recalls how she lived her entire life, like a caged bird when Ragnar rose to power and the older prince was executed. She followed her brother and silently took her own life. Ian looks at Harry, wondering why she is hiding the fact that she is also a mage. He knows that in the Green River Empire, hiding one's magical potential is considered a sin. The same rule applies to private magical education, outside of the Ivory Tower or the Academy, and Ian is sure that the mage is aware of this fact. Princess Harry Greenriver asks Kevin to teach her attack magic next time, something like a volcano. Kevin apologizes, saying that he can't even use that spell himself. Harry laughs teasingly and says she was just kidding. Suddenly, Harry turns around, confused, stating that she heard a noise. Kevin tells her to wrap it up for today, noting that it would be bad if someone saw them. She smiles, reassuring him that only royalty can enter this place. Ian leaves the sanctuary and looks at it from the outside. Realizing he discovered many surprising things today, he concludes that the reason why Harry Greenriver is risking the sin of hiding her magic from the Ivory Tower is probably because she distrusts the tower that supports Ragnar. Ian decides it's time to leave, as he has already spent enough time there. He walks towards the exit, and a guard asks if he has explored enough. Ian answers that he is satisfied, thinking to himself that he has explored more than enough. Ian arrives at his mansion and enters. He looks at Rat and asks where his mother and the others are. Rat informs Ian that Ledio Page is talking with the servants sent from the Imperial Palace. Douglas is looking around the mansion. Ian comments that it's great, and asks Mr. Rat if they could have a conversation for a moment. The Rat looks at him in confusion, but agrees to speak with him. Ian tells Mr. Rat that he needs him to create a secret potion for him. Mr. Rat asks what kind of potion Ian has in mind. Ian shows him the stoneheart mushrooms, explaining that they are poisonous. They paralyze the body and stop the heart. Mr. Rat asks Ian if he wants him to make a secret potion with such a dangerous mushroom. He acknowledges that a poison potion might be possible, but a secret potion would be difficult. Ian asks if Mr. Rat has ever heard of interrogation magic. Mr. Rat replies that he has. Ian explains that he needs a secret potion to protect himself from that magic, and asks Mr. Rat if it's possible. He says that he would need to experiment first unless it's urgent. Ian replies that it is urgent. As they are about to discuss it further, there's a knock on the door, and a maid enters with a letter. She informs Ian that the Ivory Tower has sent him a message. Ian takes the letter from the Ivory Tower and begins to read it. He realizes they are summoning him because, as royalty, they can't wait to meet him, even though it would be proper for them to wait until the official Academy enrollment day. It would be difficult to teach such a talented mage alongside beginners. The letter states that they want him to come in 1 week. Ian turns to Mr. Rat and asks if it will be difficult. Mr. Rat reassures him, saying it won't be a problem in 1 week, although he will have to sacrifice his sleep. Ian apologizes for the inconvenience, saying he will entrust the task to him. A week had passed, and Ian was sitting inside the horse-drawn carriage, holding the bottle of medicine that Rat had made. Using stoneheart mushrooms, he believed that drinking this would stabilize his heartbeat for 2 hours. As he looked out the window, he realized he was back. at the place where he had left everything behind. He spoke to himself, almost in disbelief, that he was back. Upon arriving at the ivory tower, someone informed Ian that they had reached their destination. A girl with glasses approached him, welcomed him, and offered to guide him to the master. She led him to the first floor, explaining that it was the entrance hall. When Ian looked around, he noticed the place was exactly as it was before. The girl with glasses pointed to a golden plate and asked if he saw it. Ian confirmed that he did, and she explained that the golden plate was called a mana elevator, a device that allowed people to travel between different floors of the tower. She added that the plates, the golden ones, were reserved for high-level mages, allowing them to directly reach the highest floors. She instructed Ian to step onto the plate, mentioning that high-level mages were waiting for him on the top floor. In the owner's room, after saying his goodbyes, the mana elevator began to lift Ian upwards. Once the elevator reached the top floor, Ian stood before a door as it swung open. He entered the room and saw the owner, who greeted him, expressing gratitude for accepting the invitation to the tower. Ian looked around at the other high-level mages, feeling confused, and the owner noticed his discomfort. He reassured him, inviting him to take a seat, and the owner acknowledged that Ian might be surprised but assured him there was no need to be afraid, as this was a standard requirement for all mages joining the tower. Ian sat down, sensing an underlying tension in the room, as if they were waiting to see how he would respond. Luminous text appeared above the owner's hand, and the owner began to explain that, although they knew a great deal about Ian's talents, he was impressive even without them. He mentioned that they had some suspicions about Ian and needed to clear them up. Ian listened intently. He asked if they planned to torture him, but the owner laughed and clarified that such barbaric methods were not used in the tower. They simply wanted to ask him a few questions, and he was expected to answer them. The owner began to read from the glowing text, detailing Ian's past, his year of birth, his zodiac sign, his father, Fronte Page, a traveling explorer, and his mother, Vanessa Page, who was once a servant in the castle. He then asked Ian if any of this information was incorrect. Ian confirmed that it was all true. A bald man then asked about Ian's relationship with Rat the alchemist. Ian explained that his mother was very weak, and he had sought out an alchemist to provide medicine. The Lord had recommended Rat to him, a woman with short hair, then asked why Ian had truly come to the ivory tower. Ian explained that he had read about it in books, and had always wanted to see it for himself. Another man asked if Ian remembered Cecilia, and Ian confirmed that he did. The man then demanded that Ian swear he had seen Cecilia communicating with someone in a mask, and that when Cecilia was caught, she had tried to kill him. Ian swore it was the truth. He added that he genuinely thought he was going to die. A gray-haired woman then asked Ian to swear that no one had taught him magic. Ian swore that no one had ever taught him magic, however. The woman pressed on, asking how Ian knew so many spells, such as Fireball, Spirit Summoning, and Ice Nova. She demanded a plausible explanation, not just some random excuse. Ian replied that he had simply imagined the magic, starting with fire in his palm, and one day, it became reality. To prove his point, he conjured a fireball in his hand. A man in the room cried out in disbelief. He questioned how such a thing could be possible, and the room buzzed with murmurs and speculation over Ian's claim. The master of the ivory tower, observing that even the tower's most powerful interrogation magic failed to refute Ian's story, began to consider other possibilities. He wondered if Ian could be the reincarnation of the legendary first mage. Another possibility was that Ian possessed a magical ability of such a high class that the interrogation magic simply couldn't affect him. The master studied Ian with growing interest, realizing it made no sense for such a young child to possess so much mana. He was left wondering what Ian's true intentions were. At that moment, a girl named Helene stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with fury. She approached Ian with an air of hostility, growling for the others to stop wasting time with useless questions. She demanded they ask the real question, glaring at Ian sternly. As she did so, the others tried to intervene, asking Helene to calm down. They reminded her that the master and the others were there to question Ian, but Helene ignored them all. Her attention was completely focused on Ian, and with an intense gaze, she demanded to know what he really was. Helene demanded that Ian tell them what he really was, questioning why he was spouting nothing but nonsense. Ian, looking at her in silence, remembered that, before he arrived, she was the youngest fourth-class mage, known for her aggressive nature, earning her the nickname Lady of Fire. He asked her if she didn't already know. Helene, now even more furious, demanded to know what he was talking about, and Ian pointed to the glowing text, and calmly explained that it was clearly stated that he was born in 488, and that his sign of the zodiac was a red goat. He asked if she hadn't read it. Helene, with her fists clenched in anger, shouted at Ian, furious that he dared to speak to her in such a way. The master Watching the growing tension ordered them to stop. He declared that was enough, and turned his attention to Ian, stating he had one last question to ask the master. Mentioned hearing about an accident. When Ian performed his mana reaction test, he referred to the soldier Jonathan, who had disrespected Ian and his mother, and was found dead the next day, with small traces of mana on him. The master asked if Ian had any connection to Jonathan's death. Ian immediately realized that the Tower Master was not in his position for no reason. The master's approach was methodical, always considering a third possibility. Instead of relying solely on magic, Ian understood that a normal person would have panicked and become frightened when faced with such an accusation. But if his heart rate remained stable, it would only raise more suspicion. He wondered if he should end the effect of the medicine now, or simply tell them what they wanted to hear. Since the master had stated that this was the last question, Ian looked at the master and replied that he knew nothing about the death of Jonathan. Everyone in the room looked at him with suspicion as the master asked again, pressing to see if Ian truly had no connection to it. Ian confirmed his innocence. The Tower Master closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied, and said that he always knew that Ian couldn't have been responsible for Jonathan's death. He thanked Ian for his honest answer to such a difficult question. Then the master revealed that the entire story about the traces of mana on Jonathan's body had been fabricated. In truth, Jonathan had simply tripped on a bridge and died. An irritated Ian glared at him. The master, unfazed, commented that he would love to wrap things up and get something to eat, but still had business to attend to. He asked Ian to be understanding, explaining that since Ian's talents were unprecedented, even in the tower, they needed to consider his current limits and potential for growth. The Tower Master then showed Ian a device, explaining that it was a mana battery, an essential component that powered most of the tower. The battery, he explained, currently contained very little mana, which was why it looked empty. As more mana was added, its color would change to blue. The master then asked Ian to add mana to it. A confused Ian asked if he should add all of his mana. The master confirmed, saying that, since they were trying to measure Ian's limits, he was expected to give it his all. Ian rose from his seat and walked towards the mana battery, contemplating its capacity. He figured it could hold mana equivalent to that of a third-class master, but decided that adding an amount similar to a second-class master would be the best approach. As he placed his hand on the mana battery, Ian remembered that, if he showed the expected amount of mana, he could avoid suspicion and be placed in a decent class. But then a thought crossed his mind. He wondered why he was doing this. He remembered that he was just an 8th-class mage, not a philosopher or someone who would go down in history. Still, he knew that magic was the only thing he understood, the only thing he could trust. Ian continued to pour mana into the battery, more intensely than before, reminding himself that he had always lived strategically, calculating every move. He could give up power, authority, and glory, but magic was what truly mattered. He poured everything he had into the mana battery, pushing his power beyond all expectations. Suddenly, the mana battery shattered, unable to contain the immense mana Ian had channeled into it. Everyone, including the Tower Master, stared in shock at the broken device. Ian, panting, stood there, his energy far exceeding that of a third-class master. In disbelief, Elende picked up a broken piece of the mana battery, knowing it was designed only to withstand the mana of a third-class master. She looked at Ian, her mind racing, unable to comprehend how a child like him could surpass even a third-class master. As realization settled in, Ian, still breathing heavily, slowly backed away from the scene. The sun gently touched the tower's balcony as one of the mages slammed his fist on the table in frustration, declaring that all the rumors about Ian Page were true. He wasn't just a fourth-class mage, and this meant that he was on the same level as everyone except the Tower Master. He added that Ian's reaction, when asked about Jonathan's death, was the unmistakable behavior of someone lying. The mage, his voice rising, demanded to know what everyone thought this meant. He argued that before Ian became an even greater threat, they needed to act fast and put a leash on him. He proposed that they cancel Ian's graduation from the academy and his 5 years of service, adopting him immediately. The Tower Master crossed his arms, acknowledging it would be a difficult task but agreeing that Ian's time at the academy would just be a waste. He was too dangerous for the other students. The Master raised the question of how the newcomers and young mages would feel about having a fourth-class mage as a classmate. He believed that Ian had either killed Jonathan or played a role in his death. Although he didn't see that as a major problem, he noted that the real concern was that, despite their success with interrogation magic, they could never be sure if Ian's lies would deceive them. The Master emphasized that their top priority was the tower's reputation. The stronger the mages they kept, the higher the tower's standing would be. He suggested that instead of eliminating Ian, they should accept him as the 12th high-class mage, and officially announce the arrival of a 4th-class mage. However, given Ian's talent and age, it would be better for him to receive specialized education from a high-class mage. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the Tower Master smiled, satisfied with their consensus. He asked who would be in charge of Ian Page's education. One of the mages raised his hand, offering to take responsibility. Outside the ivory tower, Ian looked out, surprised to have been recognized as a high-level mage. So quickly, a girl with glasses caught his attention. Ian looked at her and commented that they had met. Again. She informed him that she had heard the news about Ian being a 4th-class mage. Ian smiled and confirmed that it was true. The girl praised him, impressed that a high-class mage of his caliber was only 12 years old, and mentioned that all the rumors she had heard about him seemed to be true. Ian gave an awkward smile and asked what kind of rumors were circulating about him. She replied that he had probably heard them, and then informed him that she had been appointed as his support mage for the year. Ian smiled and said he was in her care, then added that she should feel free to speak more casually with him. Since she was his superior, the girl maintained a formal demeanor. She agreed that as his superior, she would take responsibility and guide him through the ivory tower. Ian thanked her, and she began to guide him inside, showing him the magic academy within the ivory tower. She explained that he was supposed to enroll today, but instead, he would receive special training from the mages, the high-class mages. Ian quickly realized what they were doing. They were just trying to turn him into a loyal dog under the guise of special training. He sighed. He was already expecting this from Herbert. As they walked, Ian glanced at his old friends from the academy. He remembered being there with them, but they had all been assassinated by a spy from Colwood. It was during the First Unification War. He never thought he would see them again. Ian smiled softly at the memory. He thought that becoming best friends with them again would make leaving difficult, but he knew he should go and say hello to them soon. The girl led Ian to a door and explained that it was his personal laboratory. She mentioned she had heard he would be using it, so she had cleaned it with magic. As Ian entered, he realized it was the same room from his past life. The girl looked at him with a smile and explained that, when the tower was first built 300 years ago, there were 24 high-level mages, but now there were less than half that number. So many rooms were unoccupied. She told him that the owner of the tower wanted him to use this room for his personal needs. She then asked him to wait, while she went to fetch the mage responsible for him. As she left and closed the door, Ian touched the furniture, reflecting that it had been a long time since he had last entered this room. He realized he had obtained this room 7 years earlier than in his past life. With his new status as a high-class mage, Ian understood that he needed to build a new force within the ivory tower. He had 6 years before Ragnar started to make his move. Under the protection of the tower's owner, Ian knew he would need a powerful force to face Ragnar, who would be protected by Herbert. Ian understood that power in the tower was based on loyalty to the owner. So if he rose above the owner in position, a time would come when he could take total control of the tower. For now, Ian decided it was better to act like a well-behaved child. He knew he couldn't even surpass the 5th class in his current form. Suddenly, Ian felt the presence of someone in the room. He turned to see Helene entering and smiled, realizing an envoy had arrived. She entered with an air of arrogance, greeting him and calling him an arrogant boy. Helene placed a hand on her hip and again called Ian an arrogant boy, reflecting that it had been a while since they had last met. Ian looks at her and wonders if she is the one who took care of the broken battery. Helene smiles and says that she can see that arrogance is just an understatement for him. She approaches Ian and says that he has probably already heard about the standard curriculum, the history of the tower, magic theory, and all the things he is supposed to learn at the academy. Helene informs him that the master wants to teach him inside the tower because he does not want the other children to lose their confidence if a monster like Ian joins them. Ian continues to listen to her in silence. Helene grabs books from the shelf and throws them, asking what the point of all this is. She says that boring stuff like this is not her strong suit, and that the old hags can teach it better than she can. Helene leans closer to Ian and asks if he defeated Cecilia. She states that she had high expectations for Cecilia, because Cecilia had made quite a name for herself in magic combat, but she ended up being a spy. Helene looks at Ian and says that he was able to defeat Cecilia. She tells him that as his teacher, she wants to teach him something. Helene explains that there are different types of mages, like a combat mage, a support mage, and a mage who spends their entire life studying spells, while all the others are just leftovers. Helene looks at Ian and asks what kind of mage he thinks she is. Ian replies that he thinks she is the first type. She straightens up with a proud smile and confirms it, saying she bets no one can beat her in that field. Helene tells Ian that she is different from the other mages, who only care about the elegance of a high-class mage. She declares that she is going to teach him her way, and orders him to follow her, stating that he has no right to refuse. Ian follows Helene to the garden. She looks at Ian and asks if he understands what he has to do here. Helene tells Ian to come at her and make her want to teach him. Ian realizes that she is no different from his past life. Ian remembers that even back then, she would annoy him by challenging him. He decides that this time, he will not let Helene start, and interrupts her. The children watch and murmur that it is a rather dangerous challenge for Ian to fight Helene. Helene glances at the children with a smile and says that it seems they have enough of an audience. She puts a hand on her hip and tells Ian to go first, stating that she will wait for him, since she is his teacher. Ian takes off his autumn cloak and asks Helene if she is sure about this. She smirks at him, asking who is worried about whom. Ian smiles and closes his eyes, saying that he will not refuse. Then, looking at the blue smoke behind Ian, Helene asks if he is planning on putting up a barrier first, because it looks like he has seen a few things. As she says this, Helene's side also begins to fill with red smoke. She smiles and declares that whatever the barrier is, she will shatter it in an instant. Ian sees the enormous fireballs behind Helene, and immediately uses his ice block spell, completely encasing himself inside the block of ice. Shocked, Helene shouts at Ian, asking if he is messing with her. She reaches out to touch it, the ice block, and says that the best he could come up with was an ice block. Helene asks if he's planning to sleep in there until he runs out of mana. Ian doesn't move inside the ice block, because the ice block is the strongest offensive magic that protects the user. But while it's active, the user falls asleep, so they can't use other magic. Helene sighs in irritation, saying she doesn't know what Ian is thinking and that she was the fool for getting her hopes up. Suddenly, everyone hears a shattering sound. The children wonder what kind of sound it is. Helene looks at the ice block in disbelief when she sees Ian looking at her from inside it. She wonders how Ian can still move inside the ice block. Helene starts to approach him, but suddenly freezes and looks at the growing vines in front of her. She curses the situation as she tries to run and dodge the attacks. She quickly realizes her efforts are useless. Her attacks aren't landing, and if she doesn't think of something fast, Ian will catch her. Panic sets in as she wonders how to get him out of the ice block. It's nearly impossible to fight him while he's casting spells from inside and moving at the same time. Without her knowledge, Ian silently approaches from behind and catches her off guard. Helene's struggles prove useless as he quickly binds her, and she can no longer deny it. He is as skilled as the primal mage they had been warned about. Desperate, she demands to be released, but Ian shows no interest in granting her request. Helene turns pale as Ian raises his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the sky above begins to rumble menacingly. Fear takes over as she realizes what's about to happen and begs him to stop. The sky flashes, and a bolt of lightning descends at Ian's command, leaving everyone around speechless. Helene, somehow still alive, lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Trembling, she watches as Ian walks away, passing through the crowd, without acknowledging their hushed whispers. Days later, the Tower Master discovers that Helene hasn't eaten in days. He is shocked, finding it shameful that she fought with a 12-year-old boy and lost. Instead of teaching him a lesson, it was Helene who learned one. The Tower Master believes that Ian is a wolf, not a dog that can be easily trained, and it will take time before he can be molded into something useful. The Tower Master then approaches the Crown Prince, who asks about the mysterious young mage, Ian Page. Meanwhile, as Douglas prepares for his first day at the academy, Ian realizes that Douglas has the potential to become a great alchemist. Meanwhile, Ian himself has already mastered everything he is learning in his private lessons at the Mafim Tower. Bored, he sets his book aside and stands up, thinking that he hasn't had a single day of rest since he returned to the past. Although Ragnar seems calm for now, Ian knows he can't afford to stand still. He will need to use this time to strengthen his body and regain his power. But he wonders if it's right to spend his time in this manner. Lost in thought, Ian is interrupted when a maid brings an invitation from the royal palace. This makes him wonder who would want to invite him. Ian takes the letter and immediately recognizes the Crown Prince's seal. However, Ian doesn't understand the Crown Prince's intentions. It's an unspoken rule that mages from humble origins like Ian are rarely invited to such events. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, who detests parties, went to great lengths to organize one. This passivity is precisely the reason why the prince heir lost his chance to get involved in politics, which led all the aristocrats to turn against him. Unlike his brother, Ragnar, the fifth prince, who was socially active and cultivated strong connections with in such matters, making it easier for Ragnar to take the throne in his place beyond politics. The Crown Prince was also known for his laziness and tendency to ignore his father's advice. Although the Emperor was the only person on his side, Ian can't quite understand the Crown Prince's actions, but hopes it's for the best, however, since he has never participated in such events. Not even in his previous life. Ian decides it's best to stay quiet and leave as quickly as possible. Upon entering the palace, Ian is impressed by the grandeur of the decorations and the aristocrats conversing among themselves. As expected, he feels incredibly uncomfortable in such an environment. The royal servant announces the arrival of the Crown Prince, causing everyone to bow in respect. But instead of giving the usual speech, the Crown Prince decides to introduce someone first. He looks at Ian, and Ian immediately thinks it must be him. But the Crown Prince surprises everyone by welcoming Ian Page as the special guest, the youngest 4th-class mage the tower has ever seen. The Crown Prince explains that the party was organized to introduce Ian to the nobles. Ian wonders if this is just a way for the prince to show the aristocrats which side he is on. However, this does not seem like something the Crown Prince would do, especially after all his previous passive behavior. The Crown Prince continues to praise Ian's debut at the Ivory Tower, highlighting how Ian has become a great mage already on his first day. He admits that when he first saw Ian at the Ivory Tower, he couldn't understand why so much effort had to be put into a country boy, but now he is proud of how incredible Ian has become. By a boy from the countryside, but now he is proud of how Ian has become amazing. Although it was his father who ordered him to bring Ian to the capital, the Crown Prince now feels a sense of pride for having done so. He then gestures to Ian, leading him to introduce him to someone else. What Ian sees next leaves him completely speechless. The Crown Prince introduces his younger sister, Haley, to Ian. She mentions that she has heard a lot about him, but since she doesn't have much time to talk, she invites him to the next luncheon to hear more of his stories. Ian politely thanks her for the invitation, but humbly suggests that his stories of magic and monsters might be boring. However, Haley expresses great interest in both magic and monsters, assuring Ian that she will send a letter so they can talk more. After bidding him farewell, she leaves. Ian can't help but notice how she looks, different from the last time he saw her in the Hall of Memories. As he watches her leave, Ian notices the Crown Prince, who is fulfilling his duties as a host despite his obvious nervousness. Ian decides it's best to leave now before he draws more attention to himself. Stepping out onto the balcony, he sees Sir Oliver and compliments his uniform. The brief, awkward moment of silence makes him realize that the balcony might not have been the best place to take refuge. Sir Oliver then starts a conversation, mentioning what he's heard about Ian's duel with Helene. Ian realizes that the Crown Prince also mentioned the same thing about his fight with Helene, and comments on how strange it is that such rumors spread so quickly, especially considering that most of what happens in the Ivory Tower is supposed to be secret. Oliver replies that a knight wouldn't survive if he didn't know how to gather information, especially in times like these. Ian agrees, understanding the gravity of the situation. Moments like this, he murmurs, referring to the way a handful of mages have dominated the Empire's military power, leaving the knights as mere ornaments without much real influence. Oliver continues, saying he's impressed with Ian, not just for becoming the youngest 4th-class mage, but also for defeating Helene, the Lady of Fire. He adds that it's obvious the Crown Prince is supporting Ian, since everyone knows how much the prince detests these social events. However, he went to the trouble of organizing one for Ian. Concerned, Oliver then asks where Ian's loyalties lie. It's widely known that the mages of the Ivory Tower support the 5th Prince, so Oliver wonders if Ian might be aligned with him. Ian dismisses the question, saying it's impossible to give a clear answer under these circumstances. However, Oliver, as the Crown Prince's knight, insists on knowing whether Ian is an ally or an enemy. Oliver Raywood is a loyal knight who has stood by the prince's side, heir until his last breath, and trusting in that loyalty, Ian decides to be honest with him. He admits that he is still not sure where he stands, but he is certain of one thing: I will never be in favor of the 5th Prince. Oliver looks around, checking if anyone heard the conversation, but Ian reassures him, casting a spell to ensure that no one else can hear them. Oliver then asks if Ian would be willing to be his training partner until he decides. Ian refuses, pointing out 2 reasons. First, he worries that Oliver might come after him once he learns how to fight against a mage. Second, there's nothing in it for him, although Oliver cannot promise that he will not go after Ian. Later, he offers him a necklace. He explains that the Queen gave it to him on the day he was appointed as the Crown Prince's knight. The Queen said it was enchanted with a spell that could clear his mind. Ian recognizes the necklace as one of the treasures that was never found in his past life. its last known owner being the Queen. Oliver offers the necklace to Ian, telling him it would be much more useful for Ian than for a knight like him. He explains that the Queen hates it, as a symbol of his duty to protect the Crown Prince at all costs. And by giving it to Ian, he feels it would be the best way to honor her, certain that she would understand his decision. Ian accepts the necklace, but as soon as he does, a sudden explosion diverts their attention upon hearing the explosions. Erupting around the royal palace, Ian and Oliver rush inside, worried for the Crown Prince's safety. Oliver starts looking for him. He approaches the Crown Prince and his sister, Haley, and checks if they are unharmed. After confirming that the Crown Prince is all right, Oliver turns to the royal guards to ask about the situation. Outside, the guards inform him that the explosions are originating from inside the palace, and that the emergency communication network has been activated. All forces are currently investigating the cause. The mention of the emergency communication network catches Ian's attention. The royal palace's emergency network connects all the night orders, the Imperial Army headquarters, and the Ivory Tower. It is the only system capable of gathering all forces when the palace is in danger. If the emergency network has been activated, it means that every Imperial soldier and mage will soon converge on the royal palace, and Ian wonders if that is what the explosions were intended to achieve. Too struck by a sudden realization, he casts a mana barrier around Haley and the Crown Prince. He then asks Haley if she knows how to inject mana into the barrier, explaining that her help would be useful. Ian goes to the maids, asking if there is anyone by the name of Isabel nearby. A maid confirms that Isabel was assigned to the Queen's castle but wanted to see the party, which confirms Ian's suspicion. It's not Isabel thereafter, it's Cecilia. The explosions were just a distraction, intended to divert attention while they move in on her. Especially now that the Ivory Tower's guard is relaxed, Ian couldn't care less about what happens to Cecilia. But he knows he must prevent anyone from discovering what she knows about him. Meanwhile, a hooded man approaches the cell where Cecilia is being held. He is surprised to find her still alive. Cecilia doesn't recognize him, but the man reveals his identity and expresses his disappointment, saying he thought she would be better than this. When he removes the hood, Cecilia recognizes him immediately and runs desperately towards him, begging him to get her out of there. But Daniel, for it is he, has other plans. Cecilia tells him she hasn't said anything. It was Ian Page who knew everything about the Cold Walkers, and even the mana engraving, which she herself didn't know existed. She adds that Ian also knew about the mana engraving, a secret that not even she was aware of. Daniel replies that this is information most of the Cold Walkers didn't know, and it wasn't until things got out of control that the higher-ups revealed it. He asks if she has anything else to say. Cecilia pleads for her life and insists on her innocence, and begging him to let her go. Daniel opens the cell, and as Cecilia steps out, her eyes widen in shock as he suddenly stabs her. She falls to her knees, blood pouring from her wound. He tells her she was locked up because she didn't know what she was doing, and that it caused quite a stir. He adds that a third-class mage like her is rare, and there were talks about rescuing her. As Cecilia lies on the floor, coughing and bleeding, and he bids her farewell. But then another voice from behind interrupts him. Startled, Daniel quickly turns and throws a dagger at Ian, but Ian easily deflects it with a slight tilt of his head. Daniel doesn't recognize Ian at all. As Ian gazes at Cecilia's lifeless body on the floor, he feels no remorse. For him, it's one less problem to worry about. Before Daniel can react, Ian freezes his leg with ice, rendering him immobile. Ian approaches and declares that he wanted to kill Daniel with his own hands. Daniel tries to negotiate for his life, but Ian cuts him off, saying he can finally avenge his friends. Daniel hadn't killed any of Ian's friends yet. At least not yet. And perhaps wouldn't for another 10 years. The ice continues to creep over Daniel's body, encasing him completely. Ian announces, calmly, that he has already decided to set things right. With a flick of his finger, the ice shatters, and Daniel's cold, lifeless body falls to the floor. Ian approaches the body and examines the mana engravings on the nape of Daniel's neck. They should be enough to get the answers he needs. As Ian stands over Daniel's body, he hears approaching footsteps. The Tower Master finds Ian standing over the bodies, but he has no idea what happened. As Ian and the Tower Master face off, the mana recording on the back of Daniel's neck begins to glow. Meanwhile, His Majesty, the Emperor, is furious with the Tower Master for his ignorance of the threats lurking within the palace. First a maid, and now the family's secretary, the Emperor, had granted the Tower Master full investigative rights to get to the heart of the problem, but seeing the Tower Master's incompetence, the Emperor loses faith in the Tower of Mafim. He announces that he is revoking all investigative rights granted to the organization. The Emperor demands that the Tower Master disclose any findings he has gathered to the royal family, the Order of Knights, and the Imperial Army, before dismissing him with little more than a curt command. To leave after the Tower Master bows respectfully and exits, a royal servant steps forward to invite Ian to approach and pay his respects to the Emperor. Ian Page presents himself before the Emperor, who thanks him for protecting the Empire from external threats. The Emperor remarks that if it were not for Ian, they might have unintentionally handed critical information to unknown enemies. Without Ian's intervention, the royal family and the Empire would have been made a laughingstock among the other kingdoms as a token of gratitude for his contributions to the Empire's security. The Emperor personally rewards Ian. He offers him the robe that belonged to Mitchell Green River, the Emperor's ancestor and the only mage in the imperial family, according to his will. The robe was originally intended only for members of royalty, but the Emperor has chosen to give it to Ian on loan, with the agreement that it will be returned when Ian dies or no longer wishes to possess it. Ian recalls the stories of Mitchell Green River, a hero of the Empire who was even appointed Tower Master for his exceptional magical abilities. Even in his past life, Ian never had the chance to see this robe. Ian does not need to undress to try it on, and the Emperor encourages him to wear it when Ian puts it on, however. The Emperor notes that it is a bit too large for him, suggesting that Ian will grow into it over time, but Ian quickly senses that the robe is enchanted with magic. He declares that he can make it fit perfectly for him. Using his magic, he adjusts the robe to his size, leaving everyone around him impressed. The Emperor praises how well the robe suits Ian, especially its blue color. Ian bows respectfully, thanking His Majesty. Later, Ian meets Lady Haley outside, who hesitates before speaking. She mentions that she would like to discuss what happened. The last time they interacted, Ian apologizes, admitting that his actions were inappropriate due to the extreme circumstances. At the time, he reassures her that what she fears will not happen again. As they talk, someone approaches from behind Ian and comments that what Ian did was incredibly honorable and brought peace to the Empire. Ian turns around and sees a boy dressed like a prince. Like an emperor, the boy praises Ian's role in the royal palace. Ian's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the boy. This is the prince walking toward him. The prince introduces himself as Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth heir to the Emperor. A sudden flashback captures Ian's attention, showing a glass of spilled wine on the floor next to a much older Ian. Ragnar stands above him, telling Ian that he must never forgive him. As Ragnar congratulates Ian on his appointment as the High Mage of the Ivory Tower, a thought crosses Ian's mind. This is too soon. Now is not the time to meet him. Ragnar invites Ian to lunch that day, but Ian's fist clenches in anger. Before he can respond, she interrupts, informing Ragnar that Ian has already promised to join her. Ragnar suggests meeting the next day, but Ian refuses again, leading Ragnar to suggest rescheduling for another time, before walking away. This encounter is happening 2 years earlier than when Ian originally met Ragnar. Ragnar is still a young prince, hiding his ambitions behind a facade. Ian decides that he will interfere in every way possible to prevent Ragnar from expanding his influence and ultimately ensure his downfall. This time, Ian will be the mastermind behind Ragnar's eventual fall. Fast forward 5 years, the Crown Prince is annoyed and frustrated with the overly complicated book. He complains about the book's difficulty. The professor tells him the book is called The Principle of Sovereignty, written by the first emperor himself. It addresses the virtues a future king must possess, as well as effective methods for ruling a kingdom. The Crown Prince looks at the pile of books on the kingdom's history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette, and decides he has had enough for today. The professor tells him his father will scold him if he misses another class, but he doesn't care. As it is, Sir Oliver's last training session with Ian, the Crown Prince decides to go watch that instead. Meanwhile, on the knight's main training ground, Sir Oliver is standing, holding his sword firmly. He thinks to himself, this is his last chance to defeat Ian in training. He grips the sword tightly in his hand and glances around. Ice spears rain down from the sky as he dodges the ice attack. The ground around him rises. Oliver runs and leaps over the mud walls. He then looks around to see what's coming next, and at that moment, a huge fire blast comes towards him. Oliver thinks, quickly raises his sword and splits the fire blast with a swing of his blade. He finds Ian on the other side of the fire blast. Oliver is determined to catch him. This time he charges forward with a sword in his hands, and finally, places his sword directly at Ian's heart. However, Ian suddenly disappears, taps Oliver from behind, and says that he did well. Oliver doesn't look very happy with his performance. All that training, and he couldn't even leave a scratch on Ian. However, Ian assures him that he aimed directly for the heart, and if he could have been hurt, he would have died. After a successful final training session, they shake hands, and Oliver thanks Ian, and says that what he learned is worth far more than the necklace he gave him. Ian tells Oliver that he has improved a lot in the last 5 years, and even he didn't know that a steel sword could split a fire blast in two. Oliver asks Ian what level he is. Ian, embarrassed to tell the truth, just said that it's not as high as he might think. At this moment, Ian is a 5th-class master, and it was only when he was 26 years old in his past life that he reached the 5th class. He is progressing quickly, but his goal is to become at least a 6th-class master. Unfortunately, Ian couldn't accelerate the growth of his body or his mana heart, so 5th-class master was the best he could achieve right now. He is just waiting for his body to fully grow. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince applauds the fabulous performance of Ian and Oliver and says that they are both the best knight and mage in the kingdom. As it's the last day of training, the Crown Prince suggests that the three of them have breakfast together, and he will have the best meal. Prepared to celebrate the strength of his trusted men, however, Ian refuses because today is also the day he finishes the Ivory Tower's curriculum and receives his first assignment as a high mage, so he needs to go see the Tower Master immediately. This disappoints the prince at first, but he tells Ian to go now. They will have time to dine together soon. Ian said he will make time for him and takes to the skies as he says goodbye and flies away. The prince looks up and says that the fact a robe his father gave Ian is enchanted with a flight spell makes him a little envious. The Crown Prince asks Oliver if he is ready to face a mage now because he saw him on par with Ian just a moment ago, but Oliver says he can't even scratch Ian, and that gap will only widen over time. However, if he were to face other mages, he is confident he could defeat them. Back at the Ivory Tower, seeing Ian grow from a boy to a man made the Tower Master feel old. Upon reviewing Ian's reports, he found nothing but praise. It was no surprise that the young mages held Ian in such high regard. He was the closest thing to a perfect mage the Tower Master had ever seen. He informed Ian that today marked his last day as an apprentice. If Ian had been a student at the academy, he would have been sent to other lands after graduation, but for Ian, the situation was different. All that remained on his last day as an apprentice was a conversation with the Tower Master. Ian politely accepted the opportunity to talk. The Tower Master congratulated Ian on officially becoming the great mage of the Empire, and handed him a tablet. This tablet would allow Ian to summon soldiers, or workers from any city within the Empire, something he would need in the future. When Ian asked if there was a specific location where he should focus, the Tower Master mentioned several places. Supreme mages were rare these days, even more so after Helene's disappearance, and they desperately needed Ian's skills. Ian was considered the best fighting force the Ivory Tower possessed, which came with immense responsibility. However, the Tower Master left the final decision to Ian, since it was his first mission. Ian recognized some of the places on the list. There was Rodmere, home to the Empire's largest port city, Fenson, known for producing the most steel on the continent, and Farig, east of the capital, where Ian had been sent in his past life after the previous mage died in an accident. Ian found Faringe particularly intriguing. The Tower Master explained that Faringe had the most urgent request. Despite sending 2 third-class mages and even the Imperial army, the monster of the prairies still caused widespread destruction. Ian received a page with details of the situation, and was asked to provide his answer by the end of the day. If he refused, the Tower Master would simply find another candidate, but Ian agreed to go. At home, Douglas was surprised to learn that Ian was going to Faringway, given its reputation for dangerous monsters. Ian looked sternly at Douglas, and his worried mother asked if it was really as dangerous as they said. Ian reassured her, saying it wasn't dangerous, and that his position was temporary. He would be back in a few months if everything went well. His mother mentioned that the mansion would be lonely without him, but Ian promised he would be back soon. Douglas, eager to help, asked Ian to take a look at his elixir, thinking it might be useful in Faringway. Meanwhile, Douglas's father suggested that he change the way he addressed Ian. Confused, Douglas proposed calling Ian brother, which left everyone in the room surprised. Ian's mother, delighted with the suggestion, seemed happy to have a new son. She even imagined that Ian must be happy too. While Douglas and his father continued to argue about how to address Ian, he took a moment to observe his family, their little arguments. His mother's laughter and the warmth of the moment made him realize that perhaps this was not so bad after all. However, he firmly insisted that Douglas avoid calling him brother. Ian is outside, preparing to say his goodbyes, but first, he plans to stop at the Ivory Tower to bid farewell to the Tower Master. Before leaving, he takes a moment to explain to Mr. Raymond about the magical traps he installed in the mansions. Mr. Raymond assures Ian that he is fully aware of the traps, and promises to protect Lady Page with his life. Douglas, noticing Ian's irritation, calls him brother but quickly corrects himself to captain. He hands Ian a bottle of elixir similar to the ones his father makes, leaning in. Douglas whispers that his version is much better, even though Douglas still has 3 years before graduating from the Imperial Alchemy Academy. Ian has no doubt that he has already proven himself to be the next Imperial alchemist. He is certain that Douglas's elixir will be highly effective. When asked, Ian said he plans to take a carriage to the capital's outskirts first, as he does not want to draw too much attention by flying. Meanwhile, Ian's mother appears, offering some snacks for his journey. She reminds him that he must finish the contents of the first container by the end of the day, as the other containers hold jerky and dried fruits that will last longer. She also packed his favorite red bean pies. Ian embraces her, assuring her he will take care of himself and be back before she knows it. As he leaves, Ian accepts that he must have faith in her safety even when he is not around. The mansion is under the protection of the royal family, and the city's public security is solid. Besides, there is the mana trap, his last resort, which can only be activated by his mother, Roteo, or Douglas. He installed enough of them to ensure that any intruder can be dealt with in his absence. That is why he is confident Lady Page will be fine while he is in Emparte. He reflects that 25 years have passed since he last set foot in Farig. Meanwhile, in Farigay, an army of monsters attacks the camp. The army captain screams orders to his soldiers, warning them not to die before they bring him the heads of 100 monsters. As the soldiers fight, another arrives with news that the supply unit in the rear was attacked by orcs that crossed the mountain. This surprises the captain, since orcs normally fight on the front lines, making their appearance in the rear unexpected. He quickly orders the mages and squads 2 and 3 to defend the fort, while squad 1 accompanies him to the rear. The captain mounts his horse, unsheathes his sword, and leads the charge. To intercept the orcs, he orders them to eliminate any orc they see despite the orcs' lack of intelligence. Their strength lies in unity, and the inexperienced and unprepared supply unit is no match for the orcs. The captain fears he might be too late as he urges his horse, racing towards the rear guard. Suddenly it begins to snow, and the gorge ahead is blocked by a wall of ice, and the monsters freeze solid. The unexpected change in weather confuses the captain, but then he spots someone standing on top of the ice wall. With everything frozen around him, the man descends. The soldiers quickly surround him with spears pointed at him, demanding he reveal himself. The calm and composed man says he was informed that they were desperate for support, and introduces himself as Ian Page, a great mage sent by the Ivory Tower, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The captain, clearly impressed, praises Ian's great victory against the goblin army from Mogra Mountain, and extends his hand to him. Lord Calhan Peric, intrigued, asks if Ian could grant him a moment of his time as there is much to discuss. Lord Calhan explains that, although the attack was expected, its scale was not. The monsters seem determined to destroy them, which leads him to believe something is wrong in the Great Plains. He went on to explain that he made 2 requests to the palace and the Ivory Tower. The first was for soldiers and supplies to continue pushing back the monsters, and the second was for a powerful mage who could end this threat once and for all. Lord Calhan expresses his admiration for Ian's power, particularly the ice wall and the great strength with which he destroyed the goblin army. Although Ian's actions have bought them some time by blocking the canyon, Lord Calhan points out that this is only a temporary solution. The Empire is at war with monsters from the other side of the Great Plains after years of continuous fighting. The soldiers are tired, and supplies are running low. If the soldiers and supplies that Lord Calhan requested had arrived, they could have continued the fight, but it seems the Empire refused his request. Now that Ian has come instead of a full army, Calhan suggests finding a more sustainable solution. Ian reassures him, saying that the ice wall will last for about 10 days, during which they can monitor the mountains for any monster that might try to cross. In these 10 days, Ian plans to investigate the Great Plains, to find the cause of the problem, and if possible, find a logical solution. Calhan is impressed with Ian's confidence but points out that even the numerous soldiers he sent in recent months returned with no results. All they discovered is that the once divided monsters have now united and are attacking only humans instead of each other. He points to the map and explains that the monsters are not only attacking the Green River Empire, but also the Coldwood Empire to the north and the Principality of Ro to the west, although some nations are less affected due to fewer access points. Most of the attacks are concentrated on the Pierre Estate, thanks to the Great Serpent Gorge, which allows the monsters to attack in greater numbers. What intrigues Lord Callan, however, is that the Aboriginal clan on the southern border has not been attacked by the monsters. It is as if something is keeping the monsters away from there while they suspect the cause of the recent unrest is in the south. The monster zones have been too overwhelming to allow them to advance and reach the lands of the native tribes. Ian realizes that the situation in the Great Plains is different from anything he has witnessed in his past life. Although there were small waves of monsters invading the Empire, before this level of invasion is unprecedented. He tells Lord Callan that he should personally visit the southern border to meet with the Aboriginal clan. Lord Callan acknowledges that if the clan leader is the King Shaman, then he might know something crucial about the matter. Meanwhile, Ian gazes at the beautiful night sky over the Great Plains. Lost in thought, he believes that the artifact, the Staff of the Great Plains, must still be in its place. The staff was once given to the leader of the natives. The King Shaman had always fascinated Ian, and he held a special fondness for it. Since birch staves are quite rare in 3 years, the Green River Empire, the Coldwood Empire, and the Principality of Ro will unite to form a joint army to eradicate the monsters. From the Great Plains, the monsters will be largely banished and wiped out, and each nation will claim a portion of the plains and their resources during that time. The King Shaman will disappear, and the natives will be enslaved, however. Something that never happened in Ian's previous life has occurred, and his return might be the catalyst for this change. Ian tells Lord Callan that the ice wall will begin to melt and break after 10 days. In the meantime, he plans to investigate the cause of the recent changes and find a way to resolve them. However, if he does not return within those 10 days, Ian expresses his confidence in Lord Callan to manage the situation. Ian flies over the Great Plains and lands on a mountain, marking the beginning of the Aboriginal territory. To his surprise, the area is strangely silent. While the north is overrun by thousands of monsters, Ian has not encountered a single one on his journey south, which leads him to think that perhaps Lord Callan was right. The cause of the change must be somewhere within these lands. As Ian walks deeper into the area, the natives immediately notice his presence. Remaining on alert, Ian calmly introduces himself, explaining that he is a mage from the Green River Empire, and that he comes in peace. The intrigued natives ask where he learned their language. Ian ignores their question, saying it is not important, and demands to meet the Shaman King, leaving the natives in shock. To the natives, the Shaman King is the equivalent of a tower master, but instead of being trained like a mage, the Shaman King is born with a mana heart and a mana brain, and is raised as a shaman, the king of shamans. Therefore, he is the rightful ruler of the tribe. Ian insists, stating that he wishes to discuss the monster invasions in the north, and that the Shaman King must be aware of the strange occurrences. The natives are offended by Ian's bold request to see their king and raise their spears against him. They warn him to leave or face being sacrificed to the spirits of the Great Plains. Frustrated by the lack of civility, Ian refuses to back down. He calmly tells them he will not leave, just because they say so. One of the natives, Maeve, attacks him with a spear. He quickly blocks with his own ice spear, cutting the weapon in half. He threatens the natives, saying that if they do not bring the Shaman King, the next thing to fly will be their leader's head. At that moment, the Shaman King appears, and asks why someone from the Empire would seek him out. Ian turns to face him, and at a glance, his eyes fall upon the staff the Shaman King is holding. He immediately recognizes the leader, and begins to explain the situation regarding the monsters of the Great Plains. They are attacking the borders of the 3 neighboring nations. However, despite traveling through the region, Ian has not found a single monster heading south. He asks the Shaman King if he knows why the monsters are only invading the northern lands. The Shaman King responds dismissively, stating that monster invasions into human territories are not uncommon, and the natives have no knowledge of why this is happening. Ian, however, can see through the Shaman King's words, and demands that he tell the truth. The accusation offends the Shaman King's people, but he gestures for them to stop. The Shaman King reveals that he has heard of the Empire's lie detection magic, and although he is impressed to see it in action, he agrees to tell Ian the truth. He recounts a prophecy that foretells the Great Plains will one day be consumed by an ocean of flames, with its light painting the land red. The natives, who have lived in the region for thousands of years, will be devastated and enslaved. Despite knowing they can do nothing to stop such a war, they cannot just stand by, waiting and hoping that the prophecy is false. Then one day, a woman came to them. She shared her power and inscribed a magic spell on the staff before disappearing. She told them that, if a stranger ever came to their lands, they could not let him leave. With a resounding blow, the Shaman King strikes his staff on the ground, and suddenly, a circle of fire surrounds the clan members. They begin to transform into monstrous creatures, and the Shaman King turns to Ian, declaring that he must die here. Ian immediately recognizes the black magic at work. He thought black magic had been eradicated and forbidden 3 centuries ago, but now it seems history has taken a turn for the worse. The natives, underestimating Ian, believe they have the upper hand, but Ian is no ordinary mage. He will not die without a fight. With steely determination, he decides to take the staff, now tainted with the Shaman King's black magic, even if he has to use force to do so. The Shaman King, unfazed, challenges him to try, confident that Ian will not succeed. Lord Perry, who was anxious, was simply seething with worry as he thought about Ian. 10 long days had passed since the mage ventured into the Great Plains, and the ice wall blocking the entrance to the canyon was about to melt at any moment. Perry could not shake the unsettling feeling that plagued him, wondering what might have happened to Ian and what would happen if the situation continued. But forcing himself to refocus, Lord Perry called for Ardo. When Ardo answered, Lord Perry instructed him to follow the plan and set up an outpost in the canyon. He told Ardo to gather all available troops from his territory, position them in the gorge, and even bring the catapult, along with the subjugation group that guards the mountain paths. Ardo bowed deeply, placing his hand over his heart, and promised to return to his group. Once Ardo left, Lord Perry closed his eyes, concentrating hard, forcing himself to draw on his inner strength. He reminded himself that he and his men only needed to defend their land, vowing to protect their territory and people. He decided to become the strongest and most steadfast shield of the Empire. With this determination in his heart, he opened his eyes, now filled with a sense of immense responsibility. When all his men and the catapult were in position, Lord Perry stood at the front, sword in hand, instructing his troops to prepare the catapult. Just as he shouted for them to be ready, a figure emerged from the mist. When Lord Perry focused on the figure, his eyes widened in shock. There, walking towards them, panting and holding something in one hand while clutching a staff in the other, was none other than Ian Page. The breathless and disheveled mage had a cloud of black smoke swirling around his head. Lord Perry shouted for Ian, but before he could understand the situation, Ian, with great effort, forbade them from touching the staff under any circumstances. Then, without warning, Ian collapsed. Perry was frantic with worry, shouted his name in despair. When Ian regained consciousness, he found himself lying shirtless in a strange room. His torso was bandaged, and he could feel the dull ache in his body at first. He wondered if he had returned to the Lord's castle. Carefully, he stood up, a wave of dizziness hitting him, and realized he had indeed returned. He decided to focus on resolving the issue with the staff first. Before Ian could get his bearings completely, Lord Perry and Ardo burst into his room without knocking, both speaking urgently. They had been waiting for him to wake up. Upon seeing them, Ian asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Lord Perry replied that he had been out for days. He asked Ian how he was feeling, mentioning that the doctor had said he shouldn't be moving yet. Before Lord Perry could continue with the doctor's advice, Ian swung his legs off the bed, declaring he was fine. When Ian asked about the staff he had brought back, Lord Perry pointed to a box and explained that the staff was inside, guarded by other mages. He added that the box was specially made with magic, similar to a mana hell, designed to protect it. Ian went to the box, and after inspecting it, he nodded in approval, thanking Lord Perry for taking such good care of it. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lord Perry asked Ian a question he was reluctant to voice. He mentioned that when Ian arrived, he was in a state where both his mana and his stamina were depleted, and if he had arrived just a little later, his life might have been in danger. Lord Perry, trying to be careful, admitted that it might be rude to ask so soon after Ian's recovery, but he couldn't help himself. What had put Ian in such a dangerous condition? There was a long, uncomfortable silence after Perry's question, leaving him anxious about what had happened in the Great Plains. Finally, Ian spoke. Slowly, he removed the staff from the box, revealing that the staff was the cause of the strange events in the Great Plains. The revelation left both Lord Perry and Ardo stunned. Ian went on to explain that the staff was imbued with black magic, and a shaman had used it to control the monsters in the area, utilizing both black magic and illusion magic. At the mention of black magic, Perry's mind went blank. He immediately asked Ian if he was suggesting that the black magic, thought to have disappeared 300 years ago, still existed. Ian confirmed that the Shaman King had received the black magic from an unknown source. Unfortunately, Ian, who had investigated the matter, couldn't track down the culprit. Ian continued, saying that after the Shaman King's death, the black and illusion magic had dissipated, and the monsters in the Great Plains began to attack the new owner of the staff. He suspected it was some kind of curse placed to destroy the evidence. He couldn't help but sarcastically thank whoever was responsible, saying it was incredibly difficult for him to return with the staff in hand, still trying to process the situation. Lord Perry asked why Ian didn't simply destroy the staff, or throw it away if it was so dangerous. Surprisingly, Ian replied that he actually liked the staff, continuing to work on it with his own magic. Perry, perplexed, asked if Ian really liked it just for that reason. Ian assented and declared that the magic in the staff had been completely purified. As soon as Ian spoke these words, he suddenly grimaced, clutching his chest in pain. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, especially his legs. The pain intensified, and Ian groaned, his confusion growing. Lord Perry's face filled with worry as he called out Ian's name, asking if he was all right. Ian, still unable to understand what was happening to him, feared it might be related to his mana heart. Then, without warning, he coughed up blood, staining his hands and chest. As Ian continued to cough up blood, Lord Perry grew increasingly worried and panicked, asking if he was okay. He urgently ordered Arthur to fetch a doctor immediately. However, just as Arthur was about to leave, Ian reassured Lord Perry, casually saying that he was fine, just shedding his skin. Lord Perry looked at him, confused, and repeated the word shedding, in a questioning tone. Ian explained that it's a process that happens when a mana heart that hasn't fully developed breaks through to a new class, so there's no need to worry. Still visibly concerned, Lord Perry asked Ian again if he was really all right. Ian assured him again, confirming he was fine, as the blood staining his hands and torso vanished into thin air. Ian reflected that, if he was right, he had just advanced from a 5th-class master to a 6th-class magician. Looking at his hands, he realized he now felt a huge wave of mana that was distinctly different from anything he had ever felt before. Lord Perry sighed in relief, but still cautious, insisted on calling a doctor to examine Ian. Ian thanked him for his concern. Lord Perry then mentioned that he might be taking up too much of Ian's time, but he had something to give him. He explained that 3 days after Ian left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower had sent him a letter. He presented Ian with a box containing a crystal ball, saying they were instructed to deliver it to him as soon as his mission was completed. However, since Ian had lost consciousness, they could only deliver it now. He extends his hand to give the box to Ian, who takes the crystal ball in confusion. He wonders why the Ivory Tower would send him a letter, but just as he's about to open it, Lord Pierrick asks him to wait. He says there's one more thing he was instructed to deliver, then pulls a letter from his pocket and hands it to Ian. He explains that it came directly from the Emperor through a knight, with written instructions to deliver it to him personally. The mention of a knight takes Ian by surprise, a fact Lord Pierrick confirms. Ian realizes the Emperor didn't send this letter through the Ivory Tower, but instead used a more direct and unreliable method, sending a paper letter by way of a knight. This method could potentially delay the letter or prevent it from arriving at all. He wonders if the Emperor's message contains something that the Ivory Tower must not know. So, he decides to read the letter from the Ivory Tower first. Ian opens the letter contained in the crystal ball and reads it aloud. As the contents of this letter may affect your current mission, we requested it be delivered to you only after its completion. It was an unavoidable decision, and we hope you understand our situation. There was a small commotion. An unknown and suspicious individual broke into your mansion, but we managed to protect your family and assets by mobilizing the Imperial troops. The mention of a suspicious person shocks Ian, and his growing panic is visible to Lord Pierrick. The letter continues. Currently, the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower are providing the best possible protection for your family. We would like to assure you that there is no need for concern. After finishing the letter, Ian clenches his fist in anger, his thoughts racing. He wonders what the Tower Master, Herbert, is doing, calling this a troubling letter. He then decides to read the letter from the Emperor. The Emperor's letter reads, "If this letter reaches you safely, then it means that both my son and I are not yet out of luck. We thank the Goddess of Fortune. I have a request. As a high-ranking mage currently on a mission, you may not have heard the news yet, but the treaty regarding the subjugation of monsters in the eastern Great Plains will take place in the free city of Demodara." Ian's eyes widened in shock. He was under the impression that the subjugation treaty wouldn't happen for another 3 years. The letter continues. Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver, the 5th Prince Ragnar Greenriver, the Master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Lyon, and the Great General of our Empire, Duncan Meados, have been selected to be part of the delegation. By the time you read this, the delegation should already be on its way to Demodara. Notably, there is no one in the delegation who is aligned with the Crown Prince. Therefore, I am requesting that you, Ian Page, a friend of the Crown Prince, go to Demodara and offer him your support. I will also invite your family to the Imperial Palace and guarantee them the highest level of protection. Ian closes his eyes, deep in thought. Regarding the letter's contents, he reflects that the Treaty of Demodara marks the beginning of Ragnar's political campaign for the throne, and it is the moment the Crown Prince's shortcomings are exposed. Ragnar's diplomatic skill during this treaty gives the Green River Empire a significant advantage, causing both nobles and commoners alike to recognize his capabilities. This marks the beginning of the Crown Prince's downfall into disgrace as his incompetence becomes public knowledge. Ian wonders if all of this is part of Tower Master Herbert's plan. Considering recent events and his own memories from his past life, the sudden changes in the Great Eastern Plains, the Sorcerer King, who received dark magic from an unknown woman, and the early treaty between the three nations, everything seems to be connected to the Tower Master in some way. The suspicious people who invaded his mansion likely play a role in trying to stop him. Although Ian acknowledges this is still just a theory, he feels they might have found him out despite everything. Ian considers ignoring the Emperor's request and heading back immediately. However, something unexpected happens. A magic unlike anything even the Tower Master could have predicted. A level of magic unrecorded anywhere in the world. A 6th class magic that only a 6th class mage can wield. Excited, Ian calls for Lord Pierrick, who reassures him, saying he is free to speak. Ian then asks Lord Pierrick if he can do him a favor. Demodara, known by many names, freedom, neutrality, the port of trade. It was a place of many faces and even greater significance. With his arms crossed in worry, Hayden, the Crown Prince, nervously asks if they can simply summon Ian now. Oliver, ever composed, tells him to calm down, reminding him that he is representing their empire at this gathering. He assures Hayden that no one here would dare harm the Crown Prince. Still uncomfortable, Hayden admits he knows this, but can't shake the feeling of unease. Hayden tries to explain to Oliver that he might already be aware, but most of the Empire's delegations, including the Tower Master, are leaning toward Ragnar's side. He doesn't like how things are unfolding, and wishes Ian were by his side in moments like these. Hearing Hayden's concerns, Oliver is left speechless. Meanwhile, Herbert, who is among the gathered crowd, silently acknowledges that the time has come. He reflects on how they have been planning this moment for a long time. He knows that Keto is likely rushing back to the capital. Now, confident in his understanding of Ian's behavior, he predicts that Ian would willingly become a traitor. Robert is pulled from his thoughts about protecting his family, his greatest priority, when he hears the people around him pointing to the sky, murmuring in confusion about what is coming. Someone asks if it is a bird, but to the shock of everyone, including Hayden, it is none other than Ian himself. As Ian lands gently on the ground, he bows to Hayden, apologizing for his lateness. Ragnar and his men seethe with rage at Ian's unexpected arrival, believing he would not be able to make it. Hebert is also stunned. He can barely believe that Ian chose to stand with the Crown Prince instead of his own family. Back at the Green River Imperial Palace, Douglas sighs in boredom, sprawling across the sofa, lamenting that he is stuck here because of the suspected intruder and cannot visit the academy or meet his friends. This, he grumbles, is making him incredibly restless. Milo, standing nearby, tells him to hang on a little longer, adding that they should be grateful to be in the Imperial Palace during this time. He acknowledges that it was a relief the Imperial Knights managed to capture the intruder before Ian's mana trap could be triggered, noting that if the trap had been sprung, the intruder would have been reduced to dust. Noticing Vanessa's silence, Milo reassures her not to worry so much, pointing out that they are in the Emperor's residence, the safest place on Earth. However, Vanessa remains pensive, clearly anxious for her son's safety. Milo begins to wonder if the Ivory Tower sent a letter to Ian as he tries to reassure everyone, saying that Ian would surely arrive soon. The door suddenly bursts open. Ian walks in, his calm demeanor confirming his arrival. He casually asks if he is late, leaving everyone in awe. They quickly rise to meet him, and Ian takes Vanessa's hand, acknowledging her worry. He assures them that they can now rest easy, as he will protect them all. The night before, in Lord Peter's castle, Ian speaks with Lord Peter, making a request. Lord Peter, eager to repay Ian for his previous help, reminds Ian how he saved both him and his territory. He promises to grant Ian any request, regardless of its nature. When Ian finally shares his request, it surprises Lord Peter. He asks for protection. Lord Peter, intrigued, asks what kind of protection Ian means. Ian explains that the magic he intends to use will place him in a trance-like state if something goes wrong. Ian needs Lord Peter to send mages to inject mana into his brain, so that he can awaken. Ian elaborates that since no one has ever reached the 6th class, the records on such magic are scarce. He remembers how in his past life, he had to gather spells and texts, ancient and unknown, when he reached the 6th class. Ian steps forward and announces that he is about to perform the magic. Extending his arm while channeling his mana, a series of magical patterns forms a circle on the ground. Then, 2 clones of Ian materialize inside the circle as Ian's real body collapses. Lord Pierrick rushes to catch Ian before he hits the ground, astonished. He observes Ian's 2 clones, not understanding how such magic is possible. This is a puppet theater, a rare spell that can only be used by mages of the 6th class or higher. The caster enters a trance and becomes a puppeteer, while the clones, the puppets, can move freely and even cast powerful spells, of the 5th class. The two puppets walk towards the door, and just before leaving, one turns back to Lord Pierrick, who is still holding Ian's real body. The puppet states that it is leaving, but reassures Lord Pierrick that Ian's real body is safe in his hands. Hayden is on cloud 9, overjoyed to see Ian. He cheerfully sings about how Ian came for him and runs in his direction, grabbing his hands excitedly, saying their hearts must be aligned, because he truly missed him. Herbert, holding his staff, approaches them, curious to know who has arrived. Upon spotting Ian, he approaches him directly, commenting that it is Ian. He then mentions that he heard from Lord Pierrick that Ian was successful in his mission, even though it was so difficult that Ian even fainted. He praises Ian for achieving a great feat for the Empire. Ian bows his head slightly, and humbly replies that he is merely fulfilling his duty as a high-ranking mage. Herbert, clearly wanting to know more, asks Ian the question that has been on his mind since he first saw him. He questions why Ian is here, since Herbert was certain that he had sent him to the ivory tower to rest. As Herbert begins to ask if Ian has heard what is happening with his family, Ian calmly explains that he received a letter from the ivory tower. However, after completing his mission, he received an imperial order to join the delegation and assist the crown prince. Immediately, Ian takes out a rolled-up letter to show Herbert, asking if he can read it for a moment. Ian agrees, handing over the letter. After reading it, Herbert, lost in thought, reflects on how he had assumed they would try everything to keep Ian away, but he never expected him to abandon his family and rush here. Herbert rolls up the letter again and comments that he acknowledges the Emperor's imperial order, but states that it would be impossible for Ian to join the delegation. Hayden, surprised and furious, shouts at Herbert, asking if he is mocking the direct order from the Emperor. Calmly, Herbert replies that it is a matter of trust between the 3 countries involved. The number of people and security personnel in the delegation has already been set, and changing that number is not an option. This was agreed upon during the negotiations. He explains that mutual trust among diplomats is essential, so how can they simply add someone, especially a high-ranking mage, to the delegation at this stage? Herbert states he believes the Emperor would understand why he cannot permit Ian's entry. Ian, however, realizes that Herbert's argument is convincing. Although the countries may not be at war, their shared history of conflict means that security and careful planning are paramount. The treaty and the venue were established based on these principles. He analyzes further that there are already 3 high-ranking mages in the delegation, including Herbert himself. Adding another, especially someone as powerful as Ian, could throw the entire treaty into disarray. Ian remarks that diplomacy is based on trust and reasonable explanations, and for that reason, he understands the Tower Master's concerns. Herbert turns to leave, telling Ian that if he understands the situation, he should return. He adds that Ian's presence in the city might cause problems for their diplomatic efforts. He says this even though he sympathizes with Ian for coming all this way after completing his mission. He insists there is nothing more he can do, and that he will explain things to the Emperor separately. Before Herbert can finish, Ian intervenes, proposing a possibility. He asks if one of the high-ranking mages were to give up their spot in the delegation, he could replace them and join. He argues that since it is a direct order, there should be some flexibility. Herbert turns slightly, preparing to respond, but before he can ask who would give up their spot, he is interrupted. The person who interrupts him is Ronan. Stepping forward, Ronan raises his hand and boldly states that he will give up his place in the delegation. The room falls silent as everyone, including Hayden and Herbert, stare at him in disbelief. Herbert asks Ronan if he is being serious. Ronan confidently affirms his decision, asking if they are not all citizens of the Empire. He continues, saying that no citizen would disobey imperial orders, even if it complicates diplomacy. The delegation's mission is to represent the Empire, which is an honorable duty. However, if by stepping down, he can help balance both the Emperor's orders. As for diplomatic relations, he will be happy to make this sacrifice. Ronald then bows to Hayden, stating that he will now pass his sacred mission to Ian Page, and asks that Hayden grant Ian the chance to take his place. Hayden, still processing the situation, agrees to Ronald's request. Expressing his admiration for Ronald's loyalty to the Empire, he orders Ronald to prepare to return to the capital, safely. Ronald bows again, thanking Hayden for his grace. Ronald then turns to Ian, saying that he is entrusting his mission to him. He asks Ian to ensure he completes the task without fail. Ian, genuinely grateful, thanks Ronald for his trust. Ronald is a high-ranking mage, and based on Ian's memories from his past life, he was one of the few decent mages. Although Ronald is known for his unyielding nature, his loyalty is not to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. It is rooted in his own belief in the power of magic. Ian reflects that, in exchange for teaching Ronald some powerful spells that not even Herbert knows, Ronald easily shifted his loyalty to Ian's side. Ronald bows one last time, stating that since a high-ranking mage, who is not part of the delegation, is in the city, as Herbert said, this could cause diplomatic problems. Herbert, seething with rage, thinks to himself how he initially underestimated Ian, assuming he was just a clumsy boy, but now it is clear that Ian has already established himself in the Ivory Tower. Herbert glares at Ian, who is clearly ignoring him, and silently vows that he will not let someone like Ian ruin his long-held plans to transform the Empire into the Empire of the Ivory Tower. Meanwhile, the crowd is in an uproar with chatter, and Ragnar, who has been watching in silence, continues to fix his gaze on Ian, possibly already planning his next move. Demerara is a city known for its neutrality and independence, not aligning with any specific nation, recognized as the diplomatic bridge between three powerful countries. It has been a symbol of freedom and neutrality for over a century. As the delegations begin to arrive for the treaty discussions between the three countries, the 19th Mayor Goldwyn welcomes them warmly. Hayden, curious about the arrangements, asks where the other delegates are staying. Goldwyn informs him that each delegation has its own VIP mansion, designated, pointing to a luxurious building where the delegates from Green River will be staying. He also gestures towards another impressive mansion, explaining that it was reserved for the Crown Prince, a private space for the most important guests. Hayden, observing the grand mansions, comments on their magnificence. Turning to the Tower Master, he asks if there are any more events scheduled for the day. The Tower Master replies that nothing is planned until the treaty discussion itself. Hayden, satisfied with the situation, orders everyone to rest, and then addresses Ian to follow him as he plans to leave. Ragnar, observing the interaction, pulls the Tower Master aside. As soon as Hayden heads to his mansion, Ragnar leads the Tower Master to his room and begins to speak. He assures the Tower Master that he will not hold him responsible for the events that occurred recently, but expresses concern about the magician Ian, who has been very close to his brother. He admits to feeling uneasy about it. The Tower Master listens attentively before replying, saying that, although Ian is truly powerful in magic, the upcoming treaty discussions require diplomacy, not magic. He reassures Ragnar that Ian will not be able to contribute much to the meeting, as he wouldn't get a chance to speak even if he had something important to say. High-ranking mages, he claims, are nothing more than accessories in such a diplomatic event. The Tower Master continues to assure Ragnar that, as planned, he will be the one responsible for leading the treaty discussions. This calms Ragnar down a bit, and he sighs, acknowledging that there is little he can do about Ian even though he bothers him. He admits to the Tower Master that he tried repeatedly to win Ian over as an ally but failed every time. However, Ragnar warns that leaving Ian to his own devices will only lead to bigger problems in the future. He gives a firm order to the Tower Master, expecting him to take care of Ian as soon as possible. The Tower Master bows respectfully, promising that everything will happen according to the Fifth Prince's wishes. Meanwhile, Hayden is sitting in his room, admiring the artifacts around him. He casually mentions how he heard that the night streets of Demidara have great performances, and how there will be much to see and enjoy. He turns to Ian and Oliver, suggesting that, since they need to go out in secret, they should buy some clothes to blend in. He asks Oliver to run some errands, but Ian interrupts him. Hayden, surprised by Ian's sudden seriousness, asks what's wrong. Ian stares at him for a moment and sighs, asking if Hayden is aware of the situation he is in. He reminds Hayden that he is not just the prince, heir of the Green River Empire, but also the key figure in the treaty negotiations. He tells Hayden firmly that he is not here to play around and must abandon any idea of going out. Hayden, trying to downplay the seriousness, responds weakly that there is still plenty of time before the treaty discussion. Ian, frustrated, retorts that the preparation must begin now. Hayden looks at Oliver, who nervously averts his gaze. Ian continues, explaining that the first speaker for their delegation will be Hayden, and if he fails to speak, the Fifth Prince will take his place. Hayden mutters that his father mentioned that, and Ian reassures him, saying that if that happens, the Fifth Prince will take control of the discussions. Hayden, shaking his head, insists that he doesn't want that to happen, but admits that he feels unprepared. He confesses that the topics of military strength, commodities, lands, and the distribution of slaves are far beyond his knowledge. He feels he has no one to support him, and that no one would want to help him either. Looking up at Ian, Raiden asks if it wouldn't be better to remain silent than to risk humiliating himself. Ian, seeing that Raiden is giving up, reminds him that this is precisely the attitude that will allow Ragnar to win. He emphasizes that Raiden is the only piece on the board capable of dealing the biggest blow to Ragnar's plans. Ian assures him that it's vital for Raiden to take the lead in the discussions, as it is his chance to prove himself. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of papers filled with crucial notes begin to swirl around the room. Ian walks towards Raiden, stating that the Emperor specifically instructed him to help and support the Crown Prince. This is Raiden's opportunity to achieve something on his own. Ian continues, explaining that his orders are to ensure the 5th Prince doesn't steal this opportunity from Raiden. He intends to help him take control of the treaty discussions by preparing him completely. With another snap, the doors to the room automatically lock, and Ian makes it clear that from this moment until the treaty discussion, Raiden must memorize everything. 1 week later in Demodera, as the day for the three-nation treaty discussion approaches, the delegations begin to arrive at the main hall. Ragnar, without turning around, casually asks the Tower Master if it's true that his older brother has been inside the mansion all week, without leaving, and if something has happened to him. The Tower Master replies that this was also worrying him, so he placed the mansion under surveillance, where the Crown Prince is staying, but nothing unusual has occurred. He adds that Raiden is only seen occasionally in the garden, looking extremely tired. At that moment, Raiden, along with Ian and Oliver, approaches from the other end of the hall. Ragnar greets him with a smile, asking if he had a good night's rest. Raiden frankly replies that he did. Ragnar, smiling again, says he is happy to hear that. When Raiden doesn't respond, Ragnar, still smiling, mentions that he will go to the conference room with the delegation first, and passes by them. Ian looks at him for a moment, before turning back to Raiden, who remains standing with a tense expression. Ian reassures him not to worry, reminding him that he has already done everything he could during the past week to prepare for the treaty discussion, and that Raiden will be the one to lead. Raiden listens, and after a brief pause, he looks up with a determined expression and offers Ian a smile. In the conference room, Mayor Neville introduces himself as the one responsible for arbitrating the treaty discussion. He states that he is the 19th mayor of Demodera and will oversee the proceedings, ensuring that all details of the discussion are recorded. The delegations take their seats around a round table, and Neville continues, asking them to keep their words in mind as the meeting begins. The first to speak is Max Alban, the successor of the Duke Ben family and an authority figure, representing the Principality of Ro. He mentions the difficulty in obtaining troops and supplies, due to the narrow and dangerous roads leading to his principality. He continues, stating that they are requesting elite mages and knights instead of common soldiers, and money instead of goods, an agreement that has already been made with the Coldwood Empire. He quickly clarifies that, if the Green River Empire has any objections, they are prepared to restart the discussion. Ian reflects on the fact that the first topic to be addressed is the subjugation force. He looks at Hayden and encourages him to speak as they rehearsed. Just as the 5th Prince is about to begin his speech, Hayden interrupts, announcing that the person responsible for military affairs will be his empire's undefeated general and commander, Sir Duncan Miltos. He entrusts the matter to Sir Duncan. Ian wonders if the 5th Prince is the one in charge, but Hayden reassures everyone that with an expert like Sir Duncan present, there is no need for further discussion on the matter. He turns to Sir Duncan and directly asks for his opinion. Sir Duncan humbly agrees to take responsibility and shares his thoughts on the Principality of Ro's request. Ian observes the exchange and thinks that this is a good strategy, and as long as they continue this way, the discussion will flow smoothly. The conversation progresses as each delegation presents its opinions, and the young leaders continue their negotiations. As the discussion nears its end, Crown Prince Hector Coldwood, of the Coldwood Empire, speaks up. He states that dividing the land into 3 parts, without any careful planning, especially with borders so close to one another, is making a fair division of the land difficult. He points out that the quality of natural resources and the land varies across the vast territory, and while some nations might find a treasure, others could end up with worthless land. He explains that some countries will inevitably face losses, which could lead to serious conflicts. He suggests that while feeling bad is a gentle way to put it, in reality, this could potentially trigger a war. He observes the passive expressions around the conference table, and reflects on how this is the most critical point of the treaty discussion, the division of land and natural resources after the subjugation. Hector concludes by saying that the Coldwood Empire does not seek conflict and is content as long as peace can be maintained for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. He urges anyone with a good proposal to speak up, suggesting they should enjoy their shared resources, without harboring ill feelings. Ragnar looks at the Tower Master and nods, prompting him to speak. However, Hayden interrupts once again, confidently declaring that he knows a method. All eyes turn to him as he smiles, stating that his solution is foolproof. Hayden announces that he has a method, and after a brief silence, the chairman asks him to share what's on his mind. Hayden begins by mentioning the Empire's ivory tower, but quickly corrects himself, saying that it's actually their new magic tower that has developed a new magic. This magic allows them to detect and roughly quantify minerals buried over a specific area. This revelation shocks both Ragnar and the Tower Master, who look at Hayden in disbelief. The Tower Master is stunned, wondering how Hayden could know about this. Maxwell quickly asks if it's true, and Hayden confirms. He then explains that they must have heard rumors about the mage behind this magic, and introduces the Empire's youngest high-ranking mage, Sir Ian Page, the creator of this magic. As the room fills with questions, the Tower Master wonders if Hayden had the same insight as him, that the magic for detecting minerals would be crucial for the treaty discussion. He looks at Ian, trying to understand how he could have grasped the crux of the discussion. Hayden continues, explaining that they plan to use this magic to create a resource map, as they need to determine the value of the land. The completed map will allow them to divide the Great Plains into parcels, for the countries based on specific requirements. Although the borders might not be perfect, this land is meant to be farmed and mined for generations. Ragnar stares intently at the Crown Prince, but the chairman states that there is no better solution than this. Hayden concludes his explanation, stating that this is all he has to offer, and then sits down again. Outside, Oliver is waiting as Hayden calls out to him, with Ian following behind. Hayden excitedly tells Oliver that he should have seen how he turned the meeting on its head. He laughs at how Ragnar's and the Tower Master's expressions were priceless, expressing regret that Oliver wasn't there to witness it. Hayden sighs and says he'll tell Oliver the details later, but for now, they should get a drink and take a walk around the city. He turns to Ian, asking if he will join them, noting that he won't get many chances like this again. Ian nods his head, making Hayden smile brightly, as he probably expected Ian to refuse. He pats Ian on the shoulder, encouraging him to accept the drinks Hayden is offering now that he's almost an adult. Hayden assures Ian that he will personally teach him how to drink. At that moment, Ragnar approaches and addresses the Crown Prince. He gives a slight bow, praising Hayden for his impressive performance, and saying that he learned a lot from him. Hayden hesitates, then smiles candidly, expressing his happiness at hearing this. He adds that he also hoped to learn a lot from the treaty discussion, and encourages Ragnar to keep improving. He even offers to give advice, whenever necessary. Ragnar grits his teeth and walks away. Hayden turns to Ian with a radiant smile, declaring that today is truly the best day of his life. He suggests they make up for last week's moderation, and make the most of today. He tells Oliver to feel at ease as well, as he looks to Ian for confirmation. Something catches his eye. His expression changes rapidly as he asks Ian, with urgency, what is happening with his hands. Everyone looks at Ian, who glances down and sees his hands slowly disappearing. Ian calmly explains that his limit has been reached. Hayden orders Ian to explain, in a way he can understand, but Ian simply apologizes, and says he'll have to take Hayden up on those drinks at the Imperial Castle, as his body continues to fade. Hayden tries to talk to him, but Ian says he will explain everything at the Imperial Castle. Then Ian vanishes completely, leaving everyone in shock. The Tower Master clenches his fists, realizing it was a clone all along. He is bewildered, thinking that clones shouldn't even exist. Yet, Ian managed to accomplish everything with one. Everyone had been completely fooled by Ian. Page, one of Sir Ian's servants, brings his food while he is still sleeping. Lord Fahrenheit tells the servant to set the food aside, as Sir Ian is resting. It had been several days since Ian had slowed his metabolism with his magic, and it was becoming clear that he was growing weaker. Lord Fahrenheit felt the need to call a mage to wake him, but before he could do so, Sir Ian stirs and says there's no need for that. Lord Fahrenheit then asks him how he is feeling, whether he's okay or not. Sir Ian, being honest, admits that he is not feeling well. He has a headache and can barely move. Lord Fahrenheit grows concerned and suggests calling a doctor for him, but Sir Ian refuses, saying he just wants food because he is very hungry. As Sir Ian prepares to leave, Lord Fahrenheit asks him if he is sure he doesn't want to stay for one more night, even understanding that Ian must be busy. Sir Ian refuses, saying he is the one who should be grateful, as he did nothing more than his duty as a high mage, just as any other high mage would have done. But Lord Farrig disagrees, although it's true that other high mages would have driven out the monsters. They would have simply done that and then left, and nothing more. Lord Farrig reflects on the first time he met Ian, admitting he had his doubts about what a young boy could do against such a large army of monsters, but Ian proved him wrong in just 10 days. Ian achieved what Lord Farrig himself couldn't in years. He solved the problem. This alone showed that Ian possessed something no one else had finally. Lord Farrig mentions the oath, telling Ian that he heard Lord Morgan of the North swore the oath of the honored guest to him 5 years ago. Now he wishes for the East to swear the same oath to Ian as well. Ian is caught off guard by Lord Farrig's casual approach to the matter, but Lord Farrig's faith and affection for him are clear. Lord Farrig asks for Ian's permission, hoping he will agree with the idea he wants to name Ian as his guest of honor. Not out of a desire to repay a favor, but because it is something Lord Farrig truly wants. Ian, the Empire's only 6th-class mage, would be the guest of honor in Lord Farrig's lands, a gesture born from Lord Farrig's own will, not because he expects anything in return. He is confident that neither he nor Ian will regret it. And yet, he isn't sure if swearing a vow meant to last 1,000 years should be something done. So spontaneously still, he has no intention of refusing it. Lord Farrig proceeds with the formalities for the 1,000-year oath, reassuring Ian that it won't take long. His family will always welcome Ian, no matter when he visits, and they promise to always be at his service if he ever needs help. From the East he wishes for the oath to last for generations. On both sides, and with a bit of embarrassment, he swears by the easternmost stream of the Emerald River. Ian can't help but think how simple and good it would be if they could just say the oath is done and over with, but as it is, he looks forward to a brighter future alongside Lord Farrig. Lord Farrig asks Ian to let him know whenever he plans a visit, as he wants to show him what a true Eastern party is like. Ian agrees, feeling the weight of how much has happened in such a short time. Afterwards, Ian reflects on the unexpected gift he received and the next steps ahead. He needs to find the person who enchanted the staff and discover how they managed to bring back black magic after 300 years, all while knowing that there are many questions waiting for him. Back in the capital, Ian returned home, and as soon as he entered, his mother ran to him. Visibly worried, she asked where he had gone, as he had disappeared without a word, which made her worried. Her astonishment grew when she saw how weak and thin Ian was, and she immediately became even more concerned. She questioned him, asking what he had done to himself. She even thought that Lord Farrig didn't know how to take care of someone who had traveled so far to help him. Her heart broke seeing him in this state, and Ian reassured Anna, saying it was a long story, but he would be better soon. He handed her a communication sphere, made of mana crystals, that he had commissioned from a workshop. On her way back, this device would allow her to communicate with him at any time, even if he was in the city. He also apologized for frightening her, and promised not to disappear like that again. Douglas, who was watching, asked about the magic Ian had just displayed. He explained that he had learned many types of magic at the academy, but he had never seen anything like it. He was curious about how Ian could be in Demeterra, and at the castle at the same time, asking if it was some kind of mirror trick or a life-size doll. Ian, smiling, asked Douglas to ask one question at a time. He explained that it was one of the advantages of being a mage, a 6th-class one, which left Douglas confused. If Ian was a 6th-class mage, that meant his class was higher than that of any other mage in the Empire. Ian reassured him, saying he was still the same Ian Page everyone knew. Douglas, unshaken, told Ian that he was going to try a potion he had made that morning, and invited Ian to join him. Ian refused, explaining that, although he would have loved to, he had another invitation. He headed to the location, feeling a little uncertain, as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. However, as soon as he arrived, people began to welcome him warmly, saying that the celebration had been prepared just for him. They asked him to sit down and handed him a drink, congratulating him on becoming a 6th-class mage. They mentioned with pride that they had the best wine from the royal castle just for this occasion. Ian, who had rarely drunk wine in the past, decided to give it a try. He took a glass, drank it all in one go, and surprisingly, he liked it. The group, noticing, mentioned that His Highness should know about what happened in Demeterra. Sir Oliver served him another glass and advised him to go slower, joking that if he drank too much, he might accidentally destroy the entire building with a magic projectile. Ian was surprised to see His Highness being so informal with his knights, and asked Sir Oliver if this was really appropriate. Sir Oliver smiled and explained that all the men in that room had sworn loyalty to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and therefore, they could be trusted. Ian seemed a bit confused, leading Sir Oliver to observe that Ian probably didn't have many friends. Given his cautious demeanor, he then recalled their first conversation at Mogrian Castle, when Ian captured Cecilia, who turned out to be a spy. Sir Oliver also remembered that even though Ian had just fought a 3rd-class mage, Ian didn't seem exhausted. This made him realize that Ian was very skilled at hiding his feelings, almost like a veteran trained for years to show no emotion. This made him think how insidious that boy could be. Oliver then noted that Ian probably had no friends to talk to. He laughed, saying he had an eye for character. Ian, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sadness. He agreed, but also mentioned that there was someone he once considered a friend, although their ending wasn't so great. Sir Oliver, intrigued, tried to find out what kind of person Ian's friend had been and reflected on his 5 years of training with Ian and said that whenever they talked like this, it felt like talking to a middle-aged man, not someone his age. Ian smiled and acknowledged, "Sir." Oliver's keen eye for character, he then joked that he was actually turning 48 that year, and that he had been using magic to maintain his youthful appearance. Laughing at the absurdity of it, he reminded, "Sir," Oliver of his earlier comment about him being an insidious little boy who sometimes took his jokes too seriously. Ian asked for forgiveness, and Sir Oliver, with a smile, forgave him being the bigger man. They both laughed. Ian found it very kind of Sir Oliver. Ian went out to get some fresh air, feeling his head heavy from the alcohol. He wasn't used to drinking so much. It was then that the vice captain appeared. Ian, a little surprised, asked what he was doing out there. The vice captain explained that he was hiding out to get some air since he wasn't much of a drinker. In fact, his face would turn red with even a single glass of wine, and Ian nodded. Mentioning he was out there for the same reason, he admitted that parties like these weren't really his thing. The vice captain then shared a story about Paul Lenz, the vice captain of the 2nd Imperial Knight Order. In his past life, Paul had been the second best swordsman in the Empire. He came from humble origins, but his sword skills and loyalty earned him his current position, gaining the trust of the Crown Prince and the captain. The vice captain changed the subject and asked Ian about his first time drinking, and Ian shrugged, noting that it wasn't too bad, and that he had actually enjoyed himself for the first time in a long time. The vice captain smiled and thanked Ian, saying that his presence had managed to transform the serious captain, an old man, into some kind of chatterbox. He also mentioned that he hadn't seen His Highness so happy in years. Ian appreciated the compliment but replied modestly, saying that he was destined to become a great leader. All he was doing was giving a little push in the right direction. Seeing the captain happy made Ian feel a little closer to him. It was then that the vice captain received a call from inside. It was His Highness complaining that if the vice captain didn't serve him a drink, he would get rid of him. The vice captain apologized, saying that he needed to go back inside. Alone, Ian stood there, thinking about how the memories of his past life would no longer be of any help. The choices he had made had brought significant changes, and these changes would eventually lead to a new ending for his story. In that moment, he realized there was no way to predict how things would unfold, and all he could do was protect those he loved. Inside, His Highness questioned the Tower Master about the plan. The Tower Master reminded him that the goal was to eliminate Ian, and the usual answer was, "Please wait until I turn him into a useful weapon for us." His Highness was getting frustrated, feeling that Ian was always in his way. The Tower Master apologized, explaining that perhaps he had been too cautious. Who could have imagined that the young man would achieve such prominence so quickly? He promised there would be no more delays, and today would be the last time His Highness would have to wait. The Tower Master then introduced Helene, asking her to show respect to her prince. His Highness confirmed that she was the great mage, who had disappeared a few years ago. Helene uncovered her face and expressed how honored she was to finally meet him. The Tower Master reassured His Highness not to be alarmed, emphasizing that she was human and, above all, loyal. She would give her life at the snap of his fingers, if that were His Highness's wish. The Tower Master then explained that Helene practiced the forbidden art of black magic. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before Ian would be forced to kneel before them. The Tower Master assured His Highness that there was nothing more to worry about. The only thing left was for him to claim his rightful place on the throne. Herbert Lyon called for Marco, and when Marco entered, he looked confused, as if something was wrong. But the Tower Master wasn't worried about that. Instead, he was remembering the first time he saw Marco, more than 20 years ago. Back then, Marco was nothing more than a baby, so small that he probably wouldn't even remember the moment. However, Herbert remembered it clearly. An abandoned baby, wrapped in rags, smiling at him. He watched Marco turn over and stand up on his own for the first time, and seeing him grow over the years filled him with joy. Herbert even admitted that watching Marco grow up was so rewarding that sometimes he forgot his own obligations. He marveled at the fact that the baby, besides possessing innate talent, had the determination to become a successful mage. This surprised him. The Tower Master wanted Marco to know how proud he was of him. A humbled Mark thanked him, attributing all his success to Herbert's generous support. Wanting to repay Mark in some way, Herbert was willing to do anything he asked. However, he had called him there that day for a favor. If Mark had no plans that night, Herbert asked if he would visit him at his mansion. Mark agreed. Adal received Ian Page, the youngest High Mage of the Ivory Tower, with a certain cordiality. Ian, however, was confused as to how Adal knew who he was. In their line of work, there wasn't a soul who didn't know Ian's name. Adal thanked Ian for visiting his humble residence but quickly got straight to the point, asking what had brought him there. Ian, reassuring him not to worry, explained that he was just another client looking to buy information. Specifically, Ian wanted everything Adal had on black magic. Adal, a little surprised, commented that he thought someone like Ian would already know more about black magic than they did. Ian clarified that he was after something that might seem insignificant or absurd. Adal understood exactly what Ian was looking for. What Ian wanted was related to something they had recently investigated, and it seemed he had arrived at just the right time. Adal then asked Ian if he was familiar with the Order of Dragons. Ian confessed that he knew about them, one of the many cults in the Empire that worshipped dragons as gods, although no one knew for sure how old the cult was. It was clear they had existed for more than 100 years. The Order of Dragons originally started as a religious group in a small village. According to the grave robber, who claimed to have met the last descendants of the dragons, the group was led by a lord who wanted to spread the new truth with superhuman powers. At first, no one believed him, thinking he was an imposter. But as time went on, more and more people came to believe in the order. And now, no one knew exactly how many followers or leaders there were. Everything about them was shrouded in secrecy. And while rumors circulated, including claims of resurrecting the dead or brainwashing people, nothing concrete had ever been revealed. Adal wasn't sure if the descendants of dragons really existed, but considering the rumors and the fragmented information they had gathered, one possibility seemed more likely. He was sure that the Order of Dragons was affiliated with black magic. Recently, some of the most renowned families in the Empire were found to have connections with the Order. This suggested that their black magic required resources beyond mana or non-human entities, and the Order had the connections to acquire these resources. The Order was highly exclusive, with only a chosen few allowed to join, which made it difficult to identify all its members. But who would be more interested in controlling people through brainwashing than those in power? This was all the information Adal could give Ian for now. Since his investigation was still ongoing, however, he promised to send a letter to Ian. If they discovered anything useful, Ian thanked him and encouraged him to continue the investigation later. Ian reflected on what he had learned. He had never heard of the Order of Dragons in his past life. And if they had existed for more than 100 years, surely he should have known their name. His thoughts wandered to the Shaman King, whom he met on the Great Plains, who used a staff imbued with dark magic. Ian had no physical evidence to support his intuition, but he felt that the Tower Master Herbert must have known that the changes in the Great Plains were linked to dark magic, or perhaps, even that, Herbert was directly involved with the Order of Dragons. Ian also wondered if the changes in history already existed before his rebirth. The discrepancies between his past life and his current one were becoming more apparent. He couldn't help but wonder if this was due to his use of Draconic, the language of dragons, or if it was because he had gone back in time. He felt as if he had opened a box of secrets he shouldn't have. And with everything that was happening, he realized how much was still unknown to him. This meant he had to be prepared for anything. The Tower Master Herbert felt bad for calling Marco at such a strange hour. But it wasn't really a problem for Marco. Instead, he was more curious about the favor that Herbert wanted from him. The Tower Master insisted that it must remain a secret, and asked Marco to follow him somewhere. Herbert picked up a book, and when he opened it, a hollow space appeared, offering a passage for them to go through. He asked Marco to go first, and the Tower Master followed him. Upon entering, they found themselves in a huge prison-like cage, where several people were being held. The Tower Master referred to them as raw material, which angered Marco. No matter what they were used for, they were still people, weren't they? Marco's eyes landed on Chris, someone who died during one of his practice sessions. Herbert explained that many of the mages in the cage had similar experiences, having died during their duties, either in accidents or from illnesses. There were also sorcerers from outside the Empire, and the non-sorcerers had been chosen from the back streets, chosen to fail. Herbert continued to tell Marco that he had saved these people from mockery and embarrassment by turning them into something useful. They were ingredients for a greater cause, the Ivory Tower's empire, he reassured Marco, saying that he wouldn't end up like them because Marco was like a son to him under the influence of Herbert's hypnotic power. Marco was asked who he thought Herbert resembled. He replied that it was the master of the tower, of the Green River Empire, Master Herbert Lyon, and introduced himself as Marco, the second-class mage of the Ivory Tower, also an assistant mage to Master Herbert. Then, he ordered Marco to cut off one of his pinky fingers with a dagger. Marco did as instructed, and blood splattered everywhere. The master of the tower, relieved, finally felt he could call Marco his son. Later, 3 people were discussing the situation of Master Herbert. They noticed he was becoming increasingly busy dealing with Ian, the youngest 6th-class mage, which must have put a lot of pressure on him. The girl in the blue dress told the others that, from now on, the master of the tower would serve the 5th prince, while Ian would serve the crown prince. The two would become the pillars supporting the tower, each serving different members of the royalty. the three continued to discuss whom they should serve, understanding that it was just about taking orders and following them. Marco knocked on the door and entered Ian's room, bringing him what he needed. Marco handed the books to Ian. Ian looked at him, and then asked about the health of the master of the tower. Marco casually replied, saying he was just feeling unwell. But when Ian's eyes shifted to Marco's hand, he couldn't help but notice something strange. When he asked about it, Marco lied, claiming he had a little accident during his training sessions, and insisted it was just a minor injury, so Ian shouldn't have been worried. But something seemed wrong with Marco. The man who had always been frank and open when they were alone was now acting distant, and Ian couldn't shake the feeling that Marco was behaving like a completely different person. Perhaps Marco was trying to keep his distance because of how Ian now resembled his former self and was speaking with his voice. This had all been happening since the Tower Master went on vacation. Trying to put the pieces together, Ian reminded Marco of their past in Mogrian, where they first met. Ian had been dispatched there, and if it hadn't been for Marco's help in eliminating the goblins that attacked Lord Mogrian, Ian would have been severely injured. Marco agreed, saying he remembered it, but he seemed anxious to leave. Seeing his strange behavior, Ian stopped him, questioning why Marco was acting so strangely. Marco insisted that he just remembered the past differently, claiming that their encounter, during the goblin battle in Mogrian, was something he hadn't participated in. He said it was actually when Ian took his mana reaction exam that Marco had helped. Ian's confusion grew, and his suspicion was now undeniable. He demanded an explanation. Determined to get to the bottom of this, Ian used some of his powers to bring Marco back to reality. When Marco woke up, he seemed completely disconnected. Ian asked how he was feeling, and Marco seemed disconnected from reality. Ian informed him that he had cast an anti-magic spell, one that cancelled all other active spells, because Marco had been manipulated by dark magic. Gradually, Marco returned to his old self, and with a worried look, he urged Ian to stop the master of the tower, Herbert, from carrying out whatever dark plan he was plotting. Desperate for answers, Ian demanded to know all the details of what had happened. Ian soon found himself before the master of the tower, Herbert Leon. Herbert's plan had worked. Ian had fallen into the trap. The master of the tower had placed dark magic on Marco. Knowing that someone like Ian, an excellent mage, would recognize the signs of such an obvious spell. Now that Ian was here, the Tower Master's preparations were complete, although some of the raw materials were no longer usable. Herbert saw this as a fair investment to tame a 6th-class mage. Herbert felt honored that a 6th-class mage like Ian had come to visit him, especially while he was sick. Ian, ever the respectful mage, wished him a speedy recovery, as it was only natural to visit the respected leader of his organization when he was unwell. The Tower Master thanked Ian for his kind words and invited him to sit and have tea while they talked. The Tower Master mentioned that he had met Marco earlier, noting that Marco seemed a bit unwell. He thought that perhaps he had passed his illness on to Marco, but Ian disagreed, saying that what he saw in Marco was not simply an illness. The Tower Master praised Marco for his hard work, admitting that his passion often affected his health. Ian then revealed something disturbing. He told Herbert that Marco had shared an unbelievable story with him somewhere in the mansion. There was a portal leading to a secret laboratory where the Tower Master was conducting dark magic experiments. Using unethical methods, the Tower Master immediately denied it, dismissing the claim as absurd, and suggesting that Marco must have imagined it due to his illness, a rage growing inside Ian. Ian confronted the Tower Master. He stated that Marco had been controlled by dark magic, and that it was Herbert himself who cast the spell on him. He added that it was Marco who sent Ian here to stop the Tower Master from continuing with the dark experiments he was conducting. Herbert continued to deny everything. He insisted he had no part in what Ian was accusing him of. Instead, he confirmed that there was indeed a portal to his laboratory, but it was not the result of any dark magic. It was simply a benefit of an artifact he had found, one that made travel to his laboratory convenient for an experienced mage like himself. Dark magic, he claimed, was not something he dealt with. To prove his innocence, Herbert offered Ian the opportunity to accompany him to his laboratory, assuring him that a personal look would leave no room for doubt. The Tower Master takes Ian with him to his laboratory. He explains that, as the master of the Ivory Tower, he cannot allow rumors that he practices black magic to spread. It would be a disgrace. He then demonstrates the power of an artifact, showing Ian how injecting a small amount of mana into a book allows anyone to use a portal spell, an ability that normally only an 8th-class mage could cast. He insists that Ian follow him, which Ian does without hesitation. As they walk, Ian's mind keeps returning to his past life, where he remembers Herbert Lyon as one of the greatest Tower Masters in history. Herbert was a legendary mage who laid the foundations for the unification of the continent. Once humble and dignified, he was benevolent to all, and with his help, the prince he served rose to become the ruler of the empire, and the ivory tower's reputation reached its peak. During Herbert's time, and Ian, who had also served the same prince as a mage, had great respect for the Tower Master's noble personality. But now, the Tower Master claims that he once dreamed of being a hero, of becoming a mage, who could protect the empire with immense power and bring peace to the grieving hearts of the people. However, with time, he realized there was nothing he could change alone. The only real power capable of making him a hero existed elsewhere. Herbert then hypnotizes Ian, implanting in his mind the idea that the true power to command countless talents and to keep the empire and its people safe comes from authority. He asks Ian to join him in obtaining this power, promising that together they could protect the empire and save countless lives. Although they are different, the Tower Master argues that they both just want to be heroes. He orders Ian to stand up, and Ian obeys, though his mind is troubled. Herbert then asks Ian the same question he once asked Marco about who he is. Ian replies that he is the master of the Ivory Tower. Herbert Lyon, and also a lunatic. The Tower Master is surprised, clearly shocked by Ian's words. But before Herbert can react, Ian punches him in the face. Ian reminds Herbert of what the Tower Master himself had said before, that this wasn't black magic. But despite all the black magic he may have learned, Herbert is still bound by the limits of a 5th-class mage. Ian questions if the Tower Master really believed he could trick him into thinking otherwise. He scoffs at Herbert, calling him desperate. As the mana drains from the tower, Master Ian notes how much he has already siphoned from him. Considering his age, it will take a long time for Herbert to recover, and Ian has no intention of waiting. Warning him that he wouldn't be able to move easily, Ian inspected all the assets the Tower Master had accumulated, and couldn't help but wonder what he intended to do with all of it, especially since he didn't even have a family. Taunting the Tower Master, Ian commented that it looked as if all his wealth was hidden away in a cave, never contributing a single coin to the empire. He also questioned just how far the Tower Master intended to take all of this, asking if he planned to take it all the way to the river Styx. As Ian looked around at the people in the cave, he realized they weren't in good shape, but some of them still seemed to be alive. He told them to hang on just a little longer, assuring them he would get them out of there, so they could receive proper care. The Tower Master, laughing darkly, asked Ian if he truly believed that Mark was the only one he could tame. There were many others, each one more useful than Mark, ready to serve him. In a menacing tone, the Tower Master threatened that his people were arriving soon, and they wouldn't stop until they received the signal. That was how the spell was cast from the very beginning, ensuring those two things would be accomplished. Above all, Ian felt the weight of the situation, becoming visibly stressed. Even so, the Tower Master offered him a deal. If Ian would forget everything that had happened, and didn't expose the portal, he would have no proof against him, he claimed. He had no idea what Ian's true motives were, but warned that crossing his path would be a mistake that Ian would regret. Despite the offer, Ian refused. The Tower Master's expression darkened. He threatened Ian, saying he would kill his mother and the Crown Prince. Ian, however, wanted to see what the Tower Master was truly capable of. Meanwhile, Lady Page was anxiously waiting for Ian's return. Raymond suggested she go inside, as the wind was getting colder, but she was tense. Something felt wrong. She couldn't contact Ian through her orb, and he always made sure to let her know if he was going to be late. Raymond tried to reassure her, reminding her that Ian was a 6th-class mage in the Empire. Not even a soldier or a platoon would dare to face him, so there was nothing to worry about. Still, Lady Page was worried. For her, Ian was still just a boy. Raymond, noticing her discomfort, apologized for his comments from earlier. He admitted that he himself had a young son, and understood her concern. He then assured her that Ian likely felt the weight of his responsibilities, and carried his burdens alone. But as a family, they should share those burdens. Lady Page, however, felt helpless, knowing that Ian never asked anyone for help. It pained her to see him carry everything on his own shoulders, especially when she wanted to be the one, in someone he could trust. However, all she could do was wait for him to return. Rado, noticing her frustration, encouraged her not to be so hard on herself. He was sure that Ian drew strength from knowing he had a family waiting for his return. He reflected on a time when he himself had suffered from mana poisoning, and having his son by his side was the greatest comfort he could have asked for. That was the power of family, he explained. Even when we think we are not helping, just being there for each other provides a sense of security. He then asked if he could stay with her until Ian returned. As they sat in silence, the atmosphere was calm, but something felt strange to Rado. Suddenly, he asked Mrs. Page to come in, sensing that something was wrong. Two people approached with their heads covered. Rado asked them to stop, but when he saw the weapons in their hands, He immediately moved to protect Mrs. Page, tightening his grip as he prepared for any danger they might bring. Arnold and His Majesty were startled by the thunder and lightning. Arnold urged His Majesty to leave immediately, suggesting they return to their place since the weather seemed unstable. However, His Majesty, determined to learn more about the lives of the people, insisted on staying, having worked hard to convince his father to let him go out, in disguise. He was not about to go back so soon. Arnold, concerned, yet intrigued, asked His Majesty if he could teach him swordsmanship. He clarified that he was not trying to become a warrior but simply wanted to learn some self-defense techniques or perhaps some posture training. His Majesty, raising an eyebrow, asked if Arnold knew how to draw his sword with style, but Arnold was not interested in doing that now. Instead, he asked His Majesty to stay behind him, intending to protect him. At that moment, Helene, the High Mage of the Ivory Tower, appeared. Arnold, surprised, noted that he had heard Helene was missing for years. What was she doing here? Helene took a few steps toward Arnold, and he immediately ordered her to stop and state her intentions for approaching His Majesty. Helene muttered something about hating the Green River for destroying everything in its path. A confrontation arose between the two, with Helene activating her mana barrier. Arnold, upon seeing this, felt a surge of excitement. His turn to test his skills had finally come. He knew that Sarian was the first person Ragnar wanted to show this to, but now, Arnold saw an opportunity to practice on his own. As the battle intensified, Arnold struggled to control the mana flowing from his body. He realized it was becoming difficult, like when casting a spell. For a moment, he imagined himself as a small, a term he had heard before, but despite the difficulty, he felt that with enough practice, he could control the flow of mana for a certain time once he released it, with a boost of confidence. Arnold threatened Helene, warning her to prepare to see what a little one could do. He advanced, raising his weapon and aiming at her chest, but when he was about to attack, he stopped suddenly. He would not kill her. Not yet. Only after discovering who was behind the plot to assassinate His Majesty. Ian wants the Tower Master to do whatever he can, as long as he has the will for it, because Ian is not afraid of his tricks. He trusts the people he has worked with and known for the past 5 years. Herbert, on the other hand, still believes they have no chance against a mage. Ian questions Herbert, asking if he really thinks he is foolish enough not to be prepared for such a situation. Ian remembers when he saw Herbert sending people to his mansion in Demetara when the treaty was signed. That same trick will not work on him again. By now, one of the many mana traps Ian set would have already easily captured any intruder, and it is very likely they would already be dead because of it. Ian refuses to negotiate with the Tower Master, as he has nothing to gain from it. Instead, the one who will be judged is Herbert himself. With crimes as serious as his, Ian is sure that an execution is on its way, and he will be there to make sure it happens. Ian thanks Herbert for taking care of the Ivory Tower for decades, promising to take good care of it from now on. He understands that maintaining the great reputation of the Ivory Tower is an important duty for the Tower Master, which is why he understands why Herbert would support the 5th Prince instead of the Crown Prince. Ian once thought that Ragnar would be a good king, because accumulating the wealth of the people without them noticing is something a greedy person could do. But what really infuriated Ian was that Herbert had dragged his family into this, something that he should never have done since everyone has a soft spot. That is something you do not mess with. Harry Green River then makes an announcement. The sinister crimes of the Tower Master Herbert have finally come to light. Herbert abused his position by indulging in black magic using human lives and souls as ingredients to exploit innocent people and fellow mages of the Empire. This is a grave sin so severe that not even death can atone for it. Terry, disgusted by the nature of Herbert's crimes, declares that Herbert Leon will be stripped of all his authority and titles, and immediately sentenced to death by public execution. He will be known as the worst sinner in the history of the Empire. Terry also announces that he will personally lead the investigations and carry out all related duties to uncover any sinister accomplices involved. He orders everyone present to understand that no mage practicing black magic will be immune to investigation, regardless of their position or status. He orders all the aristocrats to cooperate, promising that those who were unwilling participants in the Tower Master's evil plan will be cleansed of the dark magic and restored to their original positions. However, Terry makes an exception for Helene, who tried to assassinate the Crown Prince despite being under the Tower Master's influence. Her crime of attempting to kill royal blood is an unforgivable sin. Therefore, Terry sentences the High Mage Helene to indefinite imprisonment. Lastly, Terry recognizes the two heroes who stopped Herbert's diabolical plans. Stating that their rewards are well-deserved, he calls upon Ian Page, who exposed and stopped the Tower Master's plan, and Oliver Raywood, for thwarting Helene's assassination attempt against the Crown Prince. Terry announces that Ian's reward will be determined after the investigation into the dark magic is concluded. He then turns to Oliver, the captain of the Second Imperial Knight Order, and declares that it is a blessing and a joyous occasion for the Empire. Not only is the Crown Prince safe, but a new superior knight has been born, someone who has transcended human limitations. Terry praises Oliver for setting a noble example for the knights of the Empire. He bows in respect to Oliver and rewards him with the highest title a knight can achieve, Swordmaster. The crowd begins to murmur in surprise, as no one has received this title in centuries. The reason for this is that the honor of the sword had been overshadowed by the power of magic, but Oliver, in Terry's eyes, has boldly pierced through that shadow and transcended his limits. Terry is certain that Oliver will continue to do so. He orders Oliver to kneel before the king. Terry then places his sword upon Oliver's head, swearing by the first flow of the Emerald River that the title of Swordmaster, along with all its honor, is being bestowed upon Sir Oliver Raywood, Knight of the Imperial family. He asks Oliver if he is ready to take on the responsibilities of the Empire's sword, a position that has been vacant for centuries. Oliver swears by his title to dedicate his life to the protection of the Empire. Ragnar was deeply dissatisfied with the decision to execute the Tower Master. He couldn't understand why his father didn't see the significant loss of power their empire was about to suffer. To him, the Tower Master was a high-level mage, and losing someone like him would be equivalent to losing 10,000 soldiers. But it wasn't just about the execution itself, it was the timing. Since the Tower Master's death would be public, all the kingdoms on the continent would hear about it, including their old enemy on the border, the Coldwood Empire. Ragnar was frustrated and continued to make his point clear, reiterating how detrimental this decision would be. Terry Greenriver, his father, interrupted, dismissing Ragnar's concerns. He stated that Herbert Leon was no longer the most powerful mage in their empire at that moment. The most powerful mage in the Ivory Tower was Ian Page, the first human to reach 6th class magic, and he would soon replace the current Tower Master. And Terry assured Ragnar not to worry. In fact, he believed that this generational shift would bring prosperity to the Ivory Tower. Ragnar reluctantly agreed that Ian Page would likely usher in a new era for the Tower. However, his concern remained, losing a great mage with decades of experience and immense power like the Tower Master would be a waste. If Ian Page could partner with the Tower Master to lead the Ivory Tower, Ragnar was certain their empire would dominate the continent in no time. If the young and talented mage and the wise and experienced Tower Master could share the power of the Ivory Tower, it would create a system of checks and balances that would be beneficial for both the Tower and their empire. This, Ragnar argued, would keep them busy and distracted, which would work in their favor. Terry agreed with the idea of Ian leading the Tower, but reiterated his concern about the Tower Master's involvement with forbidden black magic. He believed that calling it a study of black magic was an unfair description of what the Tower Master had truly done. The Tower Master used mages under his protection, along with innocent commoners, as ingredients for black magic, showing no remorse in sacrificing their lives. Terry believed this was a sign that the Tower Master had gone mad. The Tower Master's ultimate goal was to gain more power through human sacrifice, and when he saw Ian Page as a threat to his power, he tried to brainwash him with black magic, just as he had done with other mages. Ragnar, however, continued to defend the Tower Master. He believed that in extreme cases, the practice of black magic could be a powerful weapon that would benefit their empire. If his father was worried about the use of ingredients for black magic, Ragnar suggested they use criminals sentenced to death instead of innocent people. The sacrifices, in his mind, could be justified for the greater good. But this, Terry stated, was where their fundamental disagreement lay, and the reason why Ragnar would never be chosen as his successor. Black magic was the art of absolute evil, a force that corrupted human souls and destabilized the natural order. Terry reminded Ragnar of their ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, who fought to banish black magic from the land and make it disappear completely. Terry, being Ragnar's father, knew his character well, his ambitions, and his plans. Although Ragnar was incredibly intelligent, he lacked the most important quality an emperor must have, the ability to value his people. Above all else, Ragnar, who saw people only as tools to be used, would never embody that characteristic. Ragnar was not willing to let this go. He confronted his father, questioning if he truly thought Ragnar didn't understand the real reason he could never be his successor. Ragnar mentioned Raiden, the son of the woman Terry loved more than anything in the world. Meanwhile, Ragnar was the product of an arranged marriage. Ragnar, growing frustrated, continued to express his thoughts, revealing how hard he had strived to win his father's recognition, only to continue feeling like an outsider. He felt as if he had never been treated as Raiden's equal, and even believed that, if Raiden had been the one to ask for the Tower Master's release, Terry would have done it without hesitation. An enraged Terry was about to slap Ragnar, but he restrained himself in time. He stormed out of the room, his rage simmering just below the surface. Outside, he ordered Serdan, Fayu, to ensure that Ragnar's mansion was guarded, and that Ragnar could not leave. Even if it meant preventing Ragnar from hiring anyone, Serdan Fu agreed to follow the orders. Without question, there was a knock on the door. Someone came to see Ragnar, however. Ragnar refused to meet him, not wanting to engage in conversation despite this. The door opened, and Ian entered, stating that it was an order from the Emperor. Ragnar asked if it was a direct order from the Emperor himself. Ian admitted that His Majesty wanted those close to the criminal Herbert Leon to be tested to determine if they were. Under the influence of black magic, Ragnar was surprised to realize that today was the day of the Tower Master's execution. He questioned Ian sharply, asking how he dared to suggest that Ragnar had been the Tower Master's puppet, just a slave to his black magic. He could not tolerate such an insult. Ian, however, explained that all members of the royal family and those who served them were being tested in the same way, urging Ragnar not to be upset about it. Ragnar finally sat down and told Ian to do what he had to do, though he warned that it wouldn't take long. Ian reassured Ragnar, saying that he might feel dizzy afterward but that there was no need to panic, as the dizziness was proof that he had not been affected by black magic. Ian concluded the process and asked Ragnar how he felt. Ragnar admitted that he felt unwell, which meant that no traces of black magic were present, and that he would feel better after some rest. So there was no cause for concern. As Ian turned to leave, Ragnar stopped him. His curiosity piqued. He asked why Ian served his brother, suggesting that Ian, being a discerning man, should understand that Hayden was never meant for the throne. Ragnar questioned why Ian couldn't see that so many lords and noble families had turned their backs on Hayden. Ian clarified that he wasn't serving the crown prince at all. Ragnar was stunned by this revelation. Ian then departed, advising Ragnar to enjoy his rest. As soon as Ian was gone, his hands trembled, and he murmured to himself that it was true he wasn't serving Hayden. There was only one emperor in the world to whom he had sworn loyalty. The plans forming in his mind at that moment were centered on revenge and betrayal. Later, Daniel knocked on Ragnar's door. He informed Ragnar that the Tower Master had been taken to the guillotine in Green River Square that night and beheaded. That was it, and Daniel asked if he could leave Ragnar without a word gestured for him to go. Daniel placed a letter on the table asking for permission to leave. Ragnar opened the letter and noticed a silver lining adorning its edges. The next scene takes us to the royal palace, where Ian is updating the king on the current developments from what Ian has learned. The survivors found inside Herbert Leon's portal are all being treated in a secure area. The ivory tower is also interrogating those who have regained consciousness, hoping to make more progress in this case. As for the treasures that Herbert hid, Ian assures the king that he will make every effort to recover what belongs to the Empire. Herbert's associates have also been tested for traces of black magic, but none of them show signs of corruption. The king is very pleased with the report and verbally praises Ian for his excellent work. It breaks the king's heart to know about Herbert's dark deeds, so much so that he can't stop trembling when thinking about the vile things Herbert had done. He feels responsible for not noticing it sooner, but Ian also takes the blame for his own negligence. He feels pathetic for not having seen through the false modesty and persona of integrity that Herbert displayed in public, not even in his wildest dreams. Did Ian imagine that Herbert had a completely different side that he masked under that good guy act? From now on, Ian promises to send even the smallest reports regularly, including updates on the Ivory Tower's internal investigations and the results of the black magic screenings. Speaking of which, the king suddenly remembers something he's been meaning to mention for a long time. Ian, of course, is more than willing to listen to his esteemed king. The king doesn't hesitate to ask how Ian intends to deal with the crown prince. This unexpected question definitely catches the mage by surprise. He wasn't expecting this at all. He even tries to avoid the subject, but the king won't let him off the hook without a proper answer. Silence follows as Ian thinks carefully before finally answering this challenging question. To be honest, Ian admits that he could never be truly loyal to the crown prince, much to the king's shock. Still, Ian is willing to cooperate with whoever is necessary to ensure that the prince ascends the throne. He makes an oath to stand by the new king's side so that his name will go down in history as a wise ruler. The king is confused and doesn't know what to make of this. Ian is willing to support the crown prince, even though he won't be truly loyal to him. After some reflection, the king has no objections. He gestures for his butler to bring the gift he prepared for the mage. A large box is brought in, containing a staff that the king managed to retrieve from River's lair. After his arrest, the king assumes that Ian already knows that electing a new tower master is not a simple process. Even when a legitimate successor is in place, various regulations must be followed. The standard practice is to receive proper instructions from the former Tower Master, and to await both his approval and that of the imperial family. But given the current circumstances, the king fears the position will remain vacant for too long if they follow all the formalities, so he believes it's wise to minimize the bureaucracy. With that said, the king would like Ian to receive this staff now, well in advance. Furthermore, the king swallows his pride before asking the mage for one more favor. Ian is more than willing to carry out whatever his king has in mind, and it turns out to be about Ragnar. Even though his strongest supporters have fallen, the king fears that Ragnar might rise again. The king knows better than anyone just how ambitious and ruthless Ragnar is. He will do absolutely anything to achieve his goals. If Ragnar manages to turn those goals into reality and ascends to the throne, a great bloodshed and carnage will be inevitable. The king doesn't hesitate to acknowledge the mistakes he made, mistreating his son and causing incurable emotional wounds. He admits that this is not something a father should have done, and for that, Ragnar has every right to resent him, until the day he dies. So the king begs the mage to keep Ragnar under control. When he departs from this world, Ian accepts the staff he was given, and bows respectfully before his king, ready to take on any responsibility within his power. Because of Ian's sincere commitment, the king also places his absolute faith in him. The scene shifts to the tower, where Ian hears a distant voice greeting him. The moment he enters, it triggers a flashback. He remembers how one day, he dreamed of becoming a hero. He wanted to be a mage strong enough to protect the empire all by himself, a symbol of hope for the people in times of despair. He dreamed of having the power to lead an army of young talents, the power to maintain peace and ward off any threat, the power to control everything, the power to protect, and this is often called absolute authority. It's something people would kill in cold blood just to keep for themselves. But now, becoming a hero doesn't interest Ian much anymore. There's only one thing that holds his absolute interest. He wants to erase the existence and eliminate one man's name from the face of the world, and that man is Ragnar Greenriver. Instead of simply killing him and turning his body into dead meat, Ian plans to inflict something far worse than death. The scene promptly cuts to the man in question, whose days are already numbered, and we all know why. The next morning, Hayden comes to congratulate Ian on his new responsibility as the Tower Master. Although Ian furrows his brow with reluctance, looking at the prince who always seems so carefree in front of him. To keep it a secret for now, he immediately informs him that it hasn't been announced yet. This stops Hayden from calling him that, but Hayden just laughs carelessly, as he's too excited to see Ian grow. He's the boy who, literally, begged to go to the site of the old ivory tower, but now he is the master of that very same ivory tower. Ian wondered when he had ever begged the prince, but then told Hayden to leave because he was busy with the dark magic test. With a restrained expression, Hayden informs him that he only came there to see Ian personally, as he has been so busy. Worried, Hayden makes sure he is okay. He has been feeling very nauseous lately, without revealing anything, and assures Hayden that he is very healthy. Although, having noticed certain suspicions, he considered the possibility that he might be under the influence of black magic, given his foolish behavior so far. For Herbert, who wants to raise Ragnar to the throne, the prince is obviously in his way. In that case, it is relatively easy to eliminate him by taking advantage of his own foolishness. But Ian immediately interrupts his thoughts when he sees Hayden's innocent smile, and realizes he is just naturally foolish. In an instant, Hayden casually mentions his sister, Haley, with a smile on his face. Just before leaving, he adds that Haley has been asking about him, frequently. Her curiosity about Ian seems to be more than just casual interest, like what he does in his free time, what foods he likes, and so on. As he leaves, he suggests that Ian should inform Haley personally if he sees her next time, because even though Hayden is close to Ian, he couldn't answer those questions. When the door closes behind him, Ian watches the crown prince leave, noting that Hayden is growing up slowly but steadily. Having the proper guidance will help him become a wise emperor. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. It's Haley. The two greet each other warmly. After checking on each other's well-being, they both confirm they're fine. Ian then gestures for her to take a seat. As she takes a seat, Haley waits for the dark magic examination to begin, but the tension in the air between them is undeniable. Suddenly, she falls silent as a veil of mana envelops the room. Ian is a little surprised. This is a second-level enchantment that isolates all surrounding sound. He congratulates her on reaching such a level, but out of curiosity, he asks what she wants to talk about. After casting the silence spell, she hesitates for a moment before finally asking him what she should do. She doesn't know where to begin. Seeing her so nervous, Ian takes the initiative to lighten the mood by asking her a question. Why did she want to hide the fact that she was a mage? She ponders for a moment, deciding whether or not to tell the truth, before revealing that her father asked her to hide it. She explains that the mage, Kevin, performed her mana test, and it came back positive. He informed Haley's father that for her to join the Ivory Tower and become a mage would mean she'd have to renounce her status and authority. Her father wanted her to remain part of the imperial family, so they kept her abilities a secret. From that day on, the mage Kevin was ordered to keep quiet, and Haley has been fulfilling her duties as a dutiful daughter ever since. After telling him everything, Haley doesn't hesitate to open her heart, confessing her undying desire for magic. Ian considers her lucky because Kevin was a supporter of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, she would have been in great danger. But at the same time, he's confused as to why she's telling him all of this. Haley clarifies that initially, she wanted to support her brother, but now things have changed. Hayden is already on the right path, but she's worried that she'll get in the way of her brother's future goals, since she has also learned magic, and is thinking of pursuing it. As Ian understands the princess's turmoil, he smiles. He approaches her and kneels before her, advising her to live her life to the fullest. That's all she needs to do. Ian adds that she shouldn't live for the Empire or the Crown Prince, but only for herself. She lowers her head sadly, admitting she doesn't know how. Ian promptly assures her that no one is born with all the answers to life. He advised that if she continued to pursue the values that others have imposed on her, her life would no longer be her own, but someone else's. If she continues to follow that conventional path, she will lose herself and wander into an endless void, filled only with regrets. As he advises her, Ian himself remembers the regrets of his own past life. Therefore, he hopes she will make the right choice for herself and be able to find the path she truly wants to follow. She listens intently to Ian's advice, then hesitantly asks him a question: if he has found the life he desires. The unexpected question leaves Ian stunned. It's the first time anyone has ever asked him something like that, and it is also the first time he has questioned the purpose of his life, uncertain of his own feelings. He replies that he does not know, assuming he made a presumptuous comment, but Haley is truly grateful that Ian gave her the courage to think about a life beyond that of a princess full of duties. Ian is content because learning magic would be beneficial for her, regardless of the path she chooses. With the way her growth is improving so rapidly, she will become a much better mage in the future. Fully motivated, she asks for a favor, requesting that he teach her magic. Ian's eyes widen in shock, as he thought Kevin was already teaching her. But Kevin has nothing new left to teach her. According to Haley, she clasps her hands, genuinely begging him to be her mentor. Sweat covers Ian's head. He cannot help but feel flustered by the unexpected request. Ian ponders, wondering what he should do. Although he knows Haley has a knack for magic, learning third-class magic without anyone's help is not easy, and if she grows to become a high-level mage, it will be a great help. So he agrees, clarifying to her that she must help him, if he needs it in the future. Seeing her agree instantly, Ian finds it amusing, but she reveals that she trusts him. At that moment, Ian feels his heart race, suddenly blushing slightly. But to ignore these strange feelings, he decides to inspect her for now, informing her they will discuss magic lessons later. But soon, she is under the influence of black magic, feeling dizzy and nearly falling. But Ian catches her in time, and Haley immediately clings to his arm. A moment later, embarrassed, she is unable to look directly at Ian, so just as she is about to leave, Ian starts revealing information about himself out of nowhere, which really confuses Haley. He continues, telling her about his food choices and the recent books he is interested in, while Haley looks perplexed, not understanding what is happening, and noticing her confusion. Ian innocently tells her that he heard she had asked Hayden those questions. Haley turns red with embarrassment, tears filling her eyes. Feeling ashamed and overwhelmed, Haley quickly leaves the room, slamming the door. Ian stands there with an expression full of confusion. He cannot help but wonder if he had done something wrong to upset the princess. In a short space of time, many events occurred, with serious implications for the future of the Green River Empire. The news about Herbert Lyon, the master of the Ivory Tower and a fifth-class mage, spread rapidly throughout the city, causing a great uproar among the public. In response to this, Emperor Terry Green River personally ordered an investigation into black magic and reinforced security throughout the empire. Ian Page, now the newly appointed young high-level mage and owner of the Ivory Tower, left no stone unturned when it came to anything potentially linked to black magic, thus calming the unrest among the people regarding Herbert Lyon. He was later beheaded, and forever recorded as the worst criminal the empire had ever seen as a result. A group of nobles who previously supported Herbert now turned their backs on Crown Prince Ragnar and became much more interested in what the new Tower Master Ian Page had to offer. On a new day, Ian is having a cup of tea when he's interrupted by a pile of invitations. Surprised, he asks Ratio about the purpose of these invitations, then Ratio promptly explains that they are invitations for various meals and parties, sent to Ian, and he finds these people quite carefree because the black magic incidents haven't been resolved yet, although he's not interested in reading them and won't be attending either. Ratio smiles, suggesting that he should read them because one is a marriage proposal letter addressed to Ian. Shocked, Ian spits his tea everywhere. However, Ratio briefly summarizes the letter's contents. A man known as Count Girare wants Ian to be engaged to his eldest daughter, who has just turned 12 years old, and to proceed with the marriage when she comes of age. In 5 years, seeing Ian's surprised reaction, Ratio makes it clear that it's not strange. Since Ian is now an elder, people would obviously talk about marriage matters. But Ian assumes these nobles would be using him to vie for political power, and finds it insane that a father is using his 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage anyway. Ratio helps refuse all the invitations, but before he starts doing so, Ian expresses his gratitude to Ratio for protecting his mother. It's not a big deal for Ratio, because he promised to protect Vanessa at all costs, and the mana trap Ian installed in the new mansion dealt with those suspicious fellows that said Ian demands to know which mage infused mana into Ratio's body, causing him to suffer from mana poisoning because of it. He would hunt them down and punish them as necessary. Ratio gives a nervous laugh, revealing that he doesn't remember much. It happened during the night, and there are many mages who disliked him when he was young. He made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so he doesn't know who it could have been. He confided that there was a time when he had a deep hatred for mages, especially whenever he thought about dying and leaving Douglas alone, but now he has met Ian and is getting better, so he has left all that hatred behind. He thanks Ian as always, hearing Ratio's sincere words. Ian reflects on never having seen his real father's face, but after meeting Ratio and living with him, he imagines that if he had a father, it would be something like this. He understands why Douglas is so positive, just like his mother, who is much healthier, just because of the elixir that Ratio made. He wishes for Ratio to always protect his mother if he spends some time away from her. Suddenly, Douglas bursts through the door, announcing that he has completed the cure for the poisoning of mana made from the Landior flower. Douglas is eager to give it to his father, but the moment he sees Ratio in the room, he is shocked because he wanted to surprise him, looking at a completely confused Ratio. Ian explains that he researched in the library where tower owners have access and found methods to refine the Landior flowers. It's an advanced magic that allows time to stop for an object. It works on plants too. Ratio slowly approaches his son, tears streaming down his face, and immediately bursts into tears of gratitude. While hugging his son, Douglas promises Ian to become a famous alchemist, therefore he will create a cure for the most serious diseases, so that no one suffers like his father. Ian looks at them, smiling slightly, as he takes in the impressive sight. Back in ancient times, in a mysterious and unknown place, a voice echoes. It is Mitchell Greenriver addressing the dragons. The veil covering the world of humans and dragons is about to close. The dragons will pay a heavy price for the destruction they caused in this world, Mitchell asserts to the dragons that they will carry the sins committed by their race until their death. He uses his own blood to create a seal, like a magic circle, declaring that, no one shall be allowed to step beyond this in the present. Another conspiracy is unfolding at the Crown Prince's house. Ragnar looks at the person in front of him, finding it hard to believe they are so similar. Before him stands a second, Ragnar, a duplicate. So identical that it's impossible to identify the real one. He remembers what the note said about waiting because someone would be sent. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it would be a clone. Even so, he is confused about how to get out of here, as Ian has covered the place with magic from the ivory tower to monitor them. So he thinks a disguise won't help the clone, speaks abruptly, telling Ragnar not to worry, explaining that the cult leader has more power than the current master of the ivory tower. Ragnar has no idea about this cult leader, but he will be informed when he meets this figure in person. Opening a book, he immediately and quickly unleashes a powerful current of energy, and an escape route instantly appears before them. The clone tells him to enter. It's a portal that leads out of the capital. Ragnar hesitates, but his attention shifts when a hand emerges from the portal. It's Danfio. Ragnar hesitates for a moment, still skeptical, but ends up taking Danfio's hand and entering the portal. After passing through the gate, he is taken to a space far from the palace. Tons of questions run through Ragnar's mind. He knows very well that not even Herbert would be capable of performing this kind of magic. Meanwhile, Danfield remains calm, as nothing about this surprises him. Furthermore, Danfield explains that despite possessing immense power, Herbert wasted it by focusing on advancing his own position. He was someone destined to be cast aside, sooner or later, although now they are better off because of his foolish, self-destructive tendencies. Ragnar is still confused, but Danfield continues to explain that the cult leader thinks of him as a perfect fit for a ruler. the perfect ruler who will eliminate ignorant elements and bring new and innovative ideas to the world. Ragnar is also the one who inherited the blood to pave the way for this new world. Therefore, the cult leader has been eagerly awaiting this day. The more Ragnar listened to Danfield's explanation, the more confused he became. He looks at Danfield while silently following him, his mind wandering with thoughts. How could there be someone with greater magical powers than Herbert Ian? How could such a person exist? Although he knew of a sect that did not follow the common beliefs of the nation, he never thought that the captain of the Imperial Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower would be involved. This is intriguing. Could they be spreading propaganda to change the nation's religion? Did they intend to use someone from the royal family, like himself, as a tool to execute their plan? Judging by his situation, whether it is right or wrong, he needs to gather power from wherever he can. Suddenly, they arrive at a location. It is a castle where dragons used to live. 300 years ago, it was sealed by the barrier magic of the Ivory Tower, but time passed, and the barrier collapsed. Thus, humans eventually found it. In an instant, a group of cultists approaches them. They bow respectfully. Sweat trickles down Ragnar's face as he recognizes several familiar faces. They are all nobles. Danfield clarifies that since this is a crucial moment, in which the new world of truth begins, he has gathered only the highest-ranking members within the capital. However, Ragnar is concerned about several things: the purpose of the meeting, and who they are working for. Danfield assures Ragnar that he will be informed about all of this once he meets the cult leader. He then leads Ragnar to a large gate where the cult leader awaits them. The door opens, and as Ragnar enters, he cannot help but gasp in disbelief. It is none other than the final dragon, who was sealed by Mitchell Greyriver, and instead of being dead, he is merely sealed away. The cult members quickly kneel, clasping their hands in honor of the last descendant of the dragon race. Ragnar's mind is reeling. He never expected him to be the cult leader, but he bows in greeting. The last vassal of the dragons acknowledges that Ragnar must have many questions on his mind about what he is and why he is here. Invited Ragnar to this place. Before Ragnar could assume anything else, he introduces himself as Avantis, the last remaining draconian on this land. Ragnar is horrified, not understanding any of this. Weren't the dragon race exterminated 300 years ago? Avantis laughs at Ragnar's evident confusion, and explains that in the war 300 years ago, his kind was defeated and exterminated by humans. All the dragons were killed, except for one. Avantis. Mitchell Grider cast a sealing spell on him, making it impossible for him to leave the place. Avantis approaches Ragnar, confessing that he has waited for this moment, the blood of that person. He asks for the blood of the mage, who cast this seal on him in order to break it. Ragnar feels uncomfortable. If Avantis needed blood to break the seal, wouldn't it be easier for him to simply kill Ragnar and take it instead? Avantis is trying to make a deal with him. Although Avantis's plans are grand, he wants to gain more power by making Ragnar the emperor for the sake of a new world where draconians could coexist with humans. But Ragnar doubts Avantis's plans, because he could easily kill Ragnar and use his clone for various purposes. Despite this, Avantis clarifies his intentions not to harm him and that he would erase his memories if he refused, although he thought Ragnar wouldn't deny this opportunity. Clenching his fists, Ragnar makes Avantis promise to make him the emperor and not betray him. To gain his trust, Avantis promises without hesitation. Ragnar takes Dantio's dagger and then cuts his own hand to bleed for Avantis, to break the seal. With every drop of Ragnar's blood falling on the circle that formed the boundary begins to glow, and with faint flickers of light, it suddenly vanishes in a few moments. Avantis smiles with happiness, thanking Ragnar for trusting him and freeing him. At that moment, he uses his magic to change his outfit, and at the same time, he walks up to Ragnar. He assures Ragnar not to be afraid of him, since he will never hurt him, and they will definitely be good friends in the future. Taking one of Dantio's capes, he heads straight out with his followers for a stroll after hundreds of years. A few days later, in the princess's quarters, she is feeling extremely anxious, not understanding why Ian still hasn't contacted her. But her maid quickly reassures her that he might just be a little busy with the recent investigation into dark magic. Uncertain of everything, she can't help but offer a worried smile at her maid's consolation. Suddenly, two maids run into the room, their faces filled with distress. Unaware of the urgency, she immediately asks what the problem is. The two maids inform her, anxiously, that she must wear a formal dress instead of a robe. Ian Page has finally arrived. Haley is stunned for a moment, but as it sinks in, she panics and asks the maids for help. A while later, Haley dresses up nicely and goes to the tea house. Before entering, she asks her maids for confirmation on her appearance, though they all encourage her to go on. They tell her that she is the most beautiful one today, Gathering her courage, she enters. Ian immediately stands up from his seat and approaches her to greet her. Looking at Ian, she blushes slightly and tries to maintain her composure. She playfully complains that she thought he had forgotten about her. Nervously, Ian quickly bows his head in apology, explaining that he has been busy lately. Then, Ian looks around, suggesting to Haley that they move to a more appropriate place to train. Since there are many people watching inside the palace, if anyone were to see him with the princess, it would start a lot of rumors. Haley agrees with him, so Ian reaches out to her. He asks for permission to hold her hand. This unexpected request makes her heart skip a beat, but this would help them teleport to a different location. Hesitantly, she extends her hand to Ian. When their hands touch, a light envelops them, and in the blink of an eye, they are teleported to a hill. Haley admires the place, while Ian explains that this is a series of hills on the outskirts of the capital city, which people don't visit often. The fact is, being a 6th class magic, teleportation doesn't have a very long range, so he decided to teleport here. It's spacious and open, perfect for training. On the other hand, Haley isn't paying any attention. She is captivated by the beauty of the place. Upon hearing Ian call her name, she focuses on him. Haley confesses that she's never been outside the palace before, but after holding his hand, her dream of leaving has come true. Haley smiles with joy, realizing that magic is truly something exceptional. Ian stands still, watching the princess's smile. But then, he is struck by a memory of Haley from his past life, from a time when her eyes were filled with nothing but hatred, resentment, and sadness. Seeing the current Haley so cheerful and happy, Ian gives her a warm smile, agreeing that magic is indeed incredible. Later, as they walk and talk, she is surprised to hear Ian tell her about the first time he saw her practicing magic. He recalls that it was in the imperial family's sanctuary. Ian laughs as he explains that he just happened to be visiting the palace, and stumbled upon that place, hiding in a corner when she and Kevin arrived. That was when he witnessed it. Out of curiosity, she demands to know the tactic he used to get inside, because there were so many guards there. Despite that, Ian was a curious child and had his ways. However, Haley can relate to him, since she and Hayden also used to explore restricted areas, and they were reprimanded when they were caught, so she decides to act as if this conversation about his trespassing never happened. Entering the imperial family's inner circle had never happened. Just as he is ignoring her learning magic. Suddenly she remembers that her brother is organizing a birthday party, but she is upset to learn that Ian will not attend. The prince's birthday party is attended only by people of noble bloodline, so despite his promotion to the ivory tower, he is still just a commoner, and the powerful forces that the former master of the ivory tower built over decades will not crumble easily. They will be cautious with him until the crown prince solidifies his position on the political stage and in high society, and safely assumes the throne by his own strength. He believes he must focus on his work as the master of the ivory tower. That said, she also decides to perform the duties of a princess so the nobles won't make any move against her brother, and she will also work hard on her magic. That night, Ragnar is discussing with Avantis. Ragnar's plan is to get rid of the crown prince before taking care of Ian Page. Since, nowadays, commoners and nobles are intrigued by what the master of the ivory tower, Ian, is implementing. There is no doubt that Ian is a great magician, but he is still a commoner, without much experience or influence in the political sphere. And many vassals and nobles are dissatisfied with him obtaining such a position. Therefore, if they get rid of the crown prince who is supporting him, naturally, he will also be out of the picture. They need a puppet to execute this plan, which is why Danilo suggests entrusting him with this task. He knows someone who would be the perfect puppet for them. With the plan discussed, Avantis decides to leave, but before he can, Ragnar demands to question him about something. Avantis has such great power that he could rule the empire, even if it's to spread and grow the order. There are many ways, so why did he choose Ragnar to work with him? Avantis reveals that he needs to find someone, the last ancestor who remained on this land, the one who controls time, the golden dragon, someone that dragons aspire to become. Ragnar always thought it was all a myth. But, according to Avantis, that's what almost all humans think. But the reality is different. Dragons existed, and still exist, although they are somewhere out of reach. However, he is certain that the golden dragon would appear if a great chaos descended upon this land. By chaos, Avantis means war. The dots finally connected. The war that happened 300 years ago was also for the same reason, but that person didn't believe they were descendants of dragons and helped the humans anyway. This person was behind the eradication of the dragons, and they didn't do it alone. since dragons are far superior to humans. This person never showed their involvement in any of it. It's as if they don't exist in this world. But as a dragon, with the blood of dragons, Evantos can feel him, basically. Evantos's grand plan is to have the Emperor start the war. But for Ragnar, he suggests it's not a bad thing, as he would be uniting the continent, fulfilling the wish of Ragnar's ancestor. Should a war break out, this person will appear to quell the chaos in the land. Ragnar remains skeptical and demands to know what Evantos would do after finding this person. However, Evantos avoids the question, but before leaving, he assures Ragnar that he intends to go along with Ragnar's plan. The next morning, at the Royal Knight's headquarters, Paul is surprised when Oliver informs him that he must go immediately to the office of the captain of the First Imperial Knight Order. Paul sighs, weary, wondering why Daniel would summon him. Upon receiving such an urgent request, Paul promptly leaves his office. Paul grew anxious but didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly arrives at the door of Daniel's office. Taking a deep breath, he hopes he's not in trouble as he enters the office. Upon seeing Daniel, Paul quickly bows in respect. Daniel, getting straight to the point, asks Paul if the Crown Prince is all right, having heard that security was tightened after Helene's attack, because she was under the influence of dark magic. When Paul confirms that things are better now, Daniel recalls that Paul was promoted to vice captain a while ago, but they had never spoken in person. He hopes Paul wasn't offended. Despite this, Paul feels it's an honor that Daniel has summoned him now. Daniel approaches Paul and continues their conversation as they walk. Based on what he'd heard, it was clear that Paul's swordsmanship was surpassed only by Captain Oliver. The famous swordmaster was always praising Paul. Daniel acknowledges that possessing skills recognized by His Highness, and Captain Oliver is no small feat. When Paul tells him he still has his shortcomings, Daniel assures him not to be so humble, especially since his recognized talent helped him become the vice captain. Suddenly, Daniel's expression darkens, and he confesses he can no longer stand the sight of it, that Oliver recommended an orphan and a commoner, someone from a humble background. Just then, Evantos appears behind him, and Paul immediately becomes alert. Sensing something is wrong, he draws his sword and demands to know what's going on, but he is overwhelmed by dark magic. He realizes in horror that he can't move as a stream of dark energy slowly envelops him, penetrating his mind, as Daniel orders him to become a part of it, for the establishment of a great empire. A few days later, Hayden has started to grasp the proper techniques for attack and defense. Oliver carefully instructs Paul to hold his posture. After a while, Oliver decides to end their training for the day. The prince collapses onto the grass, disappointed with his own skills. But Oliver knows that Hayden's progress is actually much faster than he realizes, and is better than many others out there, even faster than Ian the Master of the Magic Tower. Upon hearing this, Hayden can't help but smile with joy, because he never thought he was better at something than the perfect Ian. With this motivation, he decides to work harder than before, until he surpasses Ian, as Hayden prepares to resume his training. He looks over at Poe, who is standing in the shade of a tree. Poe seems quieter and more distant than usual. Although Oliver had also asked if something was wrong, Poe assured him that he was fine. Therefore, Hayden advised Oliver to keep an eye on him, but instructed him not to be harsh with him, as the duty of a leader is to listen to the concerns of his subordinates. Hayden then casts a worried glance toward Poe. To him, Poe is a close friend, just like Ian and Oliver. Days pass, and a banquet is held at the royal palace. Today the castle is in utter chaos, ensuring everything is prepared for the occasion when Oliver enters the room to inform Hayden that the banquet has just begun. However, Hayden is ready, but he's nervous and anxious, remembering Ian, who won't be attending the event, but had advised Hayden to assert his position through his own strength. Seeing him nervous, Oliver reassures Hayden, saying that he is the main figure of the banquet today, so he must remain confident the nobles are the ones who should be nervous, not him. Gaining a bit of confidence, they are ready to leave, but then Haley arrives. She looks absolutely beautiful in her royal attire. Hayden teases Haley, saying, "It's a shame Ian isn't here today. Since she looks so beautiful, he should have been here to see her get embarrassed." She suddenly remembers what Hayden told Ian about her curiosity regarding his interests, but chooses to ignore it, and instead wishes Hayden a happy birthday and promises to crush any high-class nobles who dare to speak ill of him. Siding with her brother, Haley and Hayden begin to enter the banquet as the herald promptly announces their arrival. The nobles present immediately bow in respect, and as soft music begins to play, nobles approach Hayden, wishing him a happy birthday. However, Oliver stands aside watching everything. As the herald's gaze turns to the Emperor, he freezes, but quickly announces the arrival of Emperor Terry Greenriver. When the Emperor orders him to do so with a smile, he enters. But the nobles are stunned upon seeing the Emperor. Hayden is also surprised, as he thought his father wouldn't come. Terry laughs because he wanted to surprise his son and would always fulfill his duties as a father. No matter what happens afterward, the Emperor proceeds to the table, reserved for the royal family, happy that so many nobles are gathered here. To celebrate the prince's birthday, he greets everyone, expressing his joy in seeing them all. Next, he looks at his son, expressing how proud and surprised he is. Seeing his son's growth, he remembers a time when Aiden was young and they were taking a walk. And Aiden followed him because his father was leading the way since that day. Aiden has been following in Terry's footsteps until now, and he has done so in a great way, which makes his father very proud. The Emperor praises Aiden, and after his speech raises his glass to toast the future empire and the prince. Before taking his drink, he wishes his son a happy birthday suddenly. The Emperor collapses, blood splatters from his mouth due to poisoning. Small drops of blood cover the floor, spreading horror through the air. Aiden is paralyzed, he can't help but feel horrified, witnessing his father fall instantly. On the other hand, Oliver is quick to react. He looks around vigilantly and moves forward. It took several seconds for everyone to react to this horrible scene, and he was immediately taken to the treatment room. But no one has any idea how it all happened alone. Aiden sits in the room, still in shock from the sudden incident from outside the door. Suddenly, someone knocks. Oliver requested an audience, so Aiden quickly allows him in and rushes to the door. He asks worriedly if his father is okay, then Oliver informs Aiden that Terry survived after receiving timely treatment, but he remains in critical condition. All the royal doctors and alchemists are working urgently to save him. After learning that the Emperor is okay, Aiden quickly demands to know who is behind his father's assassination. Oliver, when questioned, looked very disappointed. He becomes tense, but after hesitating for a moment, Oliver reveals that they immediately arrested the culprit, who poisoned the Emperor's drink. Aiden grows more impatient, insisting that Oliver reveal it quickly. Oliver tenses. The tension grows in the air upon hearing the culprit's name. Aiden is so shocked and distressed that his hands tremble. He stands frozen in shock, unable to digest what Oliver just revealed. At the same time, in the conference room, a heated debate is taking place about the assassin who poisoned the Emperor. The noblemen can't believe that the vice-captain of the Second Order of Imperial Knights tried to assassinate His Majesty because he was one of the closest knights to the Crown Prince. In recent years, they all can't believe that. Terry and Oliver kept a traitor like Paul under their noses all this time. Immediately someone else interrupts, guessing that the culprit didn't do it alone, and in that case they must find the mastermind behind it. Everyone heard about Paul biting his own tongue during the interrogation, so as not to confess anything. At that moment, they remember that about 6 years ago, there was a series of explosions in the Imperial Palace, and one mage from the Ivory Tower, one maid, and one secretary from the Imperial Royal Court were identified as spies from the Coldwood Empire. So it's possible that Poe is one of these spies. Some blame themselves for hiring people without considering their status or where they come from. Some suggest stripping him of his title as vice-captain of the Second Imperial Knight Order, and others suggest executing him for attempting to assassinate His Majesty. Throughout the entire meeting, Ian remained silent. He knows better than anyone that Poe is not a spy from Coldwood, but he cannot defend him, because the Emperor's assassination attempt was not part of his previous life. Finally, the meeting ends. Ian leaves the palace but runs into Oliver, who is anxious to know what happened. Ian informs Oliver that everyone thinks Poe is a spy from Coldwood. Although Oliver isn't ready to believe it, even Ian agrees. He is aware of Poe's loyalty, that he would even sacrifice his own life for the prince's benefit, and no matter his origin, he is an exceptional knight. But this incident has all but confirmed Poe's execution. There's a possibility that someone influenced him, but so far, he has remained silent about the mastermind behind it all. After informing Oliver, he asks about Heidi. Oliver sighs sadly, because Heidi is neither eating nor drinking, blaming himself for causing his father's poisoning. The interrogation session will begin soon, and Oliver himself can't uncover the truth alone, but he asks Ian to uncover the whole truth for him and for everyone. Ian clarifies that Poe's confession showed no signs of lies, and he will be thrown in prison tonight. So, Ian planned to meet Poe in person, and after that, he will also examine Oliver's house. When Ian arrives at the prison gate, he finds the guard asleep. He takes this opportunity to enter unnoticed. There, he finds the vice-captain bound to a wall with chains, his body covered in scars. Ian doesn't believe the vice-captain would assassinate the Emperor. He is no spy from an enemy country. The vice-captain swore loyalty to the Crown Prince, and even risked his life for him. What Ian doesn't understand is why he would do such a thing. To get to the truth, he enters the vice-captain's memories. Upon accessing them, Ian sees the vice-captain standing before two other men. An aura of dark magic surrounds the vice-captain, which finally reveals the truth. He was being controlled by dark magic. However, the vice-captain, who was already waiting for Ian, stands before him. He thinks he was foolish because he already knew that the Imperial Palace held the most enemies. Ian first tries to free the vice-captain from the dark magic, but the vice-captain stops him with his hand and asks about the crown prince. Ian informs him that the truth has been revealed, and that they can clear the vice-captain's name if they find out who used the dark magic. But the vice-captain still feels guilty. Conscious or not, he was the one who poisoned the Emperor's wine, but Ian insists on clearing the vice-captain's name. However, the only thing that matters to the vice-captain is that he hurt the one he swore to protect. The dishonor to his name means nothing to him, whoever the enemy may be. The vice-captain thinks that if they are after the Emperor, they would also be after the crown prince. So he begs Ian to let everything end with him because he does not want to hurt the prince, heir, any more than he already has. He tells Ian to tell the crown prince and Captain Oliver that he is grateful and sorry. He adds that this is the last thing he can do to protect the crown prince and pushes Ian away. An image of two boys laughing and giggling flashes through Ian's mind before he wakes up with a start. He tries to use cancellation magic, but it does not work. He desperately tries to break it with dark magic in an attempt to save the vice-captain's life, but upon seeing his cold, lifeless body, Ian realizes it is already too late. Meanwhile, Captain Oliver is sitting by the fireplace when he hears something outside. He cautiously grabs his sword and opens the gate, finding only Ian, who brings terrible news for the captain. He asks Ian if he found Polence today and if he discovered anything. Unable to look the captain in the eye, Ian tells him that Polence died inside the prison today. The tragic news shocks Oliver, who cannot believe the words that have just reached his ears. Hearing about Polence's death deeply shocks Oliver. He first met him in an orphanage, sponsored by the Raywood family. Polence was always cheerful and bright, and he always did the right thing. Oliver's father recognized Polence's talent for swordsmanship and decided to sponsor him. After that, Oliver and Polence would train together like true brothers. He was someone who worked hard and always believed in justice, and to think that he died in vain makes Oliver incredibly sad. However, Ian tells Oliver that before Polence died, he managed to read his memories. He discovered that a few days ago, Polence went to see the first captain of the Imperial Knights, Order Sir Denfield, and the person with Sir Denfield used dark magic to brainwash the vice-captain. Oliver is surprised to hear about Sir Denfield and dark magic, because, according to his knowledge, dark magic no longer existed. Ian describes the man as someone with a pale face and long silver hair, but he has never met him before, not even in his past life. One thing he is sure of is that this is related to Sir Denfield's death, and that the unknown high-ranking mage helped him. Oliver asks how strong this high-ranking mage is, and Ian tells him that when he tried to use cancellation magic, it did not work, so he is someone who is capable of using higher-level magic than Ian's. Although Ian has some idea of who the mage might be, he has no proof. Furthermore, he's not sure if the mage is working alone, or if other dark mages are involved, so he needs to investigate further. Oliver is worried that if the mage manages to cast a spell stronger than Ian's, it could be truly dangerous, because if they succeed in casting dark magic on Ian, it could mean the total annihilation of the Empire, and shows him the Queen's necklace that Oliver gave him 6 years ago. Although Oliver said, it keeps the mind clear, it's more than that. The pendant is made from a very rare jewel made of dragon tears. Because of this, the necklace contains an anti-magic spell with the power of at least class 8 or higher, and it can absorb dark magic. Oliver is relieved to know that Ian will be safe with the necklace. However, there's more to the story. Ian tells him that the details of the spell, anti-magic, are known only to him and Oliver, and people think it's just a normal treasure of the Imperial family. Ian asks Oliver to promise to keep what he is about to tell him a secret. Upon hearing the secret, Oliver is left speechless. Meanwhile, Sir Denfield brings the news of Pooh's death and Ian's stealthy entry into the prison to Ragnar. However, Ragnar, the fifth prince, remains unconcerned, because he knows Ian couldn't have done anything. He is still unaware of the Dragonian's existence, and due to the lack of any clear information, he will try to avoid being caught by dark magic. Even though Herbert's 5th-class magic couldn't affect Ian, with his 6th-class magic, Avantis is an 8th-class mage, much stronger than Ian. Avantis, even with his power sealed, is still stronger than Ian. However, even knowing that there is a stronger mage, Ian wouldn't try to escape, and Ragnar has no idea what Ian must be thinking because, although Ian has been one of the Crown Prince's aides since entering the Imperial Palace, he still says he doesn't serve the Crown Prince. Although Ragnar hid his actions well, he couldn't help but feel that Ian always saw right through him. So Ragnar thinks that for now, it's best to observe how Ian moves. Meanwhile, Ian gives his servant a letter to be sent to Lord Pierre and asks about the one he sent to the Moglin mansion in the north. He hands him an authorization, issued under the name of the Merchants Guild, so they can disguise themselves as merchants and leave the capital. At his request, Lord Moglin has offered to help them, so Ian orders the servant to gather all the other servants in the mansion after sunset, so they can leave for Moglin along with his mother. Meanwhile, his mother is confused about why she has to leave the mansion, but above all, she is worried about leaving her only son alone. However, Ian assures her that she doesn't need to worry about him. He is perfectly capable of taking care of himself, but now he needs to protect her. But Ian's mother remains worried about her son's safety and insists they leave together. Ian begs her to listen to him at least once, as he is afraid of hurting her. He tells Roth to take care of her and forbids him from revealing her location, even if Ian himself comes looking for her, and as soon as the danger has passed, he will send a letter to Lord Moglin. Meanwhile, as Ian's #1 subordinate, Douglas offers to stay, but Ian refuses him too, considering that with Douglas's alchemy talents, it would be dangerous for him to fall into that mage's hands. As a security measure, Ian decides to erase part of their memories once everyone has left the mansion, so that he won't know where everyone is going. However, they all need to follow the plan because Ian is depending on them. After everyone departs, all that remains for Ian is a necklace and an elixir. Meanwhile, a servant brings Ragnar news about the Crown Prince and the Emperor. He reports that the Crown Prince is very weak and hasn't left his home, even though the Emperor has received treatment and is out of critical condition. He remains unconscious. However, even if he were to wake up, things wouldn't get any better. With his internal organs damaged, it's likely there will be negative side effects. The only thing that worries Ragnar is that if his father's condition improves, it would ruin everything for him. Sir Danfio's solution is to think ahead and bribe the imperial chemist in advance. Prince Haydn's inability to fulfill his duties during critical moments has made the nobles question his abilities. Not only that, but the Second Order of the Imperial Knights is under investigation, and the council is discussing stripping Captain Oliver of his title. Vanessa is happy to hear that everything is going according to plan, and soon Ragnar will take the throne. However, what worries Ragnar is that Ian has been idle, which isn't typical of him. As he reflects on Ian's actions, a servant interrupts the meeting to announce Ian's arrival at the Imperial Palace. So Ragnar ends the meeting and tells Vanessa to erase his presence and stay in the room. And in walks Ian Page. When Ian arrives, Ragnar feigns a state of agony over his father's assassination attempt and pretends to be worried about his father's condition. He asks Ian why he has come to see him during such difficult times, when he should be fulfilling his duty. However, Ian confronts him about the dark magic that controlled Vice Captain Polance, and says he knows it was him because he found Sir Denfield Mori. Ian adds that he also knows the Order of the Dragon is involved, and that all the affected people are also those who were by Ragnar's side. He is sure that all of this is part of Ragnar's plan, but Ragnar pretends to know nothing and denies the accusations. He instead blames Ian for not knowing about the presence of black magic. As Master of the Ivory Tower, Ragnar denies having any knowledge of the Order of the Dragon, and even criticizes Ian for accusing him of working with them. Moreover, as the one responsible for watching over the princes, Ian should have known that Ragnar was confined to his home, and his actions were monitored by the tower. However, all of Ragnar's lies become clear to Ian's lie-detecting magic, and he confronts Ragnar, telling him he knows that he met with the Order of the Dragon, and is involved with a black magic user, perhaps the leader of the Order. With his lies discovered, Ragnar stops pretending to be innocent but isn't afraid of being caught because if Ian is right, he has no proof, because Poe, who assassinated the Emperor, is dead, and his confession was verified as true with lie detection magic. Ragnar tells Ian that he is a fool for coming alone. As Ragnar summons a being named Aventos, Ian doesn't recognize him from Pooh's memories, while black magic suffocates Ian. He recognizes the cloak Aventos is wearing. He never thought he would see it again. He recognizes the Dragonian, a form of dragon descendant. Under Ragnar's orders, Aventos uses black magic to make Ian his right-hand man. Ian tries to resist, until finally his eyes turn red, and he stops struggling, finally yielding to the black magic. Ragnar still feels that nothing has changed, so to satisfy the fifth prince, Aventos tells Ian to kill himself. The extreme measure shocks Ragnar, but Ian summons ice with a sharp tip and points it at his own neck. As he brings it closer to his neck, Ragnar tells him to stop. He is convinced. After finally seeing Ian obey the command, holding the sharp ice to his neck, as drops of blood trickle down. With the job done, Aventos leaves Ian and Ragnar. Ragnar asks Ian whom he serves. Ian promptly kneels before Ragnar, and declares that he serves Ragnar the fifth prince, the one who will rise to the highest position in the empire. Ragnar is now relieved to have the master of the Ivory Tower by his side. While the crown prince is in his room, a servant tells him to prepare for the assembly that Ian has summoned. with his authority as master of the tower. The Crown Prince does not want to meet Ian in his current state, so he asks his servant to help him get dressed. The nobles gather inside the royal palace, chatting about the assembly. They suppose that Ian summoned the assembly to discuss who will ascend the throne, since the Crown Prince's actions have been quite disappointing. Some nobles speculate that Ian now supports Ragnar, the fifth prince, despite having been loyal to the Crown Prince for years. The Crown Prince sees Ian and excitedly runs to greet him. He extends his hand and asks Ian if they can meet after the assembly. However, Ian pulls his hand away, leaving the Crown Prince shocked by this change in behavior. Ian then politely tells the Crown Prince that he is busy after the assembly. Before the Crown Prince can say anything else, someone calls Ian to the assembly hall. Seeing this change in Ian's behavior and watching him walk away deeply saddens the Crown Prince. In the assembly hall, Ian addresses the council and the nobles. Given the Emperor's critical condition, he believes that even if the Emperor were to regain consciousness, he would not be in a condition to fulfill his duties. This requires a decision to be made now. The Emperor's condition has brought the Empire down in the eyes of the enemy. Their land is now filled with fear and terror. In this difficult time, they need to choose the rightful ruler, someone who can end the crisis and bring peace to the political affairs between the three countries. Someone who can restore the glory of the Empire is the one who should wear the crown. Ian declares his support for Ragnar, the fifth prince. Everyone looks at each other in shock, looking for an explanation. The Crown Prince, like everyone else, remains shocked. But Ragnar, on the other hand, remains relaxed with a smile on his face, hurt by this betrayal. The Crown Prince approaches Ian in a rage. He grabs him by the collar and punches Ian in the face. People intervene to break up the fight and escort the enraged Crown Prince out of the assembly hall. Ian's betrayal hit the Crown Prince hard. He never expected this from him. While the Crown Prince is lying in his room, he sees Oliver standing outside. Oliver tells him to dress well so they can leave. Oliver's arrival confuses him. Oliver explains to the Crown Prince that they can take the secret emergency path behind the palace to avoid the guards, knowing that the entire night squadron of the second palace is waiting outside. Surprises the Crown Prince. Oliver kneels in respect and extends his hand forward and says they need to leave now. The Crown Prince is surprised at first, unable to respond, but then he places his hand in Oliver's. As Oliver and the Crown Prince leave, the knights of the second palace greet the Crown Prince with enthusiasm. Oliver tells him that the palace and the capital are no longer safe for the Crown Prince, and the knights of the second palace have decided to accompany him to the territory of Pierre's for safety. However, the Crown Prince is worried about the territory of Pierre because Ian, who just betrayed him, made an eternal contract with them. Oliver said he will explain everything, but first, they need to leave. But the Crown Prince is worried about disobeying orders, because that is treason and punishable by execution. Oliver refuses to acknowledge anyone's orders. The knights of the second palace recognize Oliver as their king, and only he can command them. Everyone kneels before the Crown Prince and promises to serve and protect him. Seeing the unwavering loyalty of the knights of the second palace, the Crown Prince yields and agrees to go with them. He asks Oliver to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Sadanfal brings the news that the Crown Prince has disappeared along with the knights of the second palace, who were seen leaving armed. They were seen heading east, so a team was sent. But Sadanfal asks if they should send more people. Ragnar refuses because they must be heading to the Pierre's territory in the east. The frequent appearance of monsters will make it difficult to catch them. They should be fine with Oliver. The Swordmaster and the elite knights are with them. A less skilled force would only get hurt, so Ragnar tells Sadanfal to ignore them and focus on finding Vanessa Page. Ragnar has seen through Ian's plan. He knows he must have hidden his mother because he knew he would be influenced by dark magic. However, he will not reveal her location, and it is unlikely his servants have been brainwashed. This means Ian must have erased their memories. Sadanfal is curious why finding a powerless woman is a priority. Ragnar explains that there is no way Ian would have come alone, being fully aware that he would be under the influence of dark magic. He thinks there is more to Ian's plan, and he needs Vanessa to prepare for it. If something is too good to be true, it probably is, which leaves Ragnar anxious as he thinks about what Ian must be planning. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is with Oliver at the Pierre's castle when Lord Pierre's checks to see if he is comfortable. The Crown Prince assures him that he is delighted with the kindness and hospitality Lord Pierre's has shown him. Lord Pierre says he is honored to host the Crown Prince. He laments the Emperor's assassination and prays for his swift recovery. Lord Pierre's assures the Crown Prince that the Pierre's family will support him, as Ian requested, and they will do their best to keep him safe. The Crown Prince feels very positive about Lord Pierre's and finds him very thoughtful. He mentions that Lord Pierre's and Oliver are relatives. Oliver says he is a distant relative, and even taught Oliver how to wield a sword when he was a boy. The Crown Prince is relieved to know that Ian thought of everything. However, he is worried whether Ian was truly influenced by dark magic, or if he has truly decided to side with Ragnar. The Crown Prince fears that Ragnar has always been better than him, and perhaps, like all the other nobles, Ian has also decided that Ragnar was a more suitable ruler and has sided with him. Oliver assures him that is not the case. He repeats what Ian told him 6 years ago, that he will never support the Fifth Prince. He urges the Crown Prince to have faith in Ian's plan, because he trusts that he has planned for everything. Meanwhile, in a flashback, Ian explains the plan to Oliver, that he will meet Ragnar and willingly let him cast black magic on him. However, the Crown Prince must not know, otherwise he will try to stop. Oliver expresses concerns about Ian's safety, but Ian assures him that he is too important for Ragnar to kill him immediately. With his 6th level class as a high-ranking mage, and his position as Master of the Ivory Tower, Ian has the power to influence political and diplomatic decisions. Ragnar will use Ian to gain the trust of the nobles and succeed the throne. Oliver gets confused when Ian said he hates the idea of being controlled by Ragnar again. However, Ian continues that it is necessary to uncover Ragnar's plan and everyone involved. He tells Oliver to take the Crown Prince to Lord Pierre. When he announces his support for Ragnar, Oliver raises the point that, being under the influence of black magic, Ian would need someone to break it, and there is no one they can trust in the Imperial Palace or the capital. However, Ian assures him that there is someone strong and trustworthy, and that she has been in Ragnar's blind spot the entire time, which gives them an advantage. Haley sits beside the Emperor, who is unconscious in his bed. She cries to her father about the recent family events. Ian's support for Ragnar, Oliver's disappearance, and Ragnar preparing to take the throne makes her feel powerless. There is no one she can trust, even after all the lies she wants to believe in Ian. She cries for her father to wake up, but then Kevin interrupts her, saying he needs to talk to her. He hands her a box that the Master of the Ivory Tower asked him to deliver to her. This surprises Haley. After everything Ian has done, Kevin tells her he was ordered to deliver it to her in secret and says goodbye. And after Kevin leaves, Haley is left speechless, holding the box in her hand after Kevin delivers the box to Haley and leaves. Haley sits down and opens the box. Inside the box, she finds a necklace, a bottle of elixir, and a letter. She picks up the letter to read first, in which Ian explains everything to her. He explains that he changed because of black magic. The vice captain's assassination attempt on the Emperor was also caused by the influence of black magic. Her brother, Ragnar, the 5th Prince, is working with the organization known as the Order of the Dragon, along with the high-ranking mage against the Emperor to succeed his throne. Ian allowed himself to be influenced by black magic to find the person who tried to harm the Emperor. However, he needs Haley's help. He tells her about the Queen's necklace, which can break the black magic spell, and he needs her to put this necklace on him. The potion is a contingency in case the necklace does not work. It is made from a special herb called a lander flower, and can neutralize the mana in someone's body, but it is also a fatal poison capable of killing a mage. If the necklace fails to break the dark magic spell cast on him, he wants her to use the potion to kill him. Meanwhile, now that Ragnar is no longer grounded, he visits the palace to see his father, because as the Emperor's son, he must fulfill his duties. Haley spots Ragnar and Ian after a long time, and asks Ragnar if she can speak with Ian for a moment. With Ragnar's permission, Haley takes Ian to a room so no one will see them. She tells Ian she needs to return the item he gave her, and asks Ian to bend down. The moment she places the necklace on Ian, its jewel begins to glow, and Ian's eyes turn red. The dark magic starts to pour out of Ian's body. He coughs and vomits a black liquid onto the floor. The princess worries about Ian, but he gets back on his feet as soon as the dark magic is destroyed. She hugs Ian in relief, saying she could never kill him. However, Ian thought that putting his life on the line was the only way to make her believe him, but he is relieved to know the necklace destroyed the dark magic because he was worried it might not work. Haley is furious with Ian for doing something so reckless when he wasn't even sure it would work. Ian tells her that sometimes reckless actions are necessary for miracles and it's the only reason he exists. A memory of him holding a knife to his chest flashes through Ian's mind. He wipes Haley's tears from her face and thanks her for believing in him. In a heartfelt moment, Ian thanks Haley for believing in him. She wipes the tears from her face and gets up to ask Ian if he found anything while he was Ragnar's puppet. Ian tells her everything. The massive scale of the Order of the Dragon, Herbert, the position of the former master of the Mafim Tower, as an executive of the Order, and the high rank of dozens of senior royals. Sir Damphil Mort, the knight of the first imperial family who served the Emperor for decades, was also involved in the conspiracy. the dragon Ian long thought to be extinct, is the religious leader of the order. He has the ability to take human form and even use magic, of the 8th class. It was Ragnar who freed the Dragonian from the seal of Mitchell, Green River, to collaborate with him. Ragnar's actions horrify Haley. However, Ian adds that he thinks Ragnar has been planning this for a long time. The succession of the royal line is not the Order's final goal, but they want to start a war with the Empire's armed forces to conquer the lands. Ian tells Haley that Ragnar already controls the royal palace. It's not just the poison that threatens her safety. He urges her to trust no one, and to stay by the Emperor's side. Haley worries about Ian's safety, but Ian tells her he still needs to pretend to be on Ragnar's side. To find out how Mitchell Green River got rid of the Dragonian, there was nothing about it in the library of the Ivory Tower, so Ian believes he might find something in the royal palace. Haley thinks for a moment and asks Ian to follow her because she has something to show him. She leads him to another place and hands him a book. It's a treasure of the royal family that her father gave her as a gift. The book is a relic left behind by Mitchell Green River, the first mage of the royal family. It is presumed to be a diary, written by an ancestor during his life. The reason it's presumed is because the seal on the artifact has never been opened by anyone. The records say that Mitchell Green River was a 5th-class mage, but the seal seems to be made with a higher-class magic. She wonders if Ian will be able to undo the seal. Ian thinks about channeling mana into the book to try and read the techniques, but suddenly, the book begins to glow, and he recognizes the dragon language. The seal is broken, so they try to read the book. The first entries of the diary are about the time after they defeated the dragons. The entry contains information about the plans to leave the land, to build a new ivory tower along with a memorial. For the mages and knights of the Empire who died in the battle, it also has records about research on magical techniques. Ian continues to read and recognizes Fran, his father's name. The entry is about when Fran went to see the ancestor, and the ancestor knew it was the last time he would see him. He swore to keep the promise he made to Fran, until his last breath, and he leaves his last words in the diary in the dragon language. Suddenly, a glow appears around the room, and everything, except Ian, gradually turns gray. Confusion hits Ian when he sees Haley frozen and realizes that time has stopped. Across the room, he sees a brilliant yellow light from behind a door. Ian opens the door, and on the other side, he sees a field covered in grass. Sitting before him is a man covered by a cloak. Ian approaches the man and asks about the place and who he is. The man says it is a dimensionless space, known as a repository of time. The name confuses Ian a bit, but the man explains that it is the place, containing all the time of the dimension in which Ian lives. Ian is confused about how the man knows his name. The man tells Ian that humans know him as the First Mage or the Golden Dragon. The revelation shocks Ian. The Golden Dragon, who controls time, exists only in legends, and the First Mage was the first human to discover magic. Ian is confused to learn that both are the same being. The man tells Ian that if he is here, it means he already knows about Mitchell, but what he doesn't understand is why Mitchell spared the Dragonian. In that dimension, he doesn't understand if it was out of pity or for revenge. Ian is confused about how the man and Mitchell are related. The man responds that they are friends because he was the one who gave Mitchell the power to end the dragons. Ian asks if he is telling the truth, because the man chose to give the power to Mitchell instead of doing it himself. The man replies that a long time ago, humans suffered from black magic. The dragon's authority had the ability to bring all of creation into submission, and black magic was created to achieve that power. However, the black magic created by the dragons was greedy and ambitious. It was corrupting and upsetting the balance of the world, causing numerous disasters. And although countless humans suffered, he could not get involved because when the world was created, a rule was made to never allow a dragon to interfere in the human world. But, since the dragon's authority was the cause of human suffering, the man could not just stand by, so he went against the rule and interfered in human history. He taught humans magic to fight against black magic. However, that was not enough. Humanity needed a hero to rise up when it fell into disaster, so he shared the authority with a human, with Mitchell Green River. Although Mitchell belonged to the imperial family, he dedicated his life to destroying the existence of black magic, but his one mistake undid all his efforts to pay for the consequence of interfering with human existence. The Golden Dragon lost all of his memories. He could not destroy the black magic by himself, so he sealed his remaining time in his human body and waited, hoping that he would eventually remember what to do. After losing all his memories, the Golden Dragon traveled the human world. Even though those times were short, he cherished every moment. Then, he met Vanessa, and his life became beautiful, and he gained another precious gift. He calls Ian his son and says that he missed him. However, Ian refuses to believe it, because his father died a long time ago. The Golden Dragon agrees that Fran Page is dead, but what exists now is a mind without its physical body, and he is waiting for Ian. Ian is furious with him for having left them. The Golden Dragon continued, saying that after some time had passed, his memories began to return, and he remembered what he needed to do. He had to completely rid this world of black magic. Even though he wanted to protect the world, he had no time left. He had no choice but to leave his family. He acknowledged that Ian had a difficult life, but hoped he would find happiness. Ian is upset, but says he didn't come here to talk about that. The Golden Dragon tells Ian that the power he seeks to defeat the Dragonian already exists within him. Before he left Vanessa, the Golden Dragon's authority had already been passed to Ian while he was still in her womb. He tells Ian that his ability to understand and use the dragon tongue wasn't just because he is a high-ranking mage. Ian suddenly realizes he doesn't remember when he started using the dragon tongue. The Golden Dragon decides it's time to awaken the dormant power in Ian, but first he needs to take a look at it. Frank wants to awaken this specific power in Ian Page, but to do that he would need to look inside Ian's soul to see what kind of life he wanted. It was a life that remained a secret even to him. Ian wakes up from his nap and, trying to figure out where he is, goes to Vanessa, and she is mad at him, complaining that after all the effort he made to arrange time for a picnic for the family, he was sleeping there the whole time, as she knows Ian has been busy these days. But she wants him not to push himself so hard. She also decides to talk to her brother, so Ian can get some rest. Ian, in the scene, calls her Your Highness Vanessa. She questions him about the formality he's using, or if he's still half asleep, since Your Highness is something she hasn't heard from him in a while. Vanessa calls their daughter Johanna to give her father a hug, since he's finally awake. Johanna runs to her father and hugs him, but his reaction seems a little cold. As Ian is confused about what's happening there, Vanessa reminds him that this isn't the right way to treat a young lady, and since Johanna hugged him, he should hug her back. Ian reaches out and holds her very tightly, and upon hearing her say "Daddy," he feels relaxed. But suddenly, he realizes it was all a dream, and the primal mage questions him about what he saw. He confesses to him that he saw a little girl, with the same hair and eye color as him, and her name was Johanna. Her small, warm body, sound, and scent filled him entirely with a feeling of warmth and tranquility. Ian asks him what all of that was. He replies that it was love, as it is the strongest magic that gives humans their greatness, but at the same time, it is a very common concept. Frank Page felt that sacrificing for someone you love, fighting to protect them, and having the courage to move on with life was everything Ian also wanted. To be part of the wheel, the most humble and the greatest of all. But Ian finds this too peaceful and beautiful for him to even dream of. He asks if he witnessed his future. According to Frank Page, this is something that could be and, at the same time, maybe not, as everything depends on Ian's choice, and he feels it's time to send Ian back so that he can awaken the dragon power that lives inside of him. He also wants Ian to use it usefully and finish what he could not do. Ian can still feel the memories of Frank Page flowing inside him. Frank Page confesses that he never left his son and that he loves him very much, forever. Ian's heart clenched. Haley Green River asks him if he's all right, but he denies it, saying there's just something in his eye perhaps, and nothing more. Ian opens the diary, and all the draconic writings have disappeared. He asks Haley if she remembers what was written there, but there's nothing, as it has been blank from the beginning. Haley asks Ian if he has finally found a way to defeat the dragons. Ian has found a way, which makes Haley happy. Ian is going to settle things with Ragnar once and for all, and he wants Haley to take care of His Majesty by staying by his side and keeping him safe, as that is the #1 priority. He also promises her that he will be fine, and that he will put an end to all of Ragnar's madness. They shake hands, and Ian will return as promised. Ronan really wants Ian to reconsider, since the continent has already been unified, but they still face many conflicts over the lands, and the Empire needs its 8th-class hero. He wants Ian to think about the achievements of the Ivory Tower, as if he would give all that up. He even knows that His Majesty will never let Ian leave like this. But Ian has already decided to leave, even if he isn't given permission. He has already made preparations for Ronan to become the next master of the tower. Ronan is shocked. Ian confesses to him that he does not stand before him as an 8th-class hero, but as a disgusting monster, which left Ronan speechless. Ragnar Greenriver confronts Ian, and says that he read the letter Ian sent him. He asks Ian why he is leaving so suddenly. If he wants a break from everything, then Ragnar will allow him to take a few months off, or even a few years if he wants, because he knows how much Ian has sacrificed alongside him to build the Empire, So that is why he will grant him everything he needs, because he deserves the best, and they can find another substitute until Ian is gone. And since Ian recommended Ronan, he will do just that. And he will also reorganize the system so the workload can be divided and more new people can be hired. So he orders Ian to take a break and come back when he's ready. But Ian refuses, because he is not coming back. His very existence will not help the future of the Empire. Now that it is unified, all he will do is lead the Empire to division once again. That is why he has chosen to renounce all public positions and return home. He will also never use magic again, and he will live the rest of his life repenting for his sins. Ragnar becomes angry, because repenting is something failures do. And Ian has done better than anyone in the Empire, and he should be proud of that. And the contribution Ian has made to the nation is the last thing he should give up as a citizen of the Empire. So he wants Ian to stop wasting time with this nonsense. Ian questions him. How could he wash the blood of innocent people from his hands? Ragnar confesses to Ian that the sacrifices they made were for a greater cause, but Ian feels sick because those sacrifices were made by his own hands. He wants Ragnar to do him a favor as an old friend and allow him to atone for his sins. Ragnar questions him, asking if he is going to betray the emperor he helped put on the throne, just so he can grieve for some insignificant people he doesn't even know. And after all these years that they both worked together, how could Ian ask something like that of him? Ragnar couldn't imagine they would part ways like this. Ian felt very sorry for him. Ronan asks Ragnar if he's really going to let Ian go just like that with the remnants of the Coldwood Empire, and the rebel unions still causing so much trouble on their borders. And if his people hear that Ian has left us at such a difficult time, they would become disheartened. And if he allies with the rebellion, he could take the Empire by force if he wanted. Some people worship Ian Page as a war hero, and even think he should be the next to succeed the throne. And if Ian Page chooses not to be his ally, it would be wiser to kill him. Ragnar summons the imperial alchemist Douglas Raymond. He asks Ragnar about the new potion and if he is sleeping well, but it's getting worse for him. Ragnar asks if they can increase the dosage, but this potion is made with an addictive herb, and if he takes more than he's already taking, it will cause him harm. Besides that, these potions are a temporary solution, and Ragnar needs to solve the fundamental problem, which is that he can't sleep at night to get better. But Ragnar can't do that, because he's afraid that his old friend who left him will betray him and take his empire from him someday. Because when he was by his side he used to trust him, but after he left, Ragnar feels he is truly the monster he was said to be. The alchemist advises him that the only way to overcome this is to kill him. Ragnar is shocked that the alchemist is advising him to kill his friend, but the alchemist feels that if he is truly his friend who is causing him so much pain. But Ragnar knows he is a great 8th-class mage, and there's no way to kill him as he is more powerful than other mages from the Ivory Tower. The alchemist gives him the idea to kill Ian, saying that he can prepare a poison capable of killing him. Ian is peacefully reading a book by the fireplace on a snowy night when suddenly there's a knock at the door. Curious to know who it is at this hour, he gets up from his chair and opens the door. Just as he's about to ask the person who they are, Ian is surprised to see that it's Ragnar. Ragnar greets Ian respectfully, mentioning how long it has been since they last saw each other. When he asks Ian if he can come in, Ian confusedly asks him the reason for his arrival. Ragnar, with a simple smile, asks Ian if even though he has left his position and departed, it wouldn't be good for them to meet like this, occasionally. He clarifies not just as a ruler, but as a friend. Ian, after considering the request, allows Ragnar to enter, saying that he will always be welcome. Once inside, Ragnar sits in a chair with a bottle of wine on the table next to him. Noticing the bottle, Ian asks in confusion why he suddenly brought wine, when he doesn't even like to drink. Pouring the wine into the glasses, Ragnar replies that he just thought, it's not bad to have a glass from time to time, and adds, who was also curious to know how his longtime friend Ian was doing. Ragnar extends his hand to deliver a full glass of wine to Ian, who takes it, thanking Ragnar. After Ian also sits in a chair across from Ragnar, Ragnar asks how he has been, adding that he looks better than when he was in the capital. Ian explains that he has been traveling to areas under the unified empire and has seen all kinds of people, and how they lived their lives, which was a truly meaningful time for him. Ragnar enjoys his wine, while listening to Ian's stories. Ian then tells him how he also learned several things after returning to his hometown. When he thought about it, magic was the only thing he had ever known in his life. When winter passes and the snow melts, he said he is thinking of working on a small farm. Ragnar comments that Ian is certainly living a simple and normal life, for a hero who led the unification war to victory. Looking down with a thought in his mind, Ragnar continues, saying he is glad that Ian is satisfied with what he has done, since many things have happened since his departure. He says that after they managed to suppress the rebel forces of Coldwood, in the north, the unified empire has finally stabilized. the daughter of Duke Bennett, who was the ruler of the Principality of Ro, will announce her marriage to the Crown Prince soon. As Ragnar continues to recount recent events, Ian suddenly feels something wrong with his body. Despite noticing this, Ragnar continues that with the Crown Prince's marriage, they will be able to have a peaceful integration with the people in power in the Principality of Ro. He mentions, "It is truly fascinating to see the Crown Prince, who used to be a child, getting married now," adding that he thinks he finally understands a little of how his father felt. In the past, he tells Ian that, while the Ivory Tower is not as grand as it was when Ian was there, they are stabilizing now as they balance their values and influence with the imperial family. At this moment, Ian is already on the floor, groaning in pain as he holds his chest. However, Ragnar continues that the restoration of the area that was destroyed because of the war is also progressing rapidly, and everything is being resolved peacefully, and the Empire is heading for its best days. He then slams the glass on the table and furiously adds the words of his declaration. Addressing Ian, he says if only he would disappear now. Ian coughs up blood and covers his mouth. It is a poison that neutralizes mana within someone's blood vessels. Ragnar stands up in front of Ian, stating that for him, it would only last a few minutes at most, which is why he mixed in a different poison. Ian could barely ask why, as Ragnar sarcastically asked if he didn't realize that Ian's power would be a detriment to the unified empire from now on. It might be useful in wartime, but now, it's merely a source of unrest. Ragnar tells Ian he must return to his hometown to repent for what he has done for the rest of his life, reminding Ian that those were his own words. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Ragnar then asks Ian if he has any idea how afraid he was of him, how he was going mad, from being afraid of his longtime friend, the 8th-class mage, who, if he so desired, could take over his empire at any moment. Calling Ian a monster, Ragnar asks how he can let him continue to live. Calling him a longtime friend once more, Ragnar begs Ian to please not forgive him. Ragnar leaves Ian's house and callously orders his subordinate to burn it to the ground. After the house is set ablaze and begins to turn to ash in the roaring flames, Ragnar looks back. Duncan Medosa assures Ragnar that they will handle the rest. He asks him to return to the horse-drawn carriage, but when he looks at Ragnar, he is surprised to see him crying. As he gazes at the burning house, Ragnar comments sadly that this is how he too must say his farewell to Ian. He thinks about how truly tired he is of such endings. However, he gives a strange smile before finally turning to board the carriage, while his subordinates handle the mess and take care of the remaining affairs there. Ian enters Ragnar's office, and his arrival is acknowledged. Ragnar, looking at the papers in his hands, asks Ian what the princess said to him. Ian tells Ragnar that the princess asked why he had betrayed Ragnar. Ragnar asks what he answered. Ian says he told the princess directly that he didn't have to answer her. This makes Ragnar laugh. Setting the papers aside, Ragnar crosses his arms and leans back. He remarks how the princess is quite fond of Ian, calling her a poor thing. Ragnar then tells Ian how her father disliked every one of her suitors and rejected all their marriage proposals. He finds this quite unusual, wondering what was so disagreeable about those men. He adds that for people like them, marriage is basically a transaction for the sake of family and power. Ian stands there in silence, listening to Ragnar say that the thought of her father hiding the princess just because he didn't want to is simply ridiculous, as he is someone who would gladly take advantage of such transactions. Rising from his chair, Ragnar informs Ian that when the time is right, he intends for Ian to marry the daughter of a suitable family. He starts walking toward Ian, saying it won't be long now, because he will ascend the throne, become a stronger emperor than his father, and be the first to unite the three countries and lead the Green River Empire to its peak. As he gets close to Ian, Ragnar stops in front of him and tells him that this is what he is going to do, placing both hands on each of Ian's shoulders. Ragnar asks him to be by his side as they welcome the peak of their empire. Ian, however, still remains silent, even as Ragnar claims that Ian belongs to him and he won't regret swearing loyalty to Ragnar. Ian finally speaks. He places his hand over Ragnar's, which is holding his shoulder, and tells him that he has already seen this. Elaborating on his statement, Ian mentions the moment of honor of seeing the Green River as a unified empire, alongside the great emperor. Confused by Ian's statement, Ragnar asks him what he meant by that. Ian respectfully removes Ragnar's hands from his shoulders, and, lowering his gaze, says that he gave up everything he had for the empire and the emperor because that was his entire life. However, he raises his gaze and says that in this life, he has found the life he truly wants. Ragnar, in shock, steps back and panikedly asks Ian if he has undone the black magic, and asks how he did it. Ian closes his eyes with sadness and admits he regrets telling Ragnar this. But calling Ragnar the only person who exists in the past, present, and future his friend and lord, who trusted him the most and showed him the greatest honor and also the greatest despair. Ian asks Ragnar to come find him, as he respectfully kneels and looks down. Ian then places a hand on his chest in respect, telling the shaken Ragnar that he will be waiting for him at the old ivory tower. With that said, Ian disappears using his teleportation ability, leaving Ragnar furious and clenching his fist. Ragnar storms out of his office, and upon seeing him so enraged, his subordinate asks him what happened. Ragnar shouts angrily, telling him to bring the captain of the First Order of the Imperial Knights here immediately, and orders him to gather the knightly order and prepare the horses, the fastest ones they have, ending with the final order to find out where Ian is. Later, Ian sits on the steps of the old ivory tower. He looks up at the sky before sighing, and looking down, thinking about how it was no coincidence that he came to this place. In his past life, he talks to himself, telling someone that they have been watching all along. He claims they watched him, the one who wandered aimlessly and whose life was full of regret and remorse. Recalling the painful events of his past life, he accuses them of bringing him to this place, to give him a second chance. Thinking about a book, he recognizes it as the last memento they left behind, the Dragon Tongue of Time Regression. He then says that he thinks he understands, because he was able to comprehend the dragon's language and how he must use the authority passed on to him. After saying this, a yellow light appears around his hands until he notices Ragnar's horses approaching, and he looks at them questioningly. Ragnar, after approaching the stairs of the ancient ivory tower, mounted on his horse, glares at Ian, who is sitting at the top of the stairs with contempt. When Ian looks at him, he gets up from the stairs, and, as he starts to descend, he welcomes Ragnar. Ragnar dismounts his horse, and turning to Cervantes, he tells him that this time he must kill Ian, asking if that would be possible. Cervantes sighs as he looks down, stating that they should have killed him before instead of getting into this mess. He calls Ian a brat who is just a 6th-class mage, then claims he will finish Ian in an instant. However, looking concerned, Cervantes tells Ragnar that there seems to be another problem. When asked, he replies that he can feel the authority of the golden dragon. Stating that the person is nearby, Ian and Ragnar look at each other. Ian descends to where Ragnar is and greets him. However, Ragnar grumbles irritably, asking Ian, sarcastically, if they are close enough to be on a first-name basis. Before Ian could say anything, Ragnar calls Ian by his full name, saying that he was wrong, and asks furiously if he thought the Crown Prince could rule the Empire. Ragnar states that what the Empire needs is a rational emperor, with great power. Thus, he claims that the idiotic Crown Prince has no right to possess power. Smiling maniacally, Ragnar looks into Ian's eyes and says that if the Crown Prince knew his place, he should have given up. He adds furiously, asking how the Crown Prince dares to rely on his father's love for him and walk around with confidence when he is not qualified. Ian remains silent, even as Ragnar calls the Crown Prince an unqualified insect, stating that he was enjoying what Ragnar could not obtain, as if that was how things were meant to be. As Ragnar shouts in rage, refusing to acknowledge the Crown Prince, claiming that he is the qualified one, and saying that he is the one who needs to become the Emperor, Ian finally speaks in his soft voice. He says that dark magic corrupts the souls of human beings and tells Ragnar that he is no exception. He continues, saying that Ragnar has lost the cold judgment he once had and is now showing his true colors as he pursues his desires. When Ian tells Ragnar that he can no longer return to his normal self, Ragnar smiles arrogantly and tells Ian to spout all the nonsense he wants, because today will be the last day that mouth of his will ever speak. After saying this, Ragnar calls for Cervantes, signaling him to do his job and finish off Ian. Cervantes then advances, spreading his wings and sending his air-based magic toward Ian, thinking about how he heard Ian was an intelligent human, but perhaps that was not entirely true. As he thinks about how Ian is shortening his own life, he realizes that the air-based magic he sent toward Ian, caused him no harm, and he is still standing there, intact. This fuels Cervantes' rage, and he wonders in confusion how this could have happened. Cervantes then confidently sends his fire-based magic toward Ian, but to his surprise and extreme annoyance, this magic also fails, as Ian continues to stand there nonchalantly, the fire only burning around him without causing any harm. Cervantes thinks that Ian Page is definitely a lower-class mage compared to him. Thus, no matter how exceptional he is as a human, he should not be able to overcome the class of a Dragonian who has lived for more than 5 centuries. With that said, Cervantes now casts ice magic in the form of ice spikes toward Ian. Just like the other forms of magic, this one also fails, as the ice spikes around Ian stop near him and freeze in midair. At this point, Cervantes is now panicking like a maniac, wondering why none of his attacks are working, and that's not the only problem. The energy he has felt since the moment he arrived. The authority of the Golden Dragon. Cervantes feels this energy is coming from Ian. Ian shatters all the ice spikes while looking into Cervantes' eyes with a grim expression. Cervantes finally asks Ian who he is. In his response, Ian calls him the last pitiful Dragonian, commenting on how Cervantes coveted the power and authority of a dragon and even killed his own ancestor to obtain that power. But now his race no longer exists, and he has been left completely alone. Reminding Cervantes of his past, Ian said that Mitchell Greenriver gave him the most painful punishment possible, which was the void, hatred, anger, and sadness. The helplessness of not being able to do anything, as Ian sarcastically praises Cervantes. By stating that he certainly did well to survive all that humiliation, he reaches the limit of his self-control, and his rage escalates considerably. Cervantes yells at Ian to shut up, threatening that he will erase Ian's life right now, and begins to run toward Ian to attack him with his long nails. Ian, on the other hand, is still standing there calmly and gracefully, saying that, at last, he will send Cervantes to his brethren's side with the power he so desperately sought. As Cervantes is running toward Ian, Ian uses his manipulation magic and orders Cervantes, calling him the last descendant of the dragons, to kill himself. To understand what was happening and how Ian possessed such power, he falls to his knees on the ground, asking Ian what he just said. Cervantes doesn't even get his answer, when a sword pierces his body from the front. Groaning in pain, Cervantes can barely utter any words and questions Ian about why he has the power to manipulate his enemies. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ragnar, who is behind Cervantes, is immensely shocked at seeing what just happened before his very eyes. Ian still remembers the first time he met Ragnar. It may have been a strictly calculated move, but it meant a lot to Ian when Ragnar approached him in that fleeting moment. Back then, Herbert Lyon told Ian on their way to meet with Ragnar, to feel honored. As it was the first time Ragnar had ever sought someone out first, Herbert further told Ian that Ragnar also promised to provide all available resources to develop Ian's potential because he highly valued Ian's talent. Therefore, Herbert told Ian to be careful with what he said and did, as he must conduct himself properly, given the person he was about to meet would eventually ascend the throne. After they arrived at the door, Ragnar was notified by his subordinate that the master of the ivory tower, Herbert, was requesting an audience with him. With permission to let them in, Herbert enters with Ian, following at an arm's length. Ragnar gladly welcomes the master of the ivory tower, Herbert, and the mage from the ivory tower, Ian Page. He mentions that he has heard a lot about Ian from the tower master, that he possesses an unprecedented talent within the academy and has surprised everyone. Ian, however, humbly bows his head before Ragnar, saying he doesn't deserve such praise. Observing Ian's modest demeanor, Ragnar smiles gently before mentioning to Ian that he heard Ian's mother had passed away a few days ago due to an illness. Upon being reminded of his grief, Ian's expression shifted to one of sadness as Ragnar continued, saying that since he also lost his mother, he could somewhat understand how Ian felt. Although Ian still felt sad no matter what Ragnar said, he stated that he wished to offer his sincere condolences. As Ian's head was still bowed, in a sign of respect, Ragnar stepped down to his level, stopping in front of him. Ragnar asks Ian to raise his head. When Ian looks up at Ragnar, Ragnar tells him that he is not the prince of the empire, right now. Instead, he wants to meet Ian as a fellow human being, and exclaims that he wishes to become Ian's friend. Now, back in the present, as Ian made Cervantes kill himself, Ragnar was so stunned he couldn't speak. His eyes were wide with shock, and his mind was haunted by his fears. Finally, he closes his eyes, telling himself to make a decision with a thud. He falls to his knees before Ian, saying he will not beg for his life, and asks Ian to kill him, since he prefers that Ian kill him here and now, rather than having his head cut off in the square. Ian, on the contrary, is still quite calm, and remains standing in his place while looking at Ragnar. When he doesn't utter a single word, Ragnar becomes confused and asks if he doesn't hate him. Ian still remains silent, and this leaves Ragnar even more bewildered, making him ask Ian why he is looking at him like that, or if Ian is pitying him. Ragnar finally reaches his breaking point, and, calling Ian a monster, he screams at Ian that he should have killed someone like Ian from the very beginning. His words wound Ian deeply, making him look down sadly, and ask Ragnar if that was what he felt, and if he was truly that afraid of him. Ian approaches Ragnar, saying he would like to show him something in his final moments. With that said, Ian is now standing in front of Ragnar, who is still kneeling, and places his hand on Ragnar's head, saying he wants to show Ragnar who he really is. Ian's magic begins to give Ragnar flashbacks of his past life, from the beginning, when Ian came to see him with Herbert, until the very end, when Ragnar poisoned Ian's wine and then burned him in the fire. Ragnar remembers how Ian was so loyal to him his entire life and stood by his side. But still, Ragnar killed him in the end. With regret and shock, Ragnar's eyes widen, and he couldn't understand the sudden flood of memories. Ragnar looks at Ian, calling his name, but before he could say another word, Ian summons a sharp weapon and kills Ragnar. Obviously, Ian is not happy about doing this. However, he was left with this as his only option. After the death of the Draconian vanguards and the fifth prince, Ragnar, a large-scale purge, was carried out by order of the dragon, and those related to it were executed. The executions began with the captain of the First Imperial Order, of the Knight, Dunfell, down to all the nobles who aided in the rebellion of the fifth prince, Ragnar. Thanks to the dedicated care of Princess Haley for Emperor Terry Green River, he managed to recover quickly and regained consciousness. When Princess Haley Green River tells Terry about all the events that occurred, along with the death of the fifth prince Ragnar, he was deeply saddened to hear it. Polanski, who tried to assassinate the emperor because he was under dark magic, was considered to have returned to normal and was found innocent. His tomb was treated with respect, and he was buried along with the rest of the imperial knights. The rebellion of the fifth prince, Ragnar, involving the use of forbidden dark magic, was recorded as a rare case of a grievous crime in history, and the records of the Dragonian were sealed by imperial order. Its existence must remain a secret from the world. With the passage of time, the death of the fifth prince, Ragnar, was slowly and silently forgotten by the world, as if he had never existed. With that, Ian's revenge and the journey of that rebellion, which felt like an eternity, finally came to an end. When Ian sees Princess Haley sitting with a tense expression, he asks if she is nervous. She acknowledges his arrival and admits she is indeed very nervous. Ian then asks if she regrets her decision, to which she firmly replies that she no longer wants to hide, and that she is determined to help people with her power. Ian smiles at her determination and reassures her, telling her not to worry. He assures her that everything will be all right. At that moment, a servant enters and asks them to please enter the judgment hall. Inside the judgment hall, Princess Haley takes her place on the witness stand. While Ian sits on the judicial bench, an announcement is made that the trial, to decide the fate of Princess Haley Green River, due to her illegal practice and use of magic, is about to begin. Ian speaks before the trial starts. He says there is something he would like to address first. He then walks over to the witness stand, where Princess Haley is standing. Ian states that this matter is directly connected to the accusations against Princess Haley, and therefore, he cannot preside over the trial. As a result, he will pass the responsibility to Sir Ronan and Descartes. Descartes, confused, asks Ian to clarify what he is talking about. Ian confirms that he was one of the teachers who taught her magic. Sir Ronan asks Ian to elaborate further. Ian admits that he has known for 6 years that Princess Haley was a mage. Although he saw her using magic with his own eyes, he chose to ignore it because he believed she had her reasons. Years later, Ian explains, he had to secretly investigate an organization known as the Order of Dragons. This group, deeply involved with black magic, had infiltrated the imperial family. Many nobles in the capital belonged to it. The Dragonian, a high-ranking sorcerer, posed an exceptional threat, as he had the power to turn the entire empire into a bloodbath if he so wished. Ian explains that, naturally, he had to act with caution for everyone's safety, but there was a limit to what he could do alone. He needed help from someone inside the imperial palace, someone he could trust, and who had authority and influence in politics. This led him to make a suggestion to the princess. In exchange for teaching her magic and developing her skill, she would help him in return. With her help, Ian was able to rid them of the black magic and find a way to defeat the Dragonian, Ian concludes, stating that more details can be found in the report on the rebellion of the fifth Prince Ragnar and in the investigation into the Order of the Dragon. He said that this is all he has to add. Sir Ronan then asks if he can question Princess Haley, asking if the Tower Master's account is true. Princess Haley confirms that it is. Sir Ronan informs her that she now has the opportunity to speak, and asks her to say anything she has in mind. Princess Haley takes a deep breath and admits that she is a criminal for having broken the laws of the Empire. She acknowledges that she is prepared to face any punishment that comes her way. She continues saying that she does not expect any special treatment due to her status as a member of the imperial family, and that she would like to be punished according to the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, she argues that Sir Kevin and the maids, who knew about her magic and hid it, are innocent. They simply followed her orders. Given that she is from the imperial family, she then begs the judges to consider the circumstances. special, and place all the blame solely on her. She sincerely requests that the ivory tower show mercy in light of these factors. At that moment, Terry enters the room declaring that the princess is not wrong. Ian looks at him and asks if he is okay. Terry confirms that he is, adding, but it seems it is not his time to die yet. Terry then addresses the mages of the ivory tower, explaining that the princess is not at fault. She simply followed his orders. He continues explaining that when the mage Kevin informed him about the princess's magical abilities, he instructed him to keep it a secret so that she could continue living as royalty, not as a mage. Although the princess became more cautious of the ivory tower later on, Terry acknowledges that he had a role in influencing that decision. He admits that everything that happened was a result of his own wrong decision and the love he feels for her. Terry then sincerely begs everyone to place the blame on him and give the princess a chance to pursue her magic. The jury exchanges confused glances at this. Finally, Sir Ronan announces that although the decision is normally made, after discussion with the Master of the Ivory Tower, since he is also implicated, he will personally announce their decision. He explains that this trial concerns the serious crime of illegally teaching magic and training a mage. However, they recognize the special circumstances involved. He points out that the person the princess was, cautious of Herbert, the leader of the Ivory Tower, was in fact a slave, and the right-hand man of the rebel, Ragnar. In light of this, Sir Ronan confirms that Haley's decision to be cautious was justified. They also state that she did not obtain any personal benefit from using magic. That is to say, her actions were not motivated by personal ambition. Furthermore, Sir Ronan recognizes that for her to have reached the 4th circle level in a restricted environment demonstrates that her magical talent is extraordinary, perhaps the greatest ever seen on the entire continent. In light of these factors, the Ivory Tower will offer Princess Haley one last chance instead of punishing her immediately. Her punishment will be postponed for 5 years, during which she will be given responsibilities as a mage of the Ivory Tower. Sir Ronan adds that she will be the first to be sent on a mission within the Empire, and will receive private lessons from the Ivory Tower to learn what she could not during her time at the Academy. He emphasizes that the importance of this postponement lies in what happens over the next 5 years. The results of her actions during this time will determine what punishment she will face in 5 years. Thus, from this moment forward, the jury declares that Princess Haley Greenriver is no longer the princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. Ian is in his office when Haley calls out to him. He turns, recognizes her, and bows, addressing her as Your Highness. Haley laughs and gently tells him not to call her that anymore, explaining that she is no longer a princess, and asks him to just call her by her name. Ian smiles at this, and asks if she is enjoying her time at the Ivory Tower. She replies that she is having fun. Although at first, the other mages were a bit strange with her, now they treat her as one of their own. She looks at him and says that it was all thanks to his wonderful speech that she was able to become a member of the Ivory Tower, and she thanks Ian for his help. Ian politely lowers his gaze and says he is happy to hear that. After a brief pause, she mentions a rumor she heard about Ian giving up his position as Tower Master. She wonders if it's because of her request for him to teach her magic. Ian quickly shakes his head, insisting it has nothing to do with her. He explains that there is something he must do, that he cannot do as a member of the Ivory Tower. He then opens a box on the table and says that this is actually why he came here today, to see Haley and return something. Haley looks inside the box, and Ian explains that inside is the mantle of Mitchell Greenriver, a gift given to him by His Majesty. The robe was originally intended for the future mage of royal descent, and Ian was keeping it safe until its true owner appeared. He looks at Haley and says that it's time to return it to its rightful owner. Ian then holds up his staff and tells Haley that this is the staff of the Great Plains. He explains that it's made of a rare material that cannot be found anywhere in the Empire, which helps people manage their mana circulation more effectively. He hands the staff to Haley and assures her that it's very light, so she will have no trouble carrying it. Haley swings the staff and smiles radiantly. Ian asks if she likes it, and she enthusiastically replies that she loves it. Ian nods in agreement, then adds that there is one more thing he would like to ask of her. She asks what it is. He tells her that he will be leaving the capital for a while and may not return for several years. He asks her to take care of his family, ensuring their safety in the capital. Haley, surprised, asks where he is going. Ian shakes his head, explaining that he can't tell her right now because he doesn't have a set destination. He remembers his father's words that the world is still full of unknown dangers. Haley looks down, sadness in her eyes, before telling him that she finally knows what she wants to do with her life. Looking up again, she says she wants to help those who are powerless and neglected in the Empire. She wants to establish a foundation to provide financial support to those in need. She tells Ian that her father was very happy to hear her plan and promised to support her. After a long pause, she stammers that she would like him to stay and help her. She begs him not to leave. Ian looks down, his expression soft, and then says he's sorry. The crown prince suddenly rushes in, shouting that Ian is leaving the capital. He runs towards Ian as Ian greets him. Hayden expresses his surprise at receiving the letter about Ian quitting and leaving, saying that just when he thought things were getting back to normal, this happens. He pauses, then asks if Ian knows how much. Haley was upset when she heard the news. He looks at Ian and demands to know how he could abandon his sister. Ian looks at Haley, surprised. Hayden admits, although it's embarrassing, that his sister is passionate and wonderful. She inherited the grace and appearance of a queen from her mother, and is so talented that she became a high mage without the help of the ivory tower. He adds that Ian won't find another woman like her anywhere else in the world. Ian replies that he knows Haley is an amazing person, and that's exactly why he would want her to find someone better than him. Frustrated, Hayden asks if Ian understands what he's trying to say. After a pause, he asks what Ian wants to tell him. Ian recounts a request from Sir Paul Lance before he died. Sir Paul wanted Ian to tell Captain Oliver that he was sorry for the things that had happened, and that he was grateful. Ian explains that all he could do was listen, as Sir Paul said this before he passed away. Ian bows to Hayden and apologizes. Hayden states that he wouldn't be where he is today if it weren't for Ian's guidance through all the hardships. If it weren't for Ian, Hayden would still be a bitter, unconfident drunk. He tells Ian that from now on, he will strive even harder to become a king worthy of the trust that Ian and others have placed in him. When Ian finishes what he needs to do, he must come back. Ian smiles at Hayden and assures him that he will return. Suddenly, Hayden orders Oliver to give him his sword. He takes it. He unsheathes his sword and asks Ian about his swordsmanship. Hayden tells Ian that he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Ian asks what Hayden is trying to do. Hayden hands the sword to Ian and says it is a gift. He calls Ian his teacher, his friend, and his savior. He swears that the imperial family will always welcome the visits of the great mage Ian Page and will provide all kinds of help from this generation to the next, and for all eternity. Ian looks at Hayden in shock. Hayden laughs, admitting that he always thought it was cool when he saw nobles doing that, and that he always wanted to try it himself. He laughs again. Ian then wishes Hayden good luck, saying he will be waiting for him. Ian's eyes fill with tears. As Hayden pulls him into a hug, Ian thanks him silently. Later, Ian was packing his things at home when he heard a knock. His mother asked if she could come in, and he told her to enter. Asking what brought her there, he noticed she must be tired from all the traveling, so he suggested she go back to her room and rest. But then, his mother suddenly held his hand. Surprised, Ian asked her if she was all right and why her hands were so cold. She reassured him, saying she was fine, but suddenly she collapsed in his arms. Ian panicked, calling out to her worriedly, telling her to hang on, while he went to get Mr. Rate and a doctor. His mother gripped his shirt tightly, saying she was really okay. She said she had come to say goodbye, but that seeing him was making it all very difficult. She confessed that after hearing about everything he had been through, when she returned to the capital, she couldn't breathe. Tears filled her eyes as she cried, wondering why something so terrible had to happen to her son, why he had to carry all that pain alone. She blamed herself, her heart breaking for him. Ian tried to comfort her, but she kept saying that when she was in Magra, she was terrified, thinking she would never be able to see him again. Suddenly, she looked at him intensely, and said that if anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to go on living. She thought of her late husband, and said she couldn't bear to lose another family member. Ian held her hand, assuring her that it might be hard to believe, but he had found his father. He couldn't explain everything that had happened, but his father had told him that even if Ian couldn't see him, he had never truly left his side. Ian confessed that he once hated his father, but now he realized that everything he had came from his father's love. That's why he decided to follow in his father's footsteps. He told her that he wanted to understand his father's thoughts, and why he chose to protect them the way he did. Ian begged his mother to let him do this for himself, to fulfill his father's last wish. His mother looked at him, tears filling her eyes. She cried out, realizing how much he had grown. She had always considered him her little boy. Ian reassured her, saying there was no reason to worry. He reminded her that she wasn't alone, because now she had a new family, people who loved her deeply. He spoke of Mr. Roddy, describing him as a wonderful man. Ian had never experienced a father's love, until he met him. Then there was Douglas, a brilliant boy who lit up any room he entered, a child who knew how to care for others. Ian held his mother's hands, telling her he wanted her to be happy. He promised he wouldn't be away for long. Outside the room, Mr. Roddy and Douglas shed a few tears silently, moved by the heartfelt conversation between mother and son. The next day, Ian was preparing for his journey, checking on his horse. Rati approached, asking if it was time for him to leave. Ian turned and said yes. Rati noticed that Ian was only taking his horse and commented that it reminded him of the day they first met. When Ian had left the village of Loida, Rati laughed, remembering how bad Ian was at riding a horse back then. Embarrassed, Ian looked down and said, "I'm better at it now." He then asked Rati to take care of his mother. Rati promised to protect Mrs. Page with his life. At that moment, Douglas called out to Ian, but instead of captain, he called him brother. Ian turned around surprised and asked why he was calling him that. Douglas smiled and handed him a bag. He explained that he had prepared some mana and healing potions, promising they were better than the best on the market. Even though Ian probably wouldn't get hurt, Douglas wanted to make sure he was well prepared. He added that if Ian needed any more, he could just send a letter to the mansion. Ian smiled gratefully and thanked Douglas. At that moment, his mother came running towards him, out of breath, as she handed him a box. She said it was food for his journey, and urged him not to skip meals, and to take care of his health. She also reminded him to write to her often. Ian promised he would, and told her to take care of herself too. After their emotional goodbyes, Ian mounted his horse. He looked back, thinking that this was his home, a place he could always return to. His mother, Mr. Rati, and Douglas were all waving at him. Ian smiled, knowing they were his family, and with that, he set off on his journey. Douglas sat at his desk, carefully writing a letter to Ian. He began with, "Dear Captain," and quickly continued asking how Ian was doing. It had been 8 years since Ian left, and so much had happened in that time. Douglas wrote that he had graduated from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy with top honors, and had finally achieved his dream of inventing the cure for his father's terminal illness. This success led to his appointment as an imperial alchemist. His father, who helped him with the research, was also offered the same position, but he refused. Douglas suspected that his father was overwhelmed by the responsibilities that came with working for the imperial family, but he thought it was more about not wanting to be away from his mother. He asked Ian if he remembered how awkward they used to be, but now they were a loving couple. He went on to say that His Majesty, the Emperor, had never fully recovered from the assassination attempt 8 years ago, and had recently ordered Crown Prince Hayden to take over official duties. Hayden was sharper and more mature, and was doing an excellent job. His most recent achievement was successfully negotiating a peace treaty between Green River, Coldwood, and the Duchy of Low. The treaty resulted in a huge increase in trade, bringing great advancements in both the economy and technology. Douglas also shared that Lady Haley had completed her 5-year probation period, and had officially become a High Mage of the Ivory Tower. She had started a charitable foundation, which made her extremely popular among the people of the Empire. Currently, she was the leading candidate for the next Tower Master, he concluded, by saying that everyone was living their lives to the fullest, although they all missed Ian very much. At the end of the letter, Douglas wrote that he hoped Ian would return soon, and that they would be waiting for him. He also asked, jokingly, if it would be okay to call him brother the next time they met. Douglas stretched after finishing the letter, telling himself how much he missed Ian. It was then that his father called for him. He went downstairs and saw his mother, telling her she looked beautiful. She smiled and thanked him, then asked her husband if it was all right for her to join him that night. Rocco assured her it was, mentioning that the new emperor in person had sent an invitation and a carriage for the occasion. Douglas added that everything was taken care of, and that he had reserved seats in the guest of honor section. With a sigh, his mother agreed to go with them, and the three of them left for the castle, excited for the evening. Meanwhile, Oliver was sitting by Paul's grave, paying his respects. He brought flowers, and after a moment of silence, he stood up when a soldier informed him it was time to go. He looked back at Paul's grave, murmuring to himself how great it would be if Paul were here to see everything. He promised that he would return, and that Paul should rest well. In Haley's chambers, a mage knocked on her door and asked if she was ready. Haley was in her dress and cloak, looking radiant, and replied that she would be a moment. She turned to grab her staff and told the mage she was ready to go. She could not miss her brother's coronation. The castle was buzzing with excitement as people gathered to witness Hayden's coronation. The emperor greeted the guests and began his speech. He spoke of the blessing of passing the crown to his son, Crown Prince Hayden Green River. Although it was customary to hold the throne until death, the emperor made the difficult decision that it was time for Hayden to take over. He believed this would be for the good of the empire, and that under his son's rule, the people's lives would improve. The emperor then called Hayden forward to present him as the new emperor. Hayden walked to the throne, each step heavy with determination. He knelt before his father. Hayden looked up and promised that he would continue to make his father proud and never let him down. His father nodded, beginning the tradition of passing on the throne once everything was made official. The emperor declared that Crown Prince Hayden Green River was now the new emperor of the Green River Empire. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering and blessing their new ruler in the grand hall. A figure shrouded in mystery was watching the new emperor. Suddenly, pink flower petals began to fall from the sky. The crowd looked around in surprise as they were showered with petals. Douglas, holding one of the petals, quickly realized there was mana in them. He looked up at Haley, and they both looked toward the source. To their surprise, Ian was standing before them, congratulating Hayden on his ascension. Hayden, upon seeing Ian, broke into a big smile and welcomed him. He welcomed him back, gripping Ian by the shoulders. His voice was full of emotion as he said how much he missed him. Ian laughed and replied that Hayden really had not changed. He offered his congratulations once more on Hayden's ascension. At that moment, Ian's mother called his name, and his parents and brother rushed to embrace him. His mother began to cry, asking why he had not told them about his return sooner. She asked how he was, if he was taking care of himself, and eating enough, and if he knew how much she had missed him. Douglas added that he had missed his brother very much as well. Ian took a deep breath, a warm smile spreading across his face as he replied that he had missed them all very much too. His mother, still tearful, asked if he had finished everything he needed to do. Ian smiled and assured her that this time he had done everything and was back for good. Hayden, clearing his throat, called Ian's name to get his attention. When Ian looked at him, Hayden discreetly gestured towards Haley, who had been silently watching the reunion. Ian's eyes lit up with joy as he called out to her, turning to her and saying, "It has been a while. I hope your time here has been peaceful." Haley nodded shyly, saying that it had been, and asking if he was well. Ian told her that he had been wandering around, and although he was far from the capital, he had heard about her remarkable deeds. He shared how everyone speaks of the noble lady, who cares for the orphans and the poor, praising her for the excellent work she has done. Haley, a little embarrassed, he replies that it's just getting started, but the conversation trails off awkwardly, leaving them both in silence. Riley bows quickly, saying she must be leaving, and hoping Ian enjoys the ball before she hurries away. Ian watches her retreating figure without saying a word, as Hayden approaches with a mischievous smile. He teases Ian, saying he looks disappointed, and informs him that Riley has not yet married anyone, and although she has received many proposals, she has refused them all. He says she is waiting for someone, as Hayden deepens the mystery. He asks aloud who this person could be, and for whom she has been waiting all these years, causing Ian to look down. Noticing this, Hayden calls his name again, saying that Riley isn't the only one who has been waiting. He reminds Ian that there is still much work to be done, and asks if Ian will help him. Ian looks at him and places a hand over his heart. He solemnly declares that he will follow His Majesty's every command. Meanwhile, after Riley hurried away, she finds herself crouching beside a bush, lost in her thoughts. Her mind wanders back to her last encounter with Ian, and she regrets not having spoken with him longer at the ball. Her face twists in pain as she remembers the day he refused her offer for him to stay. She tries not to dwell on it, rationalizing that Ian probably has no time to think about her, since he has just returned to the capital. Lost in her daydreams, Riley is startled when Ian calls her name from behind. She takes a moment to compose herself, but to her own surprise, she calls out his name in a panic. Ian quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to startle her, but she ignores his apology. With a composed expression, she asks why he is here. Ian explains that he just met with the mages from the Ivory Tower, and they told him she would be in the garden. She is a little surprised that he asked all the mages about her whereabouts. Ian looks around, commenting on how the garden has become even more beautiful. He recalls it being a simple space when he left, but now it's a place brimming with life. She shyly admits that she started planting seeds there after she became a mage. She thought it would be nice to have a place where mages could rest. Ian smiles warmly, praising her for the wonderful idea. He then asks if she could show him around the garden. If she has the time, Riley agrees, and as they walk among the lush greenery, the two converse about various flowers. Ian mentions he was surprised to learn that the lander flower, a rare medicinal herb in his empire, is considered a weed in Coldwood. Because it grows so abundantly there, he laughs, commenting that it almost makes the trouble his family went through to obtain it seem insignificant. He then tells Riley about a lake west of Adult that he heard shines like gold. He traveled there expecting to see something extraordinary, but when he arrived, it looked like any other lake. However, when the sun began to set, the lake truly shone, bright as gold. Ian recalls the moment, admitting it was so beautiful that he could never forget it. Haley smiles and says it sounds like a wonderful trip. She adds that she would love to visit the Golden Lake one day. After a brief silence, Ian asks if Haley would let him take her there, saying that he would take her anywhere she wished. He offers her his hand, saying he will only do it if she accepts it. Ian then shares that over the years, he has wandered through golden lakes and dense forests, scorching deserts, and endless seas. But no matter where he went, the first thought that always came to his mind was her. He admits he began to wonder how she would react if she was with him, and with that thought, a yearning grew in his heart. He said he realized what that yearning meant. He tells her that when everything at the end of the world was over, the first thought that still remained, in his mind, was her. Suddenly, Ian gets down on one knee. He holds out his hand once more and asks if she would accompany him, just as she has accompanied him in his heart all these years. He asks Haley to let him spend the rest of his life by her side. For a moment, Haley just gazes at the horizon, her voice faint, as she asks if Ian promises never to leave her again. Ian, without hesitation, replies that he would never leave her, and that he will stay with her until the end of time. Upon hearing this, Haley begins to sob. Tears stream uncontrollably down her cheeks, and Ian, not knowing how to react, looks at her in confusion. Haley, through her tears, tells Ian that she missed him so much and that she really, really waited for him all these years. She says she is finally ready to let him stay by her side, and with a joyful heart, she answers yes. She places her hand in his. Years later, Ian calls his daughter, Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles brightly, running towards them and calling Ian, Daddy. Well everyone, that is the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and until next time.